Yeah, with a best like a hit him with a talking that shit with a sticking with a sticking with a talking with a ticker with a down on the nigga with a on him bigger with a talking about it with your name on tongue, cause when she gives me a clean tongue and she saying she doesn't want some fun. Certainly this is going to be hard.
My mana is gone.
Well, it's not as impossible as I thought it was going to be, but it is a struggle fest. I need to spare on hit. Another offering to the goddess. Take that now.
The Negroids in his regards.
Crack! Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Hello, Cruiser. How you doing, bud? I don't even have my music up yet. Then again, I forgot that I put myself in this map last night. Oh, tell past Carl he's a bitch because he didn't learn what I learned, which is it is possible We can do 100 delirious. But I'm pretty sure this is fucking painful. My god. This would be even worse with the lead mechanic up. One thing that I do appreciate, though, honestly and truthfully, is that they did not make the Wildwood mechanic be aware it's like, haha, actually, not only is it harder, also fuck yourselves. At least they didn't do that. They at least did not make it so it's like, this mechanic is going to follow you into the map, and also it's going to be more difficult, and also you're going to die more. There's still a manageable level of difficulty. They're still capable of being handled. Perfect and perfect. Eldritch, Pain, perfect. Perfect. This one?
Let none stop you.
I think I'm gonna start buying only perfects. Cove. Cove! Cove. Perfect fiery, what was that? Still one chaos. Oh. Fire damage over time, attack speed, axes. Damn, bro, that's a lot of damage for fucking axe builds. Especially if they want to do ignite. Three offerings. Put one away for later, because I know he's gonna need one. Boom fed. Besides that.
Madame Web's trailer's been released and it's got the corporate media asking, is this trailer deliberately terrible?
Who are you? What is going on?
I mean, this is from The Guardian. You know it's bad when you can't even meet The Guardian's standards. They like communism. This is from Stuart Heritage, the same journalist that brings us such pearls of wisdom as stop picking on shopping trolleys and can we make Rick Astley look cool? If you can make The Guardian write about anything, you're in trouble. But when you see the trailer, you can fully understand The Guardian's perspective. I mean, this is a trailer where the acting was so bad, it had articles explaining why it had been turned into a meme. He was in the Amazon with my mom when she was researching spiders right before she died.
He was in the Amazon with my mom when she was researching spiders right before she died.
She's explaining how her mum got brutally killed with the delivery of a British comedian.
You're very welcome. I hope somebody enjoys it as much as I did.
Yeah, that's where she was right before she died.
He was in the Amazon with my mom when she was researching spiders right before she died.
Put a bit of enthusiasm into your work, love. After the strikes, I know what you're getting paid. It's the least you could do. And while you're at it, tell it to the other people in the movie as well.
Who are you? What is going on?
Because this Forbes article might go, well, it sounds like it was cobbled together in the editing room. Probably only intended for the trailer, but the clunkiness combined with the monotonous delivery proved a striking combination. Naturally, the internet loved it. It's like, really? You want to know what lines aren't cobbled together for the trailer? How about this one?
A week ago, I spent my life racing against time.
Oh, what the hell? She didn't see that coming? That's not how it works.
Or these.
I think this is weird, how we're all connected.
Honestly, like the least weird thing that's happened all day.
I remember when acting used to require acting. Now what was going on during the casting call? Alright, yeah, you've got a fanny, that'll do. For the confused Americans out there, I mean the British version. There's a load of confused Americans at home, but everybody's got a fanny. Not England, they don't. I have just noticed that the first tweet that Forbes has quoted, I love the lack of energy. If you actually go through to the Twitter profile, it just goes, leave the Marvels and Rachel Zegler alone. Leave Britney alone!
Leave her alone! Leave Britney alone!
But apparently Madam Web's fair game, so, you know, suppose we had to draw the line somewhere. But despite the low-quality trailer, there was a rather obvious reason this movie was being made. Variety caught on very quickly on their first sentence, move over, Spider-Man. There's some new web slingers in town. And I'm sure that has absolutely nothing to do with the first Madam Web trailer reveals an all-female spider heroes. Oh, don't worry though, because the villain, he's a man.
I stand against hate.
I stand against hate. I stand against hate.
Seriously, it's like AI made this movie. This trailer is actually so awful that even when you find an article that likes it, I'm sorry, the Madam Web trailer actually has me excited. You always know a guy's got a chip on his shoulder when he starts the article with, sorry, either you're a contrarian or feeling guilty. Which one is it? There's a bizarre trailer about Madam Web. The usual suspects are out there with their over-the-top reaction videos. Over-the-top, you say? Because it's weird, because all the over-the-top reaction videos tend to like this stuff. You should have seen him with Ahsoka.
He vatored! He vatored!
But the weirdest part of this article is even though he's apologizing and saying he liked it, what does he call the trailer in his own article? A turd in the wind.
That doesn't make any sense.
I'm sorry, mate, but that...
This is such a horrible spider suit. My god. Ein Gott. Look at this shit, chat. Chat, look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at it. That is such a bad spider suit. It's such a bad suit. Holy fuck.
That doesn't exactly seem like high praise. I really like this. It's a turd in the wind. With the trailer, it has this eccentric style that has given rise to many memeable moments. Yeah, we know the memeable moments that it made. They're all laughing at how trash it was.
He was in the Amazon with my mom when she was researching spiders right before she died.
And you're like, yeah, but I love how trash it was. It was a turd flying in the breeze. I've got to be honest, I'm like, that was She-Hulk and Willow and Robin Hood. It happens a lot, what can I say? But I don't really expect magazines to be making articles about it. These memeable moments come from characters that are genuinely fun and interesting. Oh, really?
Trying to save people who were running out of it until one moment changed everything.
We have to push the boundaries. We have to take risks. Yes, those massive risks. Like coming out with a Spider-Man movie with an all-female cast. That's not more derivative trash that we've all expected Hollywood to pump out of their arse.
At the end of the day, this is a story of representation, and it matters.
Really, I don't know how much more safe you could get. And I don't mean safe as in monetary value. Obviously, this is going to be a disaster. I mean safe from the correct moral outlook of Hollywood. You couldn't get more safe than this. That's why it's awful. That's why it seems like it's deliberately terrible. Because they did deliberately make it for this worldview, which is always going to be terrible.
It's the principle of the thing.
There's also rumors that these superheroes will merge into a Spider-Man during Spider-Man 4. Oh, amazing. I hope you're really looking forward to that. An all-female cast that came before Spider-Man, and so they can join his universe that he created and be better than him in it. Hey, we were here first, lad. Show your elders some respect. This is gonna go down like the Hindenburg.
Robin, we earned that.
You want weird dances and men in giant rhino suits? You want Morbin time? That's the grand tradition that Madam Web is continuing. Yes, Madam Web is continuing the tradition of morbin time. We all know how that went. Burning money like there was no tomorrow. I'm not sure that's a tradition you want to be continuing. And your statement that it could be wonderful just makes me think that you weren't sober when you wrote this. Madam Web and her web warriors are just the latest spiders to come down the...
Madam Web and her web warriors. That sounds like something a Halloween-themed daycare calls the kids in her job, and bro, I would love the fuck out of that daycare teacher. Every single day she comes to work, she dresses like fucking, the Halloween grandma, I forgot her name. The Halloween special one. It's slipping. Oh Christ! It's escaping me. God damn! Why can't I remember the name of it? But you know the one with the little girl. She goes to the Halloween dimension. Scary Grandma. Is that the name of it? Scary. Special. Scary Godmother. My brain is old.
Drain. And when
go into the daycare every single time, she's dressed like fucking Scary Godmother. Welcomes the kid out the door with a great big smile and her lanky as fucking arms. Hello, web warriors! They're all fucking haggling and giggling and shit. Face painting.
and it absolutely bombs, that's exactly when they're going to return as well. Along with all the cash they're flushing down there. Because I've got a...
Hello, horror. I put out a new video today.
question for our new, absolutely incredible, entirely female-led team of spider heroes. What the frell does this have to do with Spider-Man? Sorry, I've been rewatching Farscape. I'm trying to bring it back. Because she says in the trailer what her powers are.
I've been having visions. I knew he was gonna die. I think I'm seeing the future.
What's that got to do with spider anything? The closest I can work out is it's a more advanced version of my spider senses tingling. That's the only connection I can think. But then when you get the weird male villain lunatic dude who, I don't even know why he's in a spider suit to begin with.
So different.
He doesn't have any spider powers. The only...
Because they're doing a version of, what could only really be understood as not the villain of Spider-Verse.
Dude who, I don't even know why he's in a spider suit to begin with.
So different.
Because he's Latin, that's why. They're clearly going for a 2099 vibe here. They're clearly going for Miguel O'Hara. But the problem is that this shit looks horrible. And Spider-Man, therefore Spider-Man villain with spider arms. Of course.
He doesn't have any spider powers. The only connection there is to any spiders is when she goes, "Ah, we will buy some in a forest."
He was in the Amazon with my mom when she was researching spiders right before she died.
And look, there's going to be some of you out there that going, yes, this is all explained in the comics. And that's great. I haven't read the comic.
I am so tired of the it's in the comics explanation, because that's not an explanation for how they're choosing to do things in a version that they're choosing to move so far away from the comics. It's like, bro, there's a reason in the comics why it's like this. Yes, but is this the comic book? No. So it doesn't matter. Make it make sense in this timeline. Because it doesn't fucking matter if it's explained in the comics. We're not reading fucking comics. So now you gotta explain it to a modern day audience. I need more scarabs.
Nor is 99% of the people that are going to watch this movie. So maybe, just maybe, we should explain this in a pissing trailer. That is the point of it. Otherwise, it's a load of lunatics who get powers and then just start wearing spider suits for absolutely no reason whatsoever. And even if the guy has a reason to put them on, the other nutters she randomly stumbles over don't. They didn't even meet the spiders. Their only connection to the spiders, and I'm not making this up, is one of them lives in the same building.
You live in my building.
Another drove past her in the street.
You almost ran me over.
It says it in the trailer.
You're the paramedic.
Oh, well, you've got spider powers, and you drove past me on a road, so now I've got them. I better put on a spider suit. Sometimes I think I'm losing my mind, and then I'm like, no, it's everybody else.
Is that a question?
But I am not the only person that watched the trailer and was like, what the frell is that? Even The Verge came in and said Madam Web's first trailer will leave you wondering what the hell is going on. It introduces a slung of young women superheroes saving a world where Spider-Man doesn't even exist. It's a weird new Spider-Verse. In this context, I'm not sure weird is meant to be a compliment. And then you find out from somebody, I would have said just read the comics, but let's face it, it's The Independent. They probably Wikipedia'd it. It says, in the comics, she's portrayed as an elderly woman who suffers from a neurological condition known as myasthenia gravis. Her name originates from the life support machine that she's connected to, which resembles a spider's web. So I say again, what the pissing hell does this have to do with Spider-Man?
He was in the Amazon with my mom when she was researching spiders.
In the comics, spiders weren't even involved. Even in the trailer, like, we're gonna have to put a spider in somewhere. At least try and nod as if we got some kind of vision of how it fits together. Her condition allows her to develop powerful psychic abilities, which she uses to become a medium. She's not someone who talks to the dead. That's not anything about seeing the future. I'm really confused. So far, my main theory is they're just doing what Doctor Who did. We're going to send someone back in time so we can eradicate the actual first superhero, Spider-Man in this case, just so we can replace it with some random bins. Oh, she was the one first and created the universe. Actually, maybe I'm paranoid. Maybe it's Hollywood. Oh, this video's making about as much sense as the trailer itself, isn't it? Dakota's clairvoyant recites meme-worthy lines in the first look at a film that must be playing one big joke on all of us. And they start the article with, it might be time to reassess Stoney's Spider-Man universe. Look, it's clearly gone too far. I think you need to reassess it and probably just burn it all down. Don't come back. The universe exists because of its deal with Marvel. It sounds like you want them to take it back. So it goes into how Sony can't make Spider-Man movies for Sony. Spider-Man in them. And so now we've got fake female Spider-Men who don't have any of Spider-Man's powers. If any of this gets confusing for you, don't worry, you're not alone. This is the entertainment industry. It's a load of stupid people making bad business deals because none of them know how to conduct business. One day, they'll hire someone with above 40 IQ, and on that day, he will rule the universe. There'll just be one entrepreneur that picked up a business textbook. You're like, wow, I found the forbidden knowledge.
Leanne. Tony, check your two balls very carefully.
Watching Venom felt like the logical endpoint of capitalism. Watching Morbius felt like watching capitalism drive itself off a cliff in a burning truck. This would make a lot more sense if Hollywood was capitalist. Again, I'd like to point out this is The Guardian saying all this. They're all commies and they're making it sound like Morbius drove them to it. I watched the trailer for Madam Web and the only explanation for any of this is it's meant to be bad. And when you look at the clips, it's very difficult to disagree.
I have no idea what those girls are coming.
She's a clairvoyant, sees visions of evil Spider-Man who contractually cannot be Spider-Man. Just a guy in a vaguely Spider-Man-ish suit and heavy emphasis on the vague. I don't know what they've done to this guy, but you kind of expect movies to make it look better than a random Halloween costume. If he appeared walking through, I'd be too busy laughing. I mean, Rachel Ziegler thought she needed to be paid for every hour that she spent in a dress, but I think that guy genuinely needs to be paid for every hour in that suit. I mean, everyone's heard of hazard pay, but for him, I'd give him humiliation pay. Poor guy's gonna need therapy just to recover from the embarrassment. But evil Spider-Man keeps trying to kill her and the band of strong female characters. All in capitals, by the way. Strong female characters, whom she seems to share a patch of woodland with.
You live in my building.
You're the paramedic. You almost ran me over.
Again, when The Guardian is taking the piss out of your strong female characters, they agree with you, and even they think you're a bunch of twats. I mean, The Guardian would essentially think, if you're going to do propaganda, at least make it good, make it subtle. Don't capitalize strong female characters. Cassandra knows the secret identity of the evil Spider-Man, because he was in the Amazon with her mom when she was researching spiders just before she died. And we know this because Cassandra identifies him by saying, he was in the Amazon with my mom when she was researching spiders just before she died.
He was in the Amazon with my mom when she was researching.
You know, well, I understand what Gasparo is doing, and I get the point of it. I cannot tell you the reason why exactly this is supposed to be a Saiyan argument. Because yeah, she was in it before she died, but is this the only clip you have from the trailer? There's nothing else that's mockable? It's just this one line? I'm gonna need a lot more than just one line, bro. I'm gonna be dead ass with you. Gotta be dead ass with you. Every day it's getting closer, burning fast like a piss coaster.
That would only slow me down.
Searching spiders right before she died.
This is a real piece of dialogue that exists in a big-budget Hollywood movie that was written by a human, supposedly. Look, after the strike, we all know, at no point did it say you couldn't use AI. It just said that a human has to take credit for the AI. Although I personally don't think that line was made by AI, because, let's face it, it would have been better. No, that takes true Hollywood stupidity that requires a lifetime of indoctrination to learn.
This is bad. This is really bad.
Should tip you off to the secret plot that Sony's Spider-Man universe is deliberately as bad as it can possibly be. It's a great big wink to the audience that you're supposed to hate Madam Web. The whole thing was designed from top to bottom purely so you could hate it. This is an article literally about the conspiracy theory that Disney and now Sony purely exist to make YouTubers money. That actually behind the scene they are spending billions of dollars just so other people can live. Because from hatred comes obscurity, from obscurity comes affection, from affection comes cult fandom. This is the intended goal, to make something so bad that only the most deranged of lunatics could possibly like it, like me and Willow.
Is terrified that one day he'll be discovered as the aging, talentless hack that he really is.
Come on, Warwick Davis, get a season 2. I'm rooting for you.
That's gaslighting. That's what it is.
But I think The Guardian's got a point. Look how quickly it pivoted from Venom, taking a truly inept movie and making a sequel that effectively operated as a parody of the first film. Look how it reacted to the commercial failure of Morbius, seeing it become a target of open mockery on the internet, and then literally releasing it back into cinemas just so you could go and mock it again. We now find ourselves in a position where nobody on Earth will go and see Madam Web in the hope that it will be a good film, but I will be going to see it in the hope that it isn't. And when I say hope, I mean absolute certainty. I mean, I will go there with pound signs in my eyes. I shall look forward to that day with the same glee I did a new episode of Willow and She-Hulk.
I'm sad and lonely.
And the same look of disbelief on my face, looking at a rabbit with a cattle prod, walking into an interrogation scene in Robin Hood.
Stick it is.
If you saw that coming, you're a liar. Maybe they'll even throw things at the screen. Wait, what? Sony Pictures is reportedly looking at Madam Web as their response to Marvel Cinematic Universe's Doctor Strange within the Spider-Man universe. How is she going to be Doctor Strange? The MCU has Doctor Strange, Spider-Man universe, some random bin. What's your power? Well, I can see the future. Great. Do anything else? After you've told me what next week's lottery numbers are, what?
Why didn't you guys just do Shattered Dimensions? And why did you choose Dakota Johnson? Oh! I'm serious. Like, I understand the reason why you guys went after Madam Web. She is connected to the 90s comic, where she got actual on-screen presentation with the form of the Spider People, which all of Spider-Verse is based on, effectively. But instead of going with the version of the Spider-Verse where Madam Web calls people from dimensions, and then you have all these different Spider People, since you've already done that, you decided to go for the origin story of the one who can originate it all, about how they're all connected to the web that Miguel O'Hara is abusing. And you got this Miguel O'Hara stand-in, who's not Spider-Man, but is a Spider-Man. Not a Spider-Man, but a Spider-Man. So that you can say, oh yeah, we've already defeated an evil Spider-Man like him. So you can throw in a fucking side joke about, was he white? I deign to believe that you'd be willing to do it with Maguire on the camera. I doubt you guys will be willing to do it. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Besides the fucking obvious. Of course. Of course! Of course! Big wheel, take me, please. Big wheel, take me, please! Run me all down the old bunny trail. Hello, Nick. Also, I don't know if it's despair of himself or just the fact that it's early for me, but I'm not impressed with his design of style. There's a lot less to see on the screen here. And the way that he keeps hammering in the one joke he has is not great. But apparently, friends with Critical Drinker. So what do I know? What do I fucking know?
Greetings and salutations.
How's the video performing? Yeah, that's about what I expect for a video that's being fucking age restricted. Remember, chat, give Carl money. You want to see the big N on the big screen? You gotta put out the big bucks. Joking. Not joking. Joking.
Loyal viewers of this channel and disloyal viewers, do not think I have forgotten about you with your disloyalty. You disgust me. Today I want to talk about what is going on in this Bronx Target because there's a viral video that shows all of the insane security precautions that they have to take due to the insane amount of retail theft and violence, by the way, that is going on at these various locations in New York City. But before we get into that, I want to thank everybody who signed up over at naturaljusticelawyer.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
And thank you to the podcast listeners, Spotify, Apple, and Google's podcasting platform.
Target is standing on business, y'all. First, we gotta be 18 over into the store unless you're an adult.
So this video has been going viral across the internet.com, and it starts off right off the bat with them saying that in order to enter this Target in the Bronx, you need to have an ID or be accompanied by an adult. You can see the signage that is posted right there, and yes, they are in fact checking in order to secure the store. And by the way, this is on top of the fact that a lot of items in these various stores are locked down. In fact, in the Target that is closest near me, not that I shop there ever, I'm on board for whatever boycott is going on right now, all of the underwear in that particular store is just completely blocked off. But in this area, they've gone one step further, not only requiring ID, but they also got rid of the self-checkout, despite the fact that all these major retailers are trying to push you towards self-checkout, due in large part to minimum wage increases and increasing cost of labor overall.
And they're checking IDs. They done close self-checkout, like close it off. You have to purchase makeup in the makeup section, and you have the whole thing rolled off, so like you can sneak out.
But the makeup thing is also real, and it's also quite common in the city of New York. In fact, I remember for one of my friends' birthdays or for Christmas, I don't remember exactly which thing it was for, me and my fiance decided that we were going to get him a cologne, and we went into a different retailer. We went into their specific cologne section, and they used to let you do samples or whatever, and they used to have a drawer where you would open it up, take the stuff out, bring it to the front. Well, no longer is that the case. You have to have a representative come over. They will spray the cologne, not let you touch it ever, and then you will meet them at checkout if you determine that you actually like the product. They can't even have those quarter-filled bottles on display anymore in areas across New York City. However, this Target is one step further, and they wrap the whole thing up with a receipt check at the end of the whole process.
Then after you purchase with a representative or whatever, they still have to check your receipt after the take security.
Now, fun facts for those of you out there in the audience, and I actually feel a little bit bad for the retailers for telling you this, but you know what? I always bring you to the truth. I always bring you the facts. The whole receipt check thing at Target or at Walmart or at any store where you don't actually have to pay a membership for, like a Costco or Sam's Club or BJ's, is not backed up by anything in law. Being in a store is not legitimate grounds for suspicion of retail theft, and the only reason that's okay in one of those stores where you pay a membership for is because you actually have to agree to the receipt check in your agreement with the membership. So even though people do this, most people comply with this.
Then after you purchase with a representative or whatever, they still have to check your receipt after the take security.
I just want to put it out there that you technically don't have to do this in a place like Target, and you might not know that, you might not realize that because you're not agreeing to something that goes along with membership as you would in a Costco, BJ's, or Sam's Club. That's just something I want to put out there for you guys in the audience in case you didn't know that, in case you budding retail thieves didn't realize that that was the case. But overall, this increased security package on top of all these other security things that we're seeing at Targets across major cities in the United States of America is the result of a giant increase in retail theft that we've seen across the country, but specifically in major left-wing cities. But still, you say, this is a little extreme. This is to the nth degree, and it is no way justified at all whatsoever by the problems that are experienced in Target, specifically in major liberal cities, and specifically in the city of New York. And I would respond to that, oh, you sweet summer child, not only is it warranted in Target in a major city like New York City, but specifically in the Bronx, there have been a number of incidents that are connected to retail theft that amp up the danger involving teenagers, and of course, I'm going to cut to a bunch of stories that exemplify this because that's how I roll on this channel. Get a load of this particular incident that happened at a Target. It may actually be the same exact Target that we're talking about in the Bronx just last year.
Firefighters rescuing two people who fell down this Target elevator shaft. The first victim, 16 years old, landed on top of the elevator. The second victim, a security guard in his 20s, a more complicated rescue.
So right here we have an incident where a 29-year-old security guard was left in critical condition after he was chasing somebody who was shoplifting, a teen, at a Target in the Bronx, and they ended up deciding that they were going to go the soap opera route where they fell down an elevator shaft. Now, even though these people were in critical condition, even though their injuries were serious, because this was a soap opera afflicted injury, it turns out that both of them will be back next season, but they will be played by different actors due to the fact that they had experimental plastic surgery that went off without a hit. Also, in line with the soap opera plotline, since I'm writing this on the fly, this 29-year-old security guard who's chasing this retail thief was also the father of that retail thief, and that retail thief has an identical twin who's actually the mastermind behind this whole thing. But all joking aside, this was quite serious.
We were there as firefighters used a rope rescue to bring the security guard to safety. The fire chief saying he was rushed to the hospital in critical condition after a 4 or 5 story fall, trapped underneath the elevator at the bottom of the shaft.
So again, even though I was joking a little bit about the soap opera element of this, I do want to point out that this man fell 5 stories. He was chasing a retail thief. The teen fell in a much less dangerous way. He ended up on top of the elevator. This guy ended up under the elevator, if I was hearing that local news report correctly. But yeah, this is the thing that employees have to deal with when confronting these thieves, and they're putting their lives and their bodies on the line. And we've covered multiple different instances of these people being killed in these kind of instances And by the way, the violent iterations of these shoplifting encounters are going up as stores ramp up security in order to deal with the dramatic losses. So this is becoming more and more common, and you can understand, especially when you hear that that was a 16-year-old that caused all of this damage based on the fact that he wanted to steal, why this target would consider going in this direction.
He took a lot of stuff from Target, and then he just ran, and the security guy was running behind, and the security almost scored the guy.
And then October, the horrific event that followed.
And he just came down the street with like big lights.
So again, you have a particular instance where somebody runs with a bunch of merchandise, the security guard is attempting to do his job, and by the way, these thieves are actually closing down a bunch of locations, Targets across the country, CVS, Walgreens, we've all heard the stories, so he's trying to preserve his job at the same time, and he ends up getting critically injured. And again, this was in the Bronx, but more recently, 2 weeks ago, we had another incident.
Well, Mary and Cindy, we just learned a short time ago that man died after he was rushed into Cobra Medical Center, and now police this morning are looking for the suspect in this shooting. A man, they say, that took off from this area in a blue BMW last night. Now, the shooting took place here at the Target in the Bronx Shopping Center, and it was still open, actually, when this took place. In fact, the video shows a number of employees inside of the store shortly after the shooting, which happened at 11:55 p.m.
So in this particular incident, we have a 49-year-old man who shot in the parking lot of this Target that was also in the shopping center. It may be possibly motivated by a robbery-type motivation. This Target in particular was open until midnight on Sunday. This was in and around closing time, but it's a 49-year-old man killed, and again, it just goes to show you how crazy things are in the Bronx, especially when it comes to the Targets. Now, that being said, there is a bunch of bad information out there, people trying to make the case that retail theft is no big deal. It's completely overstated. In fact, it's actually going down, and there's a study that had been sent to me a couple of times where people made this claim based on this data that was presented by this left-wing organization that obviously is incentivized to downplay the dramatic increases in crime that we see across the country. And crazily enough, Cenk and Anna from the Young Turks actually did an entire segment debunking this study.
Yes, okay, but what if, just hear me out here, what if we conduct a study that looks at shoplifting across the country while excluding those big cities? Then, one could argue, shoplifting actually down in America. In fact, the study actually did just that.
And many of you will be unsurprised at the statistical manipulation that they utilized in order to give you guys the impression that retail theft is actually going down.
A study released last month, pay close attention here, guys, drawing on police data, found that shoplifting reports were 16% higher in the first half of 2023 compared with 2019. But, critically, if you exclude New York City stats, the number of shoplifting incidents actually fell 7%, or about 2,550 fewer than in 2019, according to the Council on Criminal Justice, which conducted the study.
Yeah, that's right. According to this particular study, which, by the way, was designed to produce the result that retail theft is going down, if you just exclude New York City from their analysis, if you just take that particular city out, then shoplifting incidents are actually down by 2,500 from the year before. Now, this is a clear and obvious statistical manipulation, especially if you've been a long-term viewer of this channel, because this chart from John Jay College of Criminal Justice shows us that we have actually seen, since the Black Lives Matter riots, a 77% increase in theft, specifically retail theft in the city of New York.
So balanced.
There are tens of thousands of incidents. We talk about on this channel that percentage of people, the 327 people that are responsible on their own for 6,000 arrests for retail theft. That's 6,000 different incidents where they were shoplifting, and those 327 people alone completely blow this study out of the water, which is why specifically they decided to remove this. And some people will say, oh, in a statistical analysis, you remove outliers in order to get a better result. But they specifically kept a lot of rural conservative areas, which might be seeing a crime drop, in their analysis and excluded New York City in particular, because that's what they needed to exclude in order to get these results. And even Cenk and Anna, but specifically Cenk, because Anna's actually been on point when it comes to crime and retail theft of late, were able to detect this, identify this immediately, and show us how ridiculous and absurd things actually are.
Clearly, this is not an unbiased source that did this study. It is a nonprofit that gets donations for pushing for, in their minds, criminal justice reform, in my mind, soft on crime policies that have been terrorizing people in big cities. Okay, but like the fact that they literally printed that, if you just exclude New York City, actually in the area, shoplifting, down, not up, down.
Yes.
Come on.
Guys, the problem is the big cities, right? Nobody's saying there's an epidemic of shoplifting in Dubuque. They're talking about San Francisco, LA, New York, etc. That's been the story the whole time. It's a joke of a study. And why would you exclude New York anyway? What a weird thing to do, right? Unless you wanted to have the numbers seem like they were going down when they're actually going up.
On top of that, and again, I have to give credit where credit is due to Cenk and Anna, they also point out that one of the tricks that people use in order to say crime go down is that they look at crime not based on the pre-Black Lives Matter levels, they look at it based on the surge that happened, and they look for any point in the data where things are slightly below the surge. So what ends up happening, and we see this all the time with homicide statistics, is you had a 30% increase in homicide year over year, followed by a 7% increase, and then from that new elevated baseline, you saw a drop in homicide of 5 to 10%, depending on where you are or nationwide, and then they claim murder is down, despite the fact that that is from the new baseline.
That's exactly right.
Right. It's, look, guys, to be fair, the number of fruits and vegetables have gone down a lot in America when you take out fruits or vegetables. Like, anybody can play this game. It's a very silly game. What were the numbers overall? Why are you taking out the things that don't help your cause?
So yeah, while this does seem like a dystopian world, while the security protocols at Target, specifically in the Bronx, seem like they're absolutely crazy, they're actually well supported by the data from New York City, and we should expect to see left-wing cities have more and more ever-increasing restrictions and all kinds of crazy stuff like this in order to compensate for the rampant retail theft that we're seeing each and every day and is in fact supported by the data. On top of that, we're actually going to see much, much more stores closing because it turns out law-abiding people who want to be customers of this place, are actually put off by this. So you're in one of these crazy situations if you're these businesses where you could go out of business due to the fact that the retail theft is crazy, or you could try to lock down your store and take all these extra protocols because they're not prosecuting anybody, so it becomes on the store, and that could drive customers more and more towards online shopping. So it is a disaster. We are in a death spiral, and this is just the latest indication of that fact. But I want to know what you guys think about it down in the comments below. Is Target going too extreme? Is this not extreme enough? Or is the answer the obvious answer, which is we need to prosecute retail thieves? It is clearly and obviously a major problem. Let me know down in the comments below. If you like this video, show me a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social media, support me with the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about the crazy retail theft out of New York City and this Target that's completely locked down. Till next time.
That's just fucking horrible, bro. God damn. That's so fucking horrible. Daddy, why is mommy not coming back from work? Mommy, why is daddy not coming back from work? Well, honey, daddy died in the line of duty doing a wonderful job, stopping Daquan Shelbert from stealing an Xbox. But why did Daquan steal the Xbox, mommy? He was doing it to feed his 15 kids. It's not funny, but it is funny. It's not funny. Someone died. The world is burning. I need to stop sipping. I need to stop sipping. Stop sipping. Stop sipping. Certainly, I don't get my ass beat in the season chime. Certainly, I don't get my ass beat. I don't get my ass beat in the seething chime. I have enough damage to win the story-based version of the fight. Clearly.
Foolish maven, come to feed me, champion. Digestion. Hunger. Hunger without end. The tangled feast in the slaughter. Crush. Obliterate. Hunger. Feast. Cold. Crush. Obliterate. Hunger. Hunger without end.
Thank God, bro, that they fucking made the portal persistent.
Feast. Lash. Slaughter. Crush. Hunger. Feast. Cold. Crush. Digestion. Hunger. Hunger without end. Feast. Obliterate. Slaughter. Crush. Death is meaningless.
They are coming.
Hold on, chat. Because I can see somebody asking me a question. Carl, what drink is that? Kool-Aid mixed with the remains of an Evan Apples Williams mixed with Blackheart rum. I call it the Negro Sunrise. Yeah, that was a horrible fight. Oh well. Give me my awards, blind bitch.
Our best reason. The job never ends.
Now we abuse the rusted shapers. Any rusted shapers, chat? Any rusted shapers?
Tremble in the might of the flames.
But I won't, though. I won't tremble in the might of the flames.
Guys, I got a doozy of a conversation for you here today, but one that I think that is exceptionally appropriate.
I'm trying to figure out where your soul is, and as much as like removing money from the equation. And honestly, at this point, I don't even think money is really the driving force.
Yeah, just to get it out there, me and her both come up with
Right, exactly. So money's not the driving force. So
I'm not really doing anything with any of the money I make. I don't have any sort of like fancy habits or hobbies or anything like that. Just the same way as me. I'm willing to find property and starting businesses and stuff like that. But it's not really about the money and what we can do. We don't really do anything.
So you're actually broke. Here's the funny thing. No blood on top of your head. Here's the funny thing. I'm just being real with you. If I was actually broke, it literally would mean nothing to me. If I
fans like $400. I don't want to listen to this guy anymore, and I feel like I might do something extreme if I were to stick around.
When I first walked in, I said, "You have to pay." When I saw you downstairs, I said, "You want to pay?" And you said no.
Guys, I got a doozy of a conversation for you here today, but one that I think that is exceptionally appropriate. Adam22, the man who enjoys renting out his wife for the world to see, recently had a rage quit situation on the Weber podcast at the hands of another creator who goes by the name of Saint in the Center. Now, what you guys are going to watch right now is...
Oh, Saint in the Center. You mean I can't snap with my left hand? You can't snap with my left hand. Stop chasing me, goddammit! I'm being terrible. Saint in the Center. Saint in the Center. You mean the bitch ass who said to the DGG, I can build an NFT from the command line. That man, right? The one who got a fade around him in a train ran by nearly 500 people because he tried it with Destiny and it didn't work. Interesting. Continue.
In real time is a clash of ideologies. In one corner, a man who would never rent out his wife for profit, and on the other, Adam22. Without further ado, so on this podcast, host Ryan starts off with introductions, including the relationship status. Let's watch Adam explain his.
I've been married for about 6 months. I've been in a relationship for about 7 years, and we are monogamous off camera, but we are open on camera.
To think that what you do digitally is different or should be represented differently than the way that you live within your personal life demonstrates the fall of society today. Those two things, just because you do it in the damn metaverse, are not different. You're not monogamous. As if doing it for viewers kind of lessens the blow of it being non-monogamy.
Yeah. So, recently, and
what does that mean?
What does that
we work with other
mean?
people in terms of porn content, but besides that, we're not.
So they have to be getting paid if they're sleeping with other people. You like that? You like how I did that? Let's work.
So you recently were involved. You did like a reality TV series, kind of, to see who. Correct me if I'm wrong. To see who would be the next person who gets to have sexual intercourse with your wife, Lena. Is that? Well, the reality show was intended to find our first boy girl. Okay, so it was a 4-episode series on YouTube, and then the finale with actual scenes on our OnlyFans. Yeah. And you guys did the scenes done. The scene has been completed. Okay. And that's amazing. Who won? A guy named Lil D, 24-year-old gentleman from Harlem. Is he a rapper?
All right, can't believe the world gets to see me bang my wife with another dude tonight on OnlyFans.
Person my wife is Lil D.
You're laughing. Oh, this is so crazy.
Should we go upstairs right now?
I'm with you. I'm
He just won. Let's touch it.
I gotta be the husband of the year. Let me tell you, I am the one.
On the block all day with my wife and the dude I just banged. It's crazy.
Listen to me. Listen. It's crazy enough that half these fucking people go viral because they putting themselves out on the internet. Imagine you're at the Streamy Awards and you are accepting a bullshit award that doesn't actually fucking matter because Streamy Awards are not awards, it's a popularity contest meant to get more attention for the streamers involved so they can make even more money when they shouldn't make money to begin with anyways. This year, I'm back up again for a repeat performance, receiving Content Hotbox of the Week, Lil D! Hey, I'd like to give a shout out to Lena. That episode was fantastic, bitch. No. And you dead ass walking away like you're on a fucking Shot at Love. You dead ass acting like you're in a D-list celebrity, like fucking reality dating show. Oh no! Tequila, what have you done to these people? Oh! Oh! I had to have a celebrity game show. We needed to gamify my wife getting fucked by another man. Listen, I couldn't have just hired another porn star. I couldn't do the scene with Jason Love. I couldn't be with the black star on camera with my wife, so we went out and we found this random guy. It'll feel different when a random black man does it instead of a guy who's known for doing black scenes in the industry. Bros, I promise I'm not coping. I promise I'm not coping. You can't make this shit the fuck up, bro. You can't make this shit the fuck up. That's not okay. That's not okay. This is not okay. This man is clearly coping. Help him.
Crazy to think how much of a flex that this is not, but he apparently is turning it into that because being a cuck is a kink to him. Apparently.
Previously, there was this big thing where with Lena and Jason Love, right? That was a big thing. That was her first time sleeping with another guy in 7 years of us being together, and she did that on camera. The first ever seeing somebody's husband. And are you guys thinking of like continuing this trend, or like how do you feel about it? Because I've seen like some clips where you kind of been like cool with it, and others where you're kind of like, oh man, I don't know how I feel about it. Or, I mean, I was a little bit conflicted when she actually shot the scene with the other guy, just in the sense that she's going off and filming something with somebody else. I'm not there. When we shot the scene with the other guy, a little deep, kind of feeling kind of weirdness about that. It's pretty mutual. So for sure, that definitely by the time we're done in the
Well, Adam, considering you got your career start with Lena fucking her and her best friend, I think the problem is, well, see, I don't care when it's guy, girl, girl, but when it's guy, guy, girl, I feel some type of way. And when it's a solo scene with another guy, I feel definitely some type of way because it's not my penis. Just tell the truth. Just tell the truth.
Adult business, I'm sure, shot other scenes with the other guy.
There's not a damn thing in life I'm going to be conflicted with when it revolves around my woman. To say that he was conflicted means to me that this was her idea, and it's something that he was not comfortable with. Point number 2 of the fall of the man today, unable to communicate their desires and their wants in lieu of what their woman wants. But now that he's allowed this egregious thing to happen to his wife, his boundaries now expand. So another guy wanted to do it to his wife's viscous inner. It's not such a big deal anymore. The act of continuously opening your boundaries while in a marriage to the point of complacency is where we get the term happy wife, happy life. Now at this point in the podcast, Satan Sitter asked Adam 22 a series of very intelligent questions. Pay attention, pay close attention to Adam's answers.
Gotcha. Can I ask Adam a question? That's what I'm thinking. Is this for the money or just like they're like this is on the phone?
I would say it's primarily for the money, the same way that probably most of the girls here wouldn't be naked on the internet if they didn't have OnlyFans that were profitable for them. But at the same time,
Pause. It's not about the money, but it's kind of like these girls that would be naked on the internet. Bro, these girls are posting pinup pictures where they are barely showing shit and expecting you to pay $15 a month. You are getting and allowing your wife to get ran through. She got famous by saying, get me to 1 mil and I'ma fuck my then boyfriend and my friend in a threesome on camera. You are selling porn. You are selling porn. Pornographic material. Porn. Full sex scenes. Gonzo porn, actually. Because most of these women, if they're willing to do porn, they're usually only willing to do, like, fake porn. They're willing to do scripted porn with their husbands, but they pretend that, oh my god, the gardener came in, getting cream pie in the back door. You are doing gonzo porn. You are letting motherfuckers off the street into your wife. The most ethical one was Jason Love. Because at least Jason is in an industry where he's getting checked, he's getting shots, he's regularly checking in for any STDs, and more than likely, they're using spermicidal lube. So even if he busts a fucking fat load in your wife and drops a mashed potato bowl in her drawers, you know for a fact she's not getting knocked up. And even if it did, motherfucker, you are rich and famous, you can afford Plan B. And plus, everybody's seen it. Let's be for real, bro. Everybody's seen it. We all saw her eyes roll back. Come on, bro. Come on. We all saw her eyes roll back, man. I don't know who you capping to. It ain't gotta be me. Because I don't believe you to begin with. Bro, we all saw her eyes roll back. We all saw her eyes roll back, bro. Bro! We all saw her eyes roll back. It's a wrap. Just let it go. Just say, yes, I allow men to sleep with my wife because I no longer care. Just tell the truth. Just tell the truth, guys. Just tell the truth. I'm promising you. I promise you're gonna feel better. I promise you're gonna feel better. I promise you're gonna feel better, bro. I promise. You will feel better as soon as you stop coping. This is some high tier copium you are sucking down on. She's ran through. Okay? She's ran through. Pumping them drugs. See, these girls, they get comfortable being naked, so therefore it's okay for my wife to have sex unprotected with every single guy because that's what gets the biggest clicks, and she wants to go do that shit because she knows she'll get more virality and more money off of it.
For the duration of our relationship, and we actually had one off-camera boy-girl threesome with my wife and a friend of mine within like the first month that I met her. We were out drinking one night, and we ended up having some fun in that sense. So it's not like completely outside the realm of things that I would do for free, but you know, we don't have a lot of crazy off-camera sexual experiences. Almost everything that we do that's out of the ordinary is on camera.
Your alarm bell should be going off right now because prior to doing
that means you do it for content, sir. That means you do it for content. And if you do it for content, that is really bad. Because if you're doing it for content and you, quote, don't care, it's not a big deal, you should probably stop using it as a clout point. Because all that's going to happen is someone's going to ask you, hey, yo, why you do this? Why you act like that? And you're not really going to have an answer to them because there's not going to be an answer because you can't create one. Once you say it's for the money, you can't take a moral position anymore. Yeah, you can't take a moral position anymore at all. Woo, woo. And considering that we all actually should know how cringe Satan the Sinner is, the fact that he's on the whatever podcast and getting platform to allow this conversation to happen, all these other people not sure what to do next, should be crazy to you. While they're wearing my fucking t-shirt on their cups. But that shirt's dirty, so I'm not putting it on. Like, you took an L to a guy who tried it with Destiny and it didn't work, and then he ran away to the internet, back to the hole he came from, and then popped back up again to take a dub with you. I don't know how else I can phrase it. Like, you got washed for no reason. You got washed for no fucking reason. I don't think the Black Minister claims Satan the Sinner. I think they run him out the same way they run anybody out.
Doing this video with his wife, he was already a multimillionaire. So ask yourself, what is the soul, the decrepit layer of a soul of a human being that's already filthy rich, doing the most abhorrent shit, sacrificing the sanctity of his wife for even more money? This is a level of greed that can never be satiated. It can never be fulfilled. Only his need to be debaucherous is what satiates his being. And he already did a boy-girl with his wife a month into the relationship. Whoa.
So is there, because I don't know what you're worth, but I have a sense that you're doing reasonably well. So if there was no money to be made, would you continue on with it?
I think that was a conversation that her and I had that made us realize that we wanted to kind of start pushing the boundaries of what we were doing on camera. Which she said, do you really think that we're going to be together for the next 20 years and that we're never going to swap or bring another penis into our sexual...
Pause. That's not answering the question. And also, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Also, that's not a good thing to admit. Hey, babe, do you think we're going to still be together? I don't know if we will. So maybe even though we have a kid together, I think we should have more risque sexual experiences. It'll be good for money. It'll be good for money. Babe, I want to fuck Jason Love. Certainly she didn't say it like that. However, that's what you just implied with what you just said. You said it. No one made you say it. You said it.
Situation. And I said, no, I definitely feel like I'm comfortable enough that I can see us doing that as time goes by. And then we ended up actually orchestrating it on camera.
Are you bisexual?
No.
Okay. All right, let's just sign up. All right, so with regards to bringing the other dude in, would you say that was primarily driven by her?
I would say it was very mutual. You know, we just kind of realized that, you know, after doing that Jason Love scene, we just didn't realize how viral the whole thing was going to be. And so we kind of got...
You didn't realize how viral it would be when she literally got viral because you guys fucked for money and actively used YouTube as a way to facilitate the making and the primary releasing of porn? Are you serious? Are you committing to that lie? Goddamn! Wow! Remember, guys, 6 years, 1 kid. That's all it took. 6 years, 1 kid in a cream pie. That's what it took to turn this man into a cup.
Set on the path of thinking about how we could take it to the next level, because it ended up being like by far the most viral thing that any of us had ever been involved with. So at that moment we kind of realized like, oh, this is kind of our thing now. We have to sort of push at the edges of our conventional...
Listen, we've done the thing now. Now we have to do the bigger thing now. This is who we are now. This is my life.
Relationship, and the people will be incapable.
Right.
I mean,
Not conventional.
Well, right. But off camera, our relationship is entirely traditional.
Crazy. All right, so what I'm really trying to figure out is because you said you're uncomfortable with the Jason Love scene initially.
I was a little conflicted about it. It was a little bit of a weird thing.
And so I'm trying to figure out like where your soul is, and as much as like removing money from the equation. And honestly, at this point, I don't even think money is really the driving force.
Yeah, just to get it out there, me and her are both multimillionaires and have been for many, many years. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Like, we're both multimillionaires. So why are you doing it still? Why are you not, like, having public talks with Wicked Angels? Twisted Angels? Wicked Dreams? I forget the name of the goddamn company. Wicked Dreams, Dog Fart, MILF.com, spelled with a Y and an F. Evil Angels, Suicide Girls. Why are you just making porn and then getting mad that people are mocking you for making porn? Good work, bro.
So money's not the driving force. So if it were just up to you and she were a robot as opposed to a human, and you could have it to where you could have things open on your side but closed on her side, would you prefer that?
Good question.
To be honest, she came to me before we started kind of pushing out the boundaries of our relationship, and she said, "What do you think that we should do? Do you think that I should just kind of hang it up and have another kid, or do you think that we should keep doing this for a few more years and kind of see how far we can take things?"
Should we hang it up and have another kid? Honey, do you want me to be a faithfully committed wife and have your second child, or should I keep fucking around with niggas on the internet? Natty 22's mine, bro. And Natty 22, he said, "Let's get another dick."
And I said, you know what, let's push the edges. Let's see how far we can take this. So it is primarily a financial thing, but also I can say that when we shot the scene with this other guy the other day, I had a great time. It was fun.
Like your time was enhanced because me personally, I like my meat to be the only one on the sandwich.
Right. It was exciting. It was exciting for sure.
Now, Adam, probably unbeknownst to him, is actually in a very precarious situation at this junction in the conversation because he's allowing Saint to just cross-examine him. And already we hear so many contradictions within that cross-examining. He just admitted a second ago that it was mostly for the money, but then he said before that it mostly is not money motivated. Then he asked, is he bisexual, to understand if there's some type of LGBTQ motivation? Then he asked, was the idea of involving a BBC into the relationship for profit, was that driven by her? Adam replies it was a mutual decision, but how could it be mutual when you said previously that you had an issue initially with her doing it? Then as a follow-up, he asked, would you prefer if it was monogamous on her side while poly on your side? And Adam 22 didn't even answer the question. Pay attention.
Hot dog, just like one hot dog on the bun. Jeremy, like you got all these Vieta sausages coming out the woodwork. So you find that it's enhanced by that? Because I find like
that was fun, yeah.
Okay.
In a different way than, sleeping with other girls. We've done that hundreds of times together. So this was something that switched it up a little bit,
Do you think with all of these unusual sexual experiences that it might lead you down a path to where you have to go to extreme things to get off?
No, I've been jerking off to the exact same type of content my entire life. So the idea that guys who watch porn have to sort of slowly get into more and more extreme.
I'm not talking about watching it. You're in it.
Right, yeah, but I mean, I've been doing porn on camera with her, and this is the only thing that we've done that took it to another level.
Again, another contradiction. The fact that you're so used to and been involved with watching porn your entire life was the preceding event to you wanting to be a part of it, which is the preceding event of you wanting your wife to be a part of it with other men.
If we did 7 years straight of just having sex with other girls on camera, this is the only thing that we've done to kind of open it up a little bit, to the tune of us becoming like probably one of the most viral couples in America in the past year. So in terms of where we could take it, I mean, I'm not doing any gay shit, and so that's probably like the primary thing. We've had obviously people asking us if we were a trans person. I'm not interested in that either. So I can't really think of where.
Cutting off your opportunity. What do you mean? You say you want to push the edges. So is it about pushing the edges, or is it about you getting to have sex with people while famous? Which one is it? Is it pushing edges or sex with people while famous? Mystery.
Or we would take it.
Okay, without belaboring, I'm going to carry on.
Sure.
Just one last piece. Sometimes we aren't really seeing ourselves in as much as you said she brought the conversation to you. You said that you didn't feel comfortable initially with Jason Love being involved in.
Well, I addressed the Jason Love thing. It was just once it actually took place, I had a tiny amount of buyer's remorse that I quickly replaced with realizing like, oh, this is not a big deal. Nothing changed in our relationship after she shot with another guy, so that was pretty abated quickly.
Right. So it's like called the inversion of morals, which is to say that truth be told, in your heart of hearts, you're not comfortable with it. You want to retain your spouse.
Moments of
one second, I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you at all because I do want to.
You're kind of pushing like a fake narrative by saying that I'm uncomfortable with it.
But I never interrupted you.
But you are saying you're uncomfortable with it. I had buyer's remorse, but then I decided not to hang her after he already nutted her. The fuck? That is literally buyer's remorse. Anything after that's cope.
I never interrupted you because I want to hear you out.
To save you a little bit of breath by directing you.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get you angry.
He's upset.
Certainly interested in what you have to say, but I didn't interrupt you one time. So the reason I ask is because, as I said, you started off, you said that you felt uncomfortable when it happened. She brought up the conversation. You're not bisexual. So sometimes when things happen and you want to keep your lady, you make the adjustment compromising, but in your heart of heart, that's not really what you wanted. So you're being open, and then you had this idea planted, and then you started adopting it, thinking like, okay, well, I'm okay with it. Maybe it's something that I signed off on too. So you assign it mutuality when in actual fact, the inception of that idea came from her, and you've adjusted to it.
I wouldn't say the inception of the idea came entirely from her. This is a conversation we've been having throughout the entirety of our relationship as we met more and more male performers that I was comfortable with, and sort of slowly over time.
So your wife got you to cuck yourself because as she kept fucking other guys, you allowed it to proceed, and then she whittled you down, and it went from porn star to random fucking guy.
time realized that this is something that we both felt comfortable with.
Yeah, so when you say that you were comfortable with, right, and it came over time, whereas with the females, it just came straight away, almost like a natural thing, you might say.
Right.
So why in terms of when the guy comes along, there has to be a process, because it's a process of adjusting to something that's unpleasant?
Great question.
Why was there a process that it took some adoption? What are you asking?
Yeah, it seems as though different than the females. The females came naturally, and it seemed to not be an issue.
It was a very clearly worded question. I think he was trying a diversionary tactic to get himself out of it. But I would say a question like that is a check. Let's not say it's a checkmate on the board, because I'd be interested to see his answer to that. But Adam felt checkmated, so he diverted his attention.
I guess it is fair that you get to bang up girls so long that you should get outside deep. Still, got to be tough to see another good rain. Also aging, but with these folks need your wisdom.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the thing was that, of course, it's a little awkward to go through the transition of seeing a girl do that for the first time. But ultimately, she told me, even up until the moment that she was leaving the house to go shoot it, she's like, I won't do this if you don't feel comfortable with it. And I told her, even though there is a degree to which I don't feel comfortable with it, I'm still willing to give this a shot because I realize the underlying value. To be honest, it's 7 figures off of that one scene in and of itself.
And I believe that. I don't doubt the financial aspect at all, but like, for example, I know maybe people watching might not be able to relate to this, but say once you cross $2 million, right? Have you found there's a significant number of things you can do with money that you can't do when you have $2 million versus say $15 million?
I'm not really doing anything with any of the money I make. I don't have any sort of like fancy habits or hobbies or anything like that. Just in the find property and starting businesses and stuff like that. But it's not really about the money and what we do.
It's so crazy because you hear him say in one direction, it's not about the money. You hear him say that it was money motivated. Money is not everything, fellas. There should not be a man that is watching this content right now that should ever sell their soul for $7 million. The short-term benefit of that $1 million, $2 million, let's say even $3 million should not override the long-term benefit of having a fantastic mark that you left on this world. A legacy that is worth communicating to your children and your grandchildren about. There's not a man that watches this platform that should be that damn cheap.
Right, so you said there's an underlying value.
Probably just money primarily, but then also
I think, yeah, you guys, all right, go ahead. Let one of them
morals over money at the end of the day, gentlemen. Don't become like Adam, who's a fake happy demon. So anyway, you see kind of the dynamic. The saint and sinner asking these questions from a morality, motivation perspective, while Adam 22 was backed into a corner, one of which logic. It's just not his strong suit. Let's actually fast forward to the rage quit later in the conversation. I'll say about 30 or so minutes later, so we can see what ticked Adam off to get him to walk out.
Here's the point. You're currently a cocktail server, which consists of, hey, I'll have a Jack and Coke. Okay. And then you walk away, tell someone else Jack and Coke, they hand you Jack and Coke, you come back and bring it back to me, and hope that will give you a tip. That's your skill set.
And what about it? It's a hard work. And what about it?
Yeah, there is no skill set is the point, which is to say, if I took your brain and placed your brain into a man's body, you would be impossible.
You can't. Oh, you're right, yeah. I'm just good for nothing. Yep, you can't.
No, you are good for something. That's why you have OnlyFans. And that's my point, is that that's what you're good for. And I'm not trying to be rude, but it's just that we're... No, I'm just being honest.
No, I mean, being honest, do you even know who I am as a person? I mean, before like throwing these insults that I'm just this brain dead.
Pause. I don't know who you are as a person. That's what makes the point salient. Yes, it is provocative on purpose. The point of it is that it is skillless. Any woman can take her clothes off and abuse the money system. Any woman can do this, and any person can say, well, they're just making a good business decision. But the fact of the matter is that it's not a business decision. It's the oldest fucking occupation in history. Any woman can sell her body. Any woman can sell her body. Any man can sell her body too, right? Absolutely, any man can sell his body. However, we live in society, and in this modern day and age, let a motherfucker sell his dick. Let a motherfucker sell his dick. Let him up sell his dick. Let a motherfucker sell him his dick. And the moment he goes viral and he's not featured on Poe's stream or featured on Poe's Twitter, the way that he featured the one guy, he's getting mocked eternally. Let him be ugly. Let him be medium ugly. Let him be medium ugly like me. He's getting mocked eternally. Every time he goes onto a panel, every time he goes onto a podcast, even if it's something that was like a one-off thing, even if he didn't fuck anybody, he's getting mocked for it eternally. You will never get away from it. You will never be able to escape it. Many of these women will never be able to escape it either, but that's not the point. Point is, man does it, mocked eternally. Because the idea of it, if he does not look like Jason Love, is like lol, who's having sex with this guy? This guy's a loser. This is what I'd be interested in. And regardless of whether or not there'd be women who would side with it or not, which there probably would be plenty of women who would say, oh, I wouldn't do it, but then they'd be like, but maybe, lip bite. But at the end of the goddamn day, when it comes down to brass fucking tacks, where did that come from? Oh, wait, I'm in a shaper mat. But at the end of the day, they're going to look at it and say all the jokes, but then when it's a woman, it immediately changes because current year, like, politics. Or rather, current year brain set. It's unacceptable for me to see a man in this light, but it's okay for a woman to see it because it's current year. This shouldn't disturb people. But tell them, listen, it takes no skill to take your clothes off. And they come up with the counter argument of, well, it takes no skill, so everybody can do it. They can do it, so why don't you do it? Because there's consequences. Like anything in life, there's consequences for doing it. Go out there, use your body for content. People are going to mock you. Go out there, waste your money on this content, and try to cope about it because, lol, it's not the same, except it is the same.
Ready to revisit the past?
Everyone's gonna make fun of you about
The
it.
more you kill, the more you change.
Do stupid shit involving your money, involving your time, involving your involvement with other people. People will mock you about it. It's a very one-dimensional, open-shut example. It's really hard to confuse. It's really hard to get wrong. That guy's not gonna die. Fuck. So definitely cannot do this on a high tier. Well, no, you have to do it on high tier maps. Actually, haha. Oh, this loop mechanic just fucks up so many things. So definitely cannot be used to farm fucking in maps where you're trying to go for this because it just makes it impossible.
Good job.
Anyways.
Avoid ad hominem.
Nothing
No, that's
to
not
offer?
avoid ad hominem. But is it ad hominem? When you actually, there were some, but
Brainless might be a little.
Do you, I think you even know me. Like, you don't even, and you're only calling me brainless because I'm the only one responding to you.
Do you think? You know what I think?
I don't know. It's kind of brainless to sell your body on the internet and get mad that people criticize you. It's kind of brainless. A little bit. Just kind of, sort of, sweetie. Just kind of, sort of, sweetheart. Kind of, sort of brainless. Kind of, sort of. Definitely connect techniques.
Now the architect of expansion has a base of operations from which to begin exploring.
A little bit upset. Just so you know, every girl sitting on this side of the table earns more money than me. He's an imposter. He's been outed in the past. He basically warps. I'm a rich guy on the internet.
That is true. This is true. However, them making more money does not make his point less fucking valuable. Which is also the reason why I bring up this point. Oh, why do you care bringing it up? Why men would have this happen? Aren't there plenty of male porn stars that probably get their start just like that guy you mentioned from Poe? Yeah, but the difference is that his dick is big and he looks like he's got, like he wouldn't have meat, but he's got meat. That's the point. Looks are deceiving. Backgrounds are deceiving. And despite this, in a panel setting, with somebody like this, with this kind of background, if this guy tries to make that point, his shit will be brought up as a way to try to discount his arguments and his points and his words. It's basic debate bro shit. It's embarrassing. And even if they made more money, his point would still be valid. It would just now need to be repeated by somebody else so that other people get on top of it. It's like Jack's Films thing about content theft. But Jack's Films, excuse me, wrong person. It's like Dark Viper AU, molding about content theft. But Jack's Films does a better argument of it. Nerd City does a better argument of it. I can do a better argument of it. Because for him to crawl to the podcast for views, Saint opens himself up to this argument. And even though, on one part, he's doing it because this generates better views, there was a discussion behind the scenes. He talked to the guys of the Whatever podcast. They said, how risky can I get? They said, this is how risky. And he's like, alright, I'm gonna do it. And even as he's saying the shit, the Whatever podcast guys don't fucking care. These girls will come back again to get the conversation because by them going onto that podcast, they will generate more money. It's completely chill. They literally lose nothing. Being insulted by, even if by their standards, a poor broke loser, they literally benefit from this happening.
Come begin chase.
I love being hit. I love being hit. It's so nice to get almost slammed to death. That's so nice. It's so fucking balanced. There's nothing wrong with it. Cope, 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 cope. That does not look like Antonon's champ. Never know. Never mind. It's Antonon's mark. It's Antonon's mark. Potters. It's probably not worth anything.
A little bit of context. Saint was going back and forth with the young lady who I believe has an OnlyFans or some degree of sex work. It was talking to her regarding her relative worth or utility on the planet. As to say is that if you take your skill set and if you were to become a man, well, you wouldn't be worth much to this world. Adam interjects because this is an attack to Adam as well because he's into S work as well.
I was absolutely poor.
On behalf of all the girls, I think we all are kind of in agreement that we don't really want to sit here and listen to someone who's basically a scam artist tell us what's wrong with our lives.
This is amazing.
So I'm kind of on the edge of walking out Ryan when we totally I just don't really want to listen to a scam artist.
You can Google my name. You can Google my name right now. You can Google my name.
If you Google his name, you'll be exhilarated.
I hurt your feelings earlier, and
you didn't hurt my feelings at all. It's just you're trying to do this whole moral superiority thing, and it's not working because you're broke. You're actually broke.
Here's the funny thing.
You got milk on top of your head.
Here's the funny thing.
I'm just being real with you.
If I was actually broke, it literally would mean nothing to me.
Why didn't you put Adam on your fans for like $400?
It's so cringe. He's so mad. He's so upset. And the thing is, because Saint lives in this kind of shit, he knows he has them exactly where he wants them. So it can work.
Silly, checkmate. This guy's a scammer.
The first time when I saw this, I was saying to myself, oh, they must have a particular history. If you guys know what this history is, feel free to leave it in the comment box down below, because I'm not familiar with it. But I find it so odd that Adam says you're trying this morally superiority thing, but it's not working because you're broke. What does money have to do with being morally superior? I think Adam's completely wrong here. The moral superiority that he's juxtaposing to the decisions that Adam 22 has made in his life is bothering Adam. This is his deepest fear and his deepest insecurity. And now that he's out of the digital bubble where he feels protected and he's interacting with somebody who's making him feel the consequences of his actions, there goes the inevitable rage quit. Let's watch.
So, I think I'm going to leave, and if any girls want to leave with me, I'll take you.
He's rage quitting. He's rage quitting. It's not a rage quit.
It's so good.
You're not on the level of...
It's not a rage quit, because you're not on the level of a person that deserves the respect of a discussion, bro. Look at me, I'm Adam 22. I let people fuck my wife, and I'm so much of a Chad that instead of standing my ground and making somebody feel small by reminding him, listen, I have a wife, I got kids, I can fuck everybody at this table. There's not a single thing you say to me that's gonna make me feel better, Saint. Instead of, you don't even know how to build an NFC from the command line. But the best he can manage is, you're a scammer, girls, I'm leaving, come with me. I'll save you, queens, and then you can have sex with Jason too.
Guys, hold on. Let's just take a little pause here. I don't want to listen to this guy anymore, and I feel like I might do something extreme if I were to stick around.
When I first walked in, I
might have to polish that milk dust.
When I saw you.
Translation: I'm so upset with the fact that I'm being fucking put on the spot, and I feel like I'm gonna try to defend the virtue of these girls who are not gonna leave with me because they know this shit gets them more views and gets them more clicks. The same way he does for Saint in the Center, that I'm gonna leave the room because I'm the bigger man. Me, the bigger content creator. I'm leaving the room because I'm the bigger man and I know what I'm doing. I'm better than you. I've got more money. So instead of doing something with my time and turning this around like a content creator would and making some content, I am instead going to leave. Cause I'm a big coochie. I'm the biggest coochie inside the entire room. I can't do shit about it. Cause I don't like when I get called out. It's so bad for me. Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Downstairs, I said, do you want the fade? And he said no.
Okay.
When I first walked in, I said, do you want the fade? You said no. We can take care of that before the show started.
Do you guys have like some pre-existing beef or something?
Listen, when I came in downstairs, the first thing I said when I saw him, I said, do you need that fade? And he said, no, it's just content.
Oh, I didn't know you guys had like...
Yeah, as soon as I walked up, I said, do you need that fade? And he said, no, it's just content.
Oh, but I mean, like, did you guys have like a previous...
Yeah, because I went on No Jumper, he waited until I left the state of California, and then he started talking crazy. And I said, if you had an issue with Marquette Devon Burton, you could have said that to me when I was right there in your studio. You don't have to wait until I leave.
Did you do an episode with him?
You don't have to wait until I leave. And then he DM'd me on Instagram like, hey bro, we gotta like do a show when you come back. It's like your phone.
Are you leaving?
The super villain. The super villain. Wow. No, I'm the super villain. Wow.
You're a fucking dick and you're an idiot.
She is angry. She wants her clout. She has like a tear in her eye. She has a tear in her eye.
So Adam rage quits. He never comes back to the show. And honestly, I think that for the continuation of his career, he made a fantastic decision. Because he's probably thinking to himself is that he's going to be able to content with Milk Factory from the questions that were being levied his way. And he's not about to sit through the next 4 hours of having these questions, these formulaic questions levied upon him, while having to defend a lifestyle which is unequivocally less moral than the lifestyle of a porn actor that involves his wife in the business. By the way,
this doesn't have anything necessarily to do with morals. It's the follow through, bro. That's the thing that is important. It's not morality. Morality does not matter to people who are on the internet who don't care about how this shit will personally affect them, because if they cared how it personally affect them, they would not be on the fucking internet. Motherfucker, you asked me for the trade! If he cared, he would not be doing this shit on the internet. He would not be out here doing this shit the way that he does. He would not be going on to these shows, and he would definitely not be putting his wife on the spot the way that he does. It clearly has nothing to do with morality. It has to do with virality. Are you doing this for content, yes or no? If yes, why do you feel comfortable doing this for content? Because it doesn't matter to you. But if it doesn't matter to you, why are you saying, hey, yo, bro, I was more than happy to fuck her friend. I was willing to fuck her with other dudes when we weren't married. I was willing to fuck women afterwards and still do actively have a podcast called The Plug Talk, where immediately as I do an interview with a porn star, confirmed porn stars, not random women off the street, although he probably will random women off the street too. Plenty of these fucking Instagram thoughts would be willing to do it. Where's Brittany Renner? She can get some money. Call AT on a Trump. do a BWC. Carl, stop it. You're being a better content creator than Adam22. If you really wanted it to be a question of morality, you would have to make the question of, is it moral for you and your wife to do this fetish where you are clearly putting her out on the internet like I'm the big millionaire bimbo husband that doesn't care about his wife, and she's the uncared for, unlooked after, unsatisfied woman, despite the fact we actually have a wonderful loving relationship. We're like, we nut and fucking every night, but we put out the image like, oh my god, my husband just doesn't satisfy me. Will you do it? You have to be willing to say, is this a good look that you should be selling to the people who subscribe to your content? That's the actual question you should ask him. You don't ask him, is this moral? Is this religious? Is this the good thing? No. Do you think this is a good thing? When you have a daughter, do you have a daughter right now? He has a daughter. When your daughter comes of age, are you going to let her see your porn? Yes? No? No? Why? You know, that's my kid, and I don't want to see it, but love is love, right? And all she'd be looking at is the parents doing the shit, right? Oh, so it's different. Weird. Interesting. So, you should do porn, but your daughter shouldn't do porn. Is that something you're going to tell her that she can't do when she comes of age? Because, unfortunately for him, his wife's already made the dumbass statement of saying, my wife can do what, like, my daughter can be able to do whatever she wants when she comes of age. So, your daughter can go ahead and get a scene with Jason Love then. Yeah, do a mommy-daughter scene. Yeah, put it on there for black.com. Do it for Blacked Raw. It doesn't matter, right? It's all content, bro. In fact, that should be the next thing that's said. That should be the next thing that is said by the next guy that bangs Lena. The next guy that bangs Lena. Bear her the fuck over. Give it to her. Raw and hard. Like some of these artists I follow on Twitter. And then, right at the money shot, make sure you lean her closer to the camera. Make sure Adam's sitting in the cuck chair. Make sure you do the shot. Yeah, just make sure he's got big hands too, otherwise it don't work. Make sure you do the shot, spread it wide open, and then pan over to the look on Adam's face, and make sure you get a big wide smile with a grin. Don't worry, Adam. It's just for content. Close seating! Because you cannot say, bro, it's all content to me, and then walk out saying, listen, bro, if I stay here, I'm gonna fight this guy who's not worth it. You're such an alpha, bro, man. You're such a Chad. You're such a Chad. You let yourself get fucking dogged out by somebody you called a beta. He's so bitter, guys. He makes not enough money that I'm intimidated by him and I won't stand my ground. Listen, bros. He's so insignificant. He's so beneath me. That's why I'm the one running away. Content creators used to be content creators, man. Content creators used to be content creators. Now they're just porn stars.
By the way, none of the girls, including the one that actually left the podcast, which I would say is a bit odd because I believe it's from this girl who's sitting over here in the pink downwards, are all OnlyFans or S workers who could probably gain clout, money, notoriety by getting to know an Adam22. But anyway, guys, go up to the whatever podcast, leave a link to it down in the description box down below so you can see the kind of the conversation and the back and forth. I think it was also a tall tale sign while Adam22 was still in the building, how he just looked like a lost puppy throughout the conversation, not knowing what to do, not knowing what to say. But I think essentially you can sum up this bout as Adam22, while being richer or having more clout and more status, doesn't mean shit because he's gotten there through monetizing degeneracy. Whereas Saint, and I don't personally know the guy, but I'm taking a guess here and thinking that he doesn't sacrifice his morality for the bag, and he has an issue with the way Adam conducts himself.
No. Saint the Sinner has completely corrupted himself for clout. That is a 100% guarantee. He does not care about the clout because he needs shit like this. Things like the Whatever podcast keep him in business because he's capable of using it to pivot to do whatever it is he wants to do and never have to actually really concern himself with how bad it really can get. Because if he were to fall out on his content and had absolutely nothing to do, it wouldn't fucking matter. Because he could always pivot to something else. That's what you get to do when you have that level of money and involvement to get to go to these shows. Going on to a podcast like this can just be a straight boon to your career. Doesn't matter whether or not you're getting your shit pushed in. All you gotta do is just get one viral clip and everybody's repeating your name. As seen here. That's really the worst part of it. It's not that, oh man, Adam 22's getting dogged. It's that Adam 22's getting dogged by a guy who got fucking rolled by Destiny. So he's not even on Destiny's level. But he wants to go to places and act like he's a big shot. Which means he's definitely not on even my level. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. I'm probably going to go straight to Heavy Breach. Yeah, I'm gonna go straight to Heavy Breach. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then this is this, and then this is additional amount. That's chance for breaches. I don't want breach speed. I'd have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then that'll put me on the wheel side for Hunt for Answers.
Through that, so we asked some questions about it. And I also think that Adam 22 becoming rich AF and his wife becoming rich AF through degeneracy also tells a story regarding the state of the world today. Because degeneracy gets pushed within the algorithm, while strong morals, values, and teaching often get suppressed. But above all, this conversation reminds me that the road less traveled, being a stoic, rational, moral man, can often be a lot more difficult to pursue, but that path will make you richer in life, as opposed to taking the ethically or the moral, easy way out, as what Adam 22 has done within his life. So keep on pursuing for good throughout your life. Short term may leave you morally bankrupt, like Adam 22, but good long-term moral thinking, ethical thinking, is the way you can encroach upon true happiness within your life.
I mean, ethical is more important than moral. I have some pretty fucked up morals as a man. However, that does not mean that I cannot do what's ethical. It is ethical for me to do what I do. Because, 1, I don't sell myself. 2, I don't sell my wife. Even if we were not married or dating. Especially if there wasn't a child in the picture, I would not put her on the internet and expect her to sit right next to me as I get my shit pushed in by somebody trying desperately hard to put me on a spot. I would not let her do that. I would not let her suffer that embarrassment. But for some reason, Lena can't even defend her man. She can't stand by her man. She can't fuck her man. And she can't protect him from getting his shit pushed in by a fucking idiot on a podcast. It's weird. It's weird. I'm telling you. It's weird, I'm telling you. I'm telling you it's weird. Let's see here.
Welcome everyone, my name is Sean, and today we are finally talking about this whole Rachel Ziegler Snow White controversy that we've actually discussed on this channel before when it was about Peter Dinklage, but I think we need to get this whole thing out there in the open so you can understand my perspective, and of course, so that we can dip into the bank account of Jeremy from the Quartering, who has found himself a new white whale, a new Brie Larson, this time in a smaller, more Latina-y package.
Weird.
And that, of course, is the meme-worthy person that is Rachel Ziegler. I was going to call her Zoe Ziegler. That's a problem that I have. I might mess that up throughout the course of this video, but before we get into that, I want to say thank you to everybody sign up over at naturaljusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
And thank you to the podcast listeners, Spotify, Apple, and Google's podcasting platform. So Rachel Ziegler, as you guys know by now, if you're clicking on this video, I'm certain is the Latina actress that was cast for Disney's live-action reboot of their classic, I believe their first feature-length animated film, Snow White. Now, a lot of people say, oh, this is another instance of brownwashing. You're putting a person of color in a traditionally white role. In fact, it's so white that her name is Snow White. But the thing is, she actually genuinely looks like the character when she's in the full costume. And depending on where you are in the world, Hispanics are actually considered white people. But setting that aside, I have to make the point that I always make when it comes to any of these live-action reboots, and that is, they should not be made. Things are animated for a reason. Animation is a beautiful art form. Animation is in no way, shape, or form superior to live-action. And all of the Disney live-action reboots of their animated classics are trash in every possible way. However, Ziegler has decided to take a little bit of a different tack.
I just mean that it's no longer longer 1937. We absolutely wrote a Snow White that is not going to be saved by the prince. She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be, and the leader that her late father told her that she could be, and she was fearless, very true.
He decided very early on to trash this role that she was given, this highly paid Disney role, in a film that was initially, at least when they were starting to cast for this, almost guaranteed to make $1 billion, and tell you how unwoven this movie is and how they're going to fix it, because we all know your animated classics, the thing that started off Disney's legendary run to the successful company that it is today, needs to be trashed by a modern actress with her current year woke politics. However, she wasn't the first one to do this. This was actually Peter Dinklage's doing, which actually damaged this movie going forward.
There's a lot of hypocrisy, I gotta say. You know, somebody who's a little bit unique, front row seat doesn't. Really? Like what? Like what do you see? Well, you know, it's really progressive to cast a, literally no offense to anyone, but I was a little taken back by they're very proud to cast a Latino actress as Snow White. Yeah. But you're still telling the story of Snow White, yeah. Seven Dwarfs. Sure. But take a step back and look what you're doing there. Yeah. You know, that makes no sense to me. Well, so you're progressive in one way, and then but you're still making that backward story of Seven Dwarfs.
Now, if you guys will remember, when Peter Dinklage came out against the Seven Dwarfs, there was a guy called Hornswoggle who did an appearance on Tucker Carlson, who actually came out against Peter Dinklage. He was also a dwarf, by the way, because he said that Dinklage's woke offense to this particular movie was going to cost 7 dwarf actors their roles in this movie, and this is disastrous because they don't get a lot of opportunities where they have roles that are tailor-made for them.
My biggest thing is he wants to be progressive, and it's all about progression. I support that completely.
Those who remember Hornswoggle, that's the small, I'm gonna be nice. Dwarf. Gigantism challenged. Little person. That made his fame as a wrestler in the WWE. Quite literally, one of the most beloved fucking wrestlers. Just simple fact that how the hell are you gonna be mad at him? He's got one job. You just show up like a replicon and make everything better. Not even joking. Not even joking.
But the issue is, him being progressive is eliminating 7 potential dream jobs from the dwarf acting community. And that's my issue here is, he's saying he wants to move forward and do good for the community, when these are dream jobs.
But of course, Peter Dinklage, like many of the woke skulls out there, is a pull the ladder up behind him after he's already made it to the top, so he was unmoved by this, and the dwarves were removed, although I believe they're being added back now via CGI, which means you're going to have the dwarves in the movies anyway. They're just not going to be paying any dwarf actors to play those characters. Great job, Peter Dinklage. Now, this already set the stage for people to have problems with this movie, but then Rachel Ziegler started giving us her hot takes on how terrible the source material was, the source material that helped build up Disney, the company that she's working for, and of course, that she is to be adapting for the big screen for live action.
I just mean that it's no longer 1937. We absolutely wrote a Snow White that is not going to be saved by the prince. She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be, and the leader that her late father told her that she could be if she was fearless, very true.
So yeah, this is from Variety, and if you guys don't know, Gal Gadot is actually playing the evil queen or whatever. I forgot what she's called, honestly. I'm not big on the Disney animated movies. I haven't seen them since I was a child. Relax, people, relax. And of course, they're undercutting the material. They're saying, oh, she's going to be this brave girl boss and all this, which is something that Disney often does with their live action reboots of their animated movies. But one of the things that I find interesting about this is that they'll make these kind of changes in order to suit modern sensibilities, but then they won't change the stuff that should be changed as a ripple effect from that previous change, and you end up with a movie that just doesn't gel in this cohesive way. And that's the thing. These animated movies, the way that
like having a story about racism bad, therefore love who you love, but Black Mermaid in a place where, well, the races would definitely not allow what would be seen as a commoner marrying in power, no matter how bad his son has jungle fever. Which also doesn't make sense considering that the king of the ocean is also a minority. So it would be reverse racism, but actual racism. In justified reverse racism, but actual racism. It's weird. It's weird. Described the right way around.
that they had to hand draw them, they're clean, they're efficient. The live action counterparts, they have bloat, extra songs, extra scenes, they're always worse than the original, and honestly, even without all of this annoyingness from Rachel Ziegler, nobody should see these movies because they should stop making these movies because they're inherently disrespectful to the original in a way that I don't think people quite understand, in a way that a live action reboot of a previous live action movie just isn't. And by the way, you can make your own Snow White movie. It's a fairy tale. A lot of people can do it. You can do different interpretations. You can do that in live action. I got no problem with that, but it's the idea that you have to reboot the animated movie in live action that really gets on my nerves, and it should bother more people than the actual internal politics of these particular movies.
I mean, you know, the original cartoon came out in 1937, and very evidently so. There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her. Weird. So we didn't do that this time.
Now, of course, she goes on to say, oh, it's so weird that this guy stalks her and all that, and it's not about the love story, and honestly, they could cut the prince's love scenes completely because we're going for a different girl boss thing, which, of course, is the common trend in today's movies, and again, is not the actual story of Snow White, and if you're going to make this many changes, then don't reboot the animated movie in order to do so. Don't ride the IP coattails of the original animated Snow White if you're just going to trash everything about this movie. And by the way, again, rebooting the animated movie, I need to emphasize this over and over again, even if you did a shot-for-shot remake, is actually trashing the original because animation is beautiful. You don't need to reboot animation in live action. Anybody who likes this is dumb. And now, that's all one thing. That's all stuff that we've seen before, but what has been incredibly funny is to see Rachel Ziegler now backtrack on all of these things.
They got rid of it? Really?
It's because she's really upset that the Disney Corporation is not happy with her ridiculous performance.
Definitely pressure. The cartoon's so beloved. It's like a monumental moment in film history. Yeah. It was like the first feature-length cartoon movie to the point where it won honorary Oscars and all of these amazing things that...
Yeah, they got rid of it. Wow. They got rid of one of the gems that I was intending to buy this season. Is it just that there's none on the market? Let me look. Maybe it's that there's none on the market. Certainly, it's not that there's none, period. Certainly, the item must exist. Oh, wow. It's just gone. Okay. Ain't that some shit?
That happened for that film, or the reason that you and I really get to sit here today, because it made Disney what it is.
So now that the backlash has set in against her, we all of a sudden see her do interviews. And by the way, this one is with the chick that was cast for the live-action Little Mermaid. And I actually saw that movie, didn't care for it. Again, animation should not be rebooted in live action. I don't know how many times I need to say that. And she's talking about how, oh, this film has this great legacy, and she really likes it, which is hilarious because we saw her before talk about how weird it was.
Weird.
And by the way, even in that particular instance, I'm not so much bothered by that. It's just this about face and the ungrateful attitude for being given this opportunity that is really rubbing people the wrong way. I happen to be of the belief that great actors sometimes can't stand or don't care about the source material. We see this a lot. In fact, Stannis Baratheon, the actor that plays him on the Game of Thrones TV show, doesn't care at all about Game of Thrones. And there's all these amazing stories from behind the scenes where he would ask the other actors what was going on in the scene because he came there to do a job, and he's one of the best actors in there. However, even though we see that attitude from him, for some reason it works for him because he doesn't seem to be going out of his way to trash the source material. He just makes it clear that he's not really a fan of it, and he's done other things that he finds more interesting in terms of acting. But Zoe Ziegler, or Rachel Ziegler as her actual name is now backtracking and pretending she's the super fan. And by the way, this isn't the only instance of her backtracking, but let's play this one so you could hear a little bit more of it.
Of course, there's like this pressure of being the first one, having to bring to life the first one, and obviously that's come with a lot of pressure that I put on myself, and also, I mean, much like Hunger Games, it's just
It just happens to be, well, she's saying this across from Halle Bailey. Yeah. There's absolutely nothing about this that smells like bullshit from Variety.
Very dedicated group of people who love Disney cartoons. I'm one of them.
So now she's talking about how there's so much pressure to bring to life Disney's first animated movie. It's the first one. It's so dramatic, and she cares so much about the source material. Ignore the fact that she hated the source material and said that she hated it repeatedly throughout her many various interviews and whatnot. And she also brings up the Hunger Games movie, which, by the way, a lot of people said that movie was going to be woke, terrible, trash, and all that. So I actually watched it, planning on reviewing it for you guys out there in the audience. And I'm not going to lie, I actually found that movie to be pretty decent. Now, I don't like any of the original Hunger Games.
Because it is a Hunger Games prequel story, where you don't have to worry about anything happening there because it's talking about one of the first fucking Hunger Games, period. It's not going to be the same kind of garbage that you'd expect in this case, because it's not going to be close to the same kind of garbage, despite the fact it feels like it should be.
Games movies, not a fan of Jennifer Lawrence. In fact, I have an irrational hatred for Jennifer Lawrence in a bunch of different movies, and that's due to the fact that they basically made Mystique the leader of the X-Men, the hero of the world, because Jennifer Lawrence was playing that character, and I feel like she ruined the reboot series of X-Men based on her star power, and that translated over to the Hunger Games. But I found the new rebooted version, the prequel or whatever, to be a little bit more gritty. There was less crazy technology and all that, and she was perfectly fine. Also, she wasn't the main character in that movie, so I wasn't bothered by her all that much.
You know, I love everything that the Disney company has put out in the past a million years, 100 years, and so yeah.
Now this part made me laugh because you have somebody who's going out of her way to trash the source material, making all these jokes, talking about how it's so weird, it's so icky, and we're not doing that. We're fixing Snow White. We know better than your roots in the past. We know better than the things that built the company that she's working for. And now all of a sudden, it's not only that she loves Snow White, she loves Snow White harder than anything humanly possible, but she also loves literally everything put out by the Disney Corporation, which, by the way, means that she loves Song of the South. I'm not saying anything. She's the one who said it. She's the one who went over the top in her reversal. So that means Rachel Ziegler, A+ fan of Song of the South, and that's just an objective fact. Now, it actually gets even funnier because there are particular stories that you would think are personal and related to Ziegler's past that she's even gone out of her way to change in order to say that she's such a big fan of Snow White. She's the top-tier Snow White fan of all time. Nobody loves Snow White more than Rachel Ziegler.
I was scared of the original cartoon. I think I watched it once and then I never picked it up. Like, I'm being so serious. I watched it once and I went on the ride in Disney World. It's called Snow White's Scary Adventures. Doesn't sound like something little kid would like. Was terrified of it. Never even considered it. So I watched it for the first time in probably 16, 17 years.
So in this interview with Gal Gadot, you have Ziegler talking about how she watched it as a kid, wasn't into it at all, and then she went to Disney World with her family, went on the Snow White Scary Adventures ride. I've never heard of it. I'm not a big Disney World person myself. And she hated the ride, found it scary, and she never revisited the character for 16 years. Fast forward a little bit into the future when she's on a late night show, when she's backtracking, and all of a sudden that very real sounding personal story of a kid being scared by a ride at the tender age of 6 is completely flipped.
Have you ever been to that Snow White ride at Disneyland?
I get stopped for photos every time I'm online for the Snow White ride, and it is I have to pretend go crazy over in front of this.
Wait, how often are you in line for the Snow White ride?
I'm a narcissist. I mean, it's always like my public was with me last night after, and I was like, you know what? Every time they come up to me, I'm always online for this freaking ride, and they
So the difference here is that the story is based on a late night show. The late night show is basically a pander softball opportunity for her to get star power and to seem like she's likable, fun, and attractive. That's the difference. That's the difference maker.
It's like I'm standing there waiting for the photo op. Like,
well, you kind of are, you know?
So first of all, I just want to point out that she's very upset at the fact that she, the character that is playing Snow White, when she's lining up for the Snow White ride, that she absolutely loves, ignore her previous story, by the way, because she loves this, is being stopped by little kids who want to take photos with her, and she has to pretend like she is happy that the plebs, the human garbage, the refuge of society, the non-famous people want to take a photo with her. So already, not the best look, I'm not saying anything, I'm just saying, but it actually gets even funnier going forward because Jimmy Kimmel asked her a follow-up related to this, and she completely reverses what she said before. Again, the overcompensation, the over-denial of her past that I find to be completely absurd.
Is that your favorite ride? I mean, that's a weird thing that you are Snow White.
I'm a really big Disney fan. I grew up at the Disney parks. My parents took me every summer.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, so it's like it is a part of my upbringing. It's my favorite thing. So it's just one of those things.
Now, as you can see, based on that clip, we have a full 180. Before, this ride scared her, she hated it, never revisited it.
I was scared of the original. I watched it once and I never picked it up. Like, I'm being so serious. I watched it once and I went on the ride in Disney World. It's called Snow White Scary Adventures. doesn't sound like something Lily didn't like. Was terrified of it. Never even considered it.
Now, Disney's a part of her childhood, and her absolute favorite ride, because when you lie, you gotta lie extreme, is in fact that Snow White.
Is that your favorite ride? I mean, that's a weird thing that you are Snow White now.
I mean, it's one of the original. I'm a really big Disney fan. I grew up at the Disney parks. My parents took me every summer.
you did?
Yeah, so it's like it is part of my upbringing. It's my favorite thing. So
We have Rachel Ziegler trying to rescue this, trying to right this ship. She's already slammed into the iceberg. She's trying to find a lifeboat, but it's so obvious, especially when you see these clips, that this is somebody being incredibly disingenuous. Now, to be clear, like I said, you don't have to be a fan of the original source material to do a good job. Obviously, this has happened before. I gave you examples throughout this video, but because of this controversy surrounding Rachel Ziegler, because of the whole thing with Peter Dinklage and the dwarves, this movie seems to be set up for an absolute disaster. And by the way, in response to this, the Daily Wire has actually put out their own version of Snow White to compete with the Disney version that stars Brett Cooper, and I have some thoughts about that as well.
Once upon a time, in time a prince would come. Once upon a time, but now that time is gone.
Now, full disclosure, if any of you who saw my review of the first half of the Candace Owens response to Making a Murderer, the Stephen Avery thing, I received the screeners from the Daily Wire in that particular instance. That being said, this does not skew my judgment in any way. I don't get why all the conservatives are so hyped for this Snow White. First and foremost, I don't get the appeal of seeing people who are hosts that talk about politics take up acting roles. This does not seem particularly interesting to me. And again, even though they're not rebooting Snow
Because it's a content thing. It's less about who's this girl. Well, she looks pretty. It's more like, my God, he's taking over the content. It's like the Lady Ballers film, which is to say, it is exactly like the Lady Ballers film. It's less, man, I don't see exactly the cultural elements of this, and more like, oh my God, conservatives are making shit. They're not just complaining about the things we're doing. They're actually making stuff, and it's better in the zeitgeist than what we look like because of the inevitable slippery slope of current year. We can't let them win, bro. We can't let them win, bro. That's what that is. There's going to be a lot of me repeating and saying that's what that is. This is not hard to understand. They don't like when people make shit. They like when people are reactionaries. So they can say, don't listen to them, they're reactionaries. When they are proactive and they actively make a thing saying, bro, we can make something better than that. In fact, I already did. You can pay $5.99 to watch it right now. It stars one of my fucking hosts that is a part of my podcast line. It would be terrifying to a person who wants to say people are reactionaries. So they see this made, they react to it and say, what? You're not allowed to do that. You guys are supposed to just mold and seethe because we made a thing. And they're like, no, we're gonna make money. We're gonna compete in the marketplace. And it looks like I'm winning. Damn, that must suck, bro. Bro, that's crazy. They don't like that. They don't like that. They don't like that at all. It's bad to them. I hate when that happens. Because it's not the same thing as you coping, seething, and molding. Coping and seething and molding is supposed to be what happens. But unfortunately, it's not happening that way. And that pisses them off. A lot. A lot, a lot. A lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. A lot.
Snow White, they're telling their own version of Snow White. To me, if the Daily Wire actually wants to be successful, they're going in the complete wrong direction. I don't care how nice that CGI gopher or beaver or whatever that is actually looks. In my opinion, if you want to make money as a new up-and-coming movie studio and you don't just want to do the conservative version of this or that, you need to go in the direction of horror movies. If you look at the economics of film, the only way to make profitable movies at low budget is to go for horror movies. There's originality in the horror scene. Sure, there's a lot of garbage in there, but look at a studio like Blumhouse or look at a studio like A24 that manages to have consistent theatrical releases.
Okay, that's different. Blumhouse and A24 can put out good horror films because they're not taking the Shutter method, which is, let's give this unheard of content creator who got shutted out from Dead Meat featuring James a platform. Instead, they're coming up with a concept and they're saying, okay, workshop me an idea that I can make for under 15 million. That's what they're doing. Come up with a concept. Is it funny? Is it cool? Can we make something humorous out of it? For example, if you really wanted to be able to be a up-and-coming studio and you wanted to conglomerize on the success of a particular franchise moving forward, I would definitely conglomerize on Happy Death Day. That actress is who should have been playing Captain Marvel. Hands down. Hands down, that actress should have been chosen over Brie Larson. Because she can do serious, she can do funny, and she can do tongue-in-cheek. It's everything you want. In the case of the Daily Wire, putting forth Brett Cooper to be a movie star, in just the terms of like their version of conservative films, is a good thing. Because she's relatively young, she's about to reach her prime Kazarian Milker. She's about to reach her prime Kazarian Milker value. She is currently engaged to be married. She has a stable relationship. Having her create a fan base around herself and become even more viral than she already is, representing the Zoomer variation of Ben Shapiro, like he's totally not her fucking godfather, Which, that surprised me. I honestly thought it was like the youngest little sister of his family. But no, it's just she just has the phrenology of looking like him. She's not, in fact, a Ben Shapiro clone. She's not like the child of his sister. Conglomerizing her, popularizing her, putting her on the internet, and making sure that everybody knows who she is a good thing for them if what they want to do is make content. At least Ben has a content brain, and he has the understanding of knowing how to utilize that content. But past that, it's really, really, really hard to see what would happen next. Past that point. Because it's much harder. It's much, much harder to be able to pin it down in the ways a person would probably want to for this. Because it's not as easy. It's not as simple.
Due in large part to the fact that they stick to horror and they go with low budget, high marketing, and they get that out there to the general audience. I feel like the Daily Wire is a good idea in theory. Their whole streaming thing, their whole we're going to make content thing, and they obviously have some financial backing. However, there's just not the direction that I would go into, and I have no interest. I don't care what anybody says on the internet.com. I don't care if you're a fan of the Daily Wire, against the Daily Wire, a fan of Brett Cooper, against Brett Cooper. This to me just does not seem like the way to make money. And if you want to be a successful competitor to Disney, you have to be a profitable competitor. You have to actually contrast them. Nobody is going to go in the direction that you're going. You're not going to be the trend maker. You're not going to make waves in Hollywood if all of your movies lose money. So yeah, it looks expensive and all that, but what's the point of it? Especially when, again, if you do horror movies, you can have originality, you can have profitability, and also you can interweave your conservative messaging through allegory, so it's not so heavy-handed, not so over the top. That's just my opinion. I've said it on Twitter. A lot of people are going to disagree with me. A lot of people will say, oh, but I don't like horror movies or whatever. But the thing is, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're incorrect. You're ridiculous in every possible way, and you need to get on the economics of filmmaking like I am, because I know all things. I am the wisest man. But hey, those are just my thoughts. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. If you like this video, show me by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social medias, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about the Rachel Ziegler Snow White controversy. Till next time.
By the way, it's not the greatest thing in existence. It has a shelf life, at the very minimum. It has a shelf life. Where's the other thing in my dossier? Where's the other thing in my dossier? I had it. I had it and I lost it. Is it in podcast ideas? Yes, it is.
Do you identify as black? No, it's a serious question, because you might not identify. Can you please put the mic? Thank you. Do you identify as black?
Oh my God. Oh.
I gotta put that shit back. Hold on. We gotta bring it back.
Oh my God.
We gotta bring it. Listen, somebody sent me this.
I've seen this clip, so I'm not gonna react as energetic as I probably would, but I want to hear their take on it.
And I need.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I gotta play back. Let me play back.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Shout out to playback.
Oh my God.
Ready?
Yeah.
Do you identify as black?
Those of you who are not even looking at the screen currently, I forget the name of the individual she's asking the question to, but a caramel black woman goes to a microphone and basically is asking a career intellectual, very obviously an African American, are you even black? Black in this term is not being used as the catch-all for are you African American. She's saying, are you thinking politically black? Because you don't think and you don't act politically black. Which is to say that the, quote, black caucus should be hyper-progressive. And because he does not do this, she asks the provocative question, are you even black? And then she restates, well, no, it's a serious question because you might not even identify as black. Which is also why the guy moved the microphone away, because it sounded like it was a fucking upsetting question. He has a great response to it, but I want to hear what Preach and Abba have to say about it.
Oh, no, please help me, Jesus. Jesus.
Listen, you're talking to me. No matter how whitewashed you think this man is, no matter how whitewashed you think this man is. Oh my God. I'm looking at his face, his gray hair, his demeanor. This motherfucker comes from an era where you were black or not. There's no identification of Nahuanya here. There was no such thing. Pop out the belly of your mommy, you're black or white. It's black, it's white, Yeah. That's what it was. You understand what the fuck I'm saying? Classic.
Yes.
But
even in Africa,
yeah,
I quite enjoyed this one. This one is in Africa. It's only black. It's black. It's black.
It's like this young broad's gonna come up to me with with your privilege that you have, with your lighter skin tone that you have. There's a lot of depth and there's a lot of layers. All right, but whatever. That's why I understood the laugh.
Oh, trust me. I'll explain the layers for you, Preach. So, when you, a black person, ask supposedly another black person, do you even identify as black? Imagine for yourself. A person forgets that Alfonso Roberto played a character. He is not Carlton, even though he is the typesetter of the character of Carlton for his entire performance. But he is not some loser who can't get a girlfriend, can't have a wife, can be pushed around easily, is a joke to everybody around him. No. He's a respectable man. He's got a well-set family with all the family values that it goes with. He's not getting cheated on by his wife. He's not having entanglements with other young men being with his wife. He ain't got them problems. He knows he's the father. He made him. Imagine walking up to Alfonso Roberto and saying, bro, are you even an actor? What the fuck have you been in recently? Or a person that is in a committed relationship with nothing but his wife, or a wife with nothing but the husband, and she is literally legs agape giving birth to the child that she made with her wonderful loving husband. Are you even a mother? I mean, oh my god! Like, you're out here making babies, you clearly don't care about womanhood. Don't you understand that we're an oppressed class, that men just do what they want with us, and they never have to take consequences for ruining the lives of others? But you see, it's a little bit more insidious when you say, are you even black? Because she's asking this to a man who clearly was probably born closer to the 50s to the 60s. Because with the gray hair that he has, he's at least 50. If he hasn't just lost his fucking hair color to the stress of his job. Excuse me, excuse me. I know that you're a person who came from a former slave colony. I understand that you come from a line and a heritage that can trace back exactly what tribesmen was brought over to the new lands and made to be a slave, and then finally, once they became a freedman, still had to fight for the rights, and then was still persecuted by a system that didn't want him. Are you even an African American, bro? Do you understand that you don't think the way I do? How can you even call yourself a black man out here with the white hussy? The quickest slap. The quickest. I mean, you don't even see the hair move. It's like a Chinese wuxia picture. Just what? The only thing anybody hears is the air that pushes by your face. Like anime sound effect, anime screen effect. Like the slap happens and everybody hears the air ripple that happens past it. Every black person sees the hand and movement. It becomes a scene in anime. Oh my god! Did you see the speed of his backhand? It came out of nowhere. Like, Isaac, do you see this? I do see it, Eric. Do you see it? Do you see this, Aaron? I do see it, Aaron. Daquan, do you see that? Damn, bro. There you go, massive wind up. Jaleesha ain't gonna move it away in time. The energy. The pure energy. The energy in his snigger. There's an S in front of it, Twitch, there's an S in front of it! The snigger of his laughter. The sniggering of his laughter. Chat. That's how you know it's a great react. And the fact you asked that to an older black person. Oh, excuse me, person who possibly went to jail for just wanting to have a milkshake. Do you even believe in freedom? I clearly want to stay up past my bedtime. How dare you treat me like an indentured slave?
For the laugh is from. I don't know what the situation here, but that's what I can read. All right, I'm done. We can proceed to give the people what they need.
Rob, I wouldn't even expect a schizophrenic homeless person to ask me this question. Do you know how fucking unhinged you have to sound to shock even Clayton Bigsby? It is a sickness and it is deviant.
Do you identify as black? No, it's a serious question because you might not identify. Can you please put the mic? Thank you. Okay.
See, you know that she has an agenda because of the way she says, "Can you please put the mic back?" Pulls his hand back up. Thank you. And this is, of course, being asked out of Yaff. Of course it's Young American Foundation! This is your sign. Liberals. This is your sign. This is your sign. When this is the norm, like it has always been, I know it needs to be fixed. This is your sign. Let's watch the clip.
When I walked into the room,
I am not done with my question.
That's the reason why I remember this. She has a thing all layered out. He tries to give the response. Normally, she's getting what she wants. He's answering the question. And even if he thinks it's stupid, he still is deigning to give it a response, which is commendable. Normally, this would be a point where they would just be like, next question, and ignore her. He's at least giving her a response. She should be happy about that. However, the rage is what made this particular clip go viral. The anger of having the audacity to insult him and then be rude to him. That's what made this one go viral.
Oh, but you asked the question! Woo!
Hey.
Oh my God!
That is what you call triggered.
Oh my God. Okay. 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 That's what it's gonna be. Huh? Okay. Okay. That's what we choose to do today. Huh? Oh, okay.
You good?
I'm super good. Let's go.
You sure?
I'm good.
Because she interrupted him. How do you feel?
No.
She asked him a question. She interrupted. How you feel? Tell us the truth. How you feel in there? Tell us. Tell us. We all want to know.
This what we doing today. We try to interrupt motherfuckers when we ask a question. Is that what we're trying to do today, huh? You ask the question, huh? Is that what, you ask the question, and then I try to answer to the question that you asked, because you asked it, motherfucker, huh? And then you interrupt me into saying that you were not done. Is you mad?
Or is you crazy?
I think it's both of them.
B-O-F-F-U-M?
B-O-F-F-U-M, both of them.
Talk that shit. What happened?
Whew, I gotta speak to my ancestors and call my spirits. This gonna be a tough one. Nigga, this gonna be a tough one. Oh, this gonna be a tough one. Non, celle-là, m'a te dire, mon chum. Oh fuck, right? You know. Woo! Okay. Okay. Okay.
I really suspect that I deserve a raise for triggering preach.
Okay.
If you guys enjoy these triggering moments, let me know if I deserve a raise.
You should shut the fuck up and play the video, bruv. You proud of yourself, ain't it?
Yo.
God damn. Oh, this one's gonna be a rough one.
If I'm being serious, to go up to an old black man
at this point,
I'm just being honest. To go up to an old black man with gray hair and ask him, "Do you identify as black?" Like, the levels of fucking unhinged and disconnected you have to be from reality to say some shit like that is crazy to me. Even your own parents will be like, "Should I not raise you better than this?"
There you go.
Who raised you? Oh shit, it's me. How did we fuck this up?
There you go. Two black men talking down on a black woman again.
No, my mama don't even speak English. She saw this clip. She slapped the shit out of me. I'm 10 minutes home.
Exactly.
Well deserved.
Naziga. Bam.
Well deserved. Well deserved.
That is crazy.
That
is crazy. Now, as far as her feeling some type of way and being hyper emotionally angry, that I can understand. If she feels like his policies are so oppressive and gonna hurt people and marginalize people that she needs to go at him aggressive, I can understand that, and I'll grant you that space. Asking him, "Do you identify as black?" That's crazy. It's so absurd. But from her perspective, she probably thinks she's being compassionate. because she's been taught and indoctrinated in this whole idea that she's supposed to ask everyone, what do you identify as? But for people who've had to live with the reality,
that was not the point of her question.
What you mean?
That was not a point of her question. She was not asking to ask. She was asking to prove a point that what you're saying, you're not even black. Because if it was compassion, when it's compassionate, I'm supposed to listen to your fucking answer. Okay, that was not a compassionate thing where she was like, "What? So what do you find? Okay, cool. Just want to make sure." That was not that. Are you even black? Is the undertone of a Shiminashaya, a Shiminashanda, what the fuck she was saying? That's what it was. Okay. That was not. That was a jab. That was trying to motherfucker hurt a person. Okay. That was trying to take away the blackness of a person. That was trying to weaponize the fact that you're doing your policies, and if you're doing those policies, you must not be black. There was zero compassion in what it was and what it is. None. Hey. Stop.
Hey, I didn't even see it from that perspective.
I'm gonna tell you like that.
I ain't mad at you. Now that you say it like that, it does sound more plausible.
Because it's
not gonna lie. Once you laid it out like that, I was like, this is triggered.
No,
but he right.
No,
just because he triggered don't mean he can't be right.
There was zero compassion in this shit. That was not the point of that. Are you black? Because if you were really black, you would understand me right there. That's what it was.
That's a crazy question.
It's funny how motherfuckers always. It's funny how the most SJW motherfuckers, especially from the black community, talking about community, we have to be, you have to not, we have to not. They're the first one to separate you. Oh, you're not black. They're gonna dictate how the you should act as a black person, what music you should listen to as a black person, who the you should date as a black person, or else you're not black. We're a unity, but you're out of there because you're not thinking like me. It's funny how it's always those same motherfuckers. When you call them out, you're like, how dare you? How dare you talk? Say the most outlandish and stupid shit. And they go out and say the most outlandish shit and call you all type of name. Traitor. The minute you call them out, oh my God, how can you speak like that on a black woman? Shut the fuck up. Shut up. It's always you motherfuckers that do that. Always the most pro-f***ing black, but you're the ones that shit on us. The first one, the minute we don't f***ing agree with you, you're like, oh my God, you must not be, shut the f*** up.
True.
That's gonna be good internet, I guess. But yeah, no, I'm good. But that's what it is, though.
I don't disagree.
That's what it is. It's always those ones. It's f***ed up that in my life, the motherfuckers the people that bully me the most, more than white people, is black women. The people that call me a get more is black women. Yeah, then there's black men. But you women, the minute you don't want them, oh, you must be a the minute. Okay. The f***ing minute. And then they say they're pro-black. Oh, you have to respect women. Man, shut the f*** up. Shut the f*** up. And then you're gonna go up to a black man, no black man that did whatever he dealt with, whatever the f*** he dealt with. She can't even comprehend. Just to have the audacity and the privilege to walk up that motherfucker in the microphone and be like, are you even black? If you don't get the f*** out of my face. Out of my face. Talking about pro-black. Nah, B. Oh my God, preacher's triggered. Fuck yeah, I am. That shit right there, yeah, it will get to me. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Congratulations.
I'm not even gonna lie, we can't even get to the policy issues because
that
question is a whole thing to unpack. And yeah, if you're a young person watching this, don't be asking that question like that. Especially the people who probably don't buy into the kind of stuff that you do, because it can be very insulting.
It's up how the woke thing, like, I was woke for 6 months. I was like, yeah, shit, this whole moment. And then like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? God damn. Like, if you're black, fucking, you got to go see a shrink. Okay, you went through too much trauma to not go see a shrink, and then you're out there with your problems and shit. Like, everybody said go see a shrink. I'm seeing one. But all those we need to. And then after that, don't fucking bestow that onto other people. Fuck.
All right, well, I think we started off on a...
Jesus fucking shit.
You didn't get to the rest of the clip, but I'm gonna go find it for y'all.
Do you identify as
5-minute clip. Young Americans Foundation. Alan West. Double smackdown of smug SAW. Motherfucker, when Preach speaks French, when I speak French, I don't speak French except when I get angry. Y'all ain't seen me angry yet. Most of you haven't seen me angry yet.
black? No, it's a serious question because you might not identify.
Like, count the seconds. I'll count them for you. Count the seconds of how fast the energy in the room changes.
Do you identify as black? No, it's a serious question because you might not identify. Can you please put the mic? Thank you. Do you identify as black? No, it's a serious question because you might not identify. Can you please put the mic? Thank you. Okay.
When I walked into
I'm not done with my question. I am not done with my question.
Oh, young lady,
I'm just asking you to listen to me. While
and
ask my
I'm about
question.
to answer your first question.
But I didn't finish my question.
Okay. Yeah, I'm black.
Less than 9% of the people in this room.
45 seconds. The energy in the room changed from the not canned, whoa, like you're watching the fucking Disney Channel special. He had to answer the first question short because she's not done rambling yet. Yeah, I'm black. That's how you know it's good. Keep watching the clip.
Are black. And we're all not here for you.
This is also a very small room. She's not saying this inside of like a Coliseum setting, gymnasium. She's saying this in front of people with fold-out chairs. That's the energy she's bringing. It was basically like, hey guys, welcome to the 23rd meeting of the Chessbook Club.
I think there are racial inequalities in America, and how do you feel about Trump increasing both economic inequality and discrimination for people of color and LGBTQ people? What about violence?
Y'all really just gotta start saying big gay. We ain't saying all them fucking syllables. Big gay. Big gay TM.
Against marginalized people in the United States. Can you talk about that?
Well, the subject was about, national security and foreign policy. But I will tell you that
Allen West Northwestern University asked a question about foreign policy, but also scolded about his race.
that I think in the minority community and the black community, I think they're pretty happy that unemployment isn't at an all-time low in the United States of America for Hispanic and black communities, and that's the truth. As a matter of fact, overall unemployment is an all-time low. So if you want to break the pay gap or racial inequality gap, the most important thing is my parents taught me, who were black, born and raised down south, was about equality of opportunity and not equality of outcomes. I would challenge you to read the book by a black man by the name of Booker T. Washington called Up From Slavery, okay?
That's funny, because W.E.B. Du Bois is much better at describing the racial...
He mentions the W.E. Du Bois after he mentions his book, and then begins to ramble about, actually, this one was pro-black, so I like this one better.
Inequalities in America that you are denying that happen now. And to say that, like, we are better and unemployment is down is dismissing the fact that a lot of LGBTQ people are in trouble right now because of your...
The big gays are having a hard time getting jobs because they're like throwing sass and being classy and acting like they saw in shows like Degrassi, the new Degrassi, not the old Degrassi, and Euphoria. Therefore, it's worse for us. How could you say that?
Administration. And
I'm not in administration. I'm just a guy.
I mean, you are supporting the administration.
Tries to make a point about administration. He's like, listen, girl, I'm a guy. And he's like, well, you support the administration. I'm trying to get my point across. I have an entire speech in my hand, bro.
Though, aren't you?
I'm not speaking for the administration.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm just a private citizen. I'm just Joe Sixpack.
Okay, I have a second question. I'm sorry for my tone. Previously, I was just frustrated.
That's okay. I have 2 daughters. They talk to me like that.
Thank you.
She realizes she fucked up, and that she's now become a clippable meme. I can't speak. I'm gonna put the link for this for you all in the chat. Look at the views on this video. 3.9 mil. 2 years ago. She knew what she did. Sweetheart, they've already clipped you. I'm sorry. You're already in the compilation. You're not getting out of the compilation. You're in the compilation, sweetheart. You're not leaving. She comes back. Acts a lot more courteous because she realized, oh, I was upset. I thought you were one of the bad guys. Turns out you're not. So my anger is misjudged. I have now made myself look even stupider. Now let me come correct and do this correctly.
My question
But I cut them off with their allowance.
Well, you don't have that ability.
I know.
Playfully joking. Yeah, I have daughters that talk to me like that, and then I stop giving them money. See, it's fucked up. Because she has a hairstyle that my wife usually likes to wear. Black, well, no, it's when she dyes her hair blonde and then the roots start coming back in and she doesn't redo them. It'll go all black in the middle, but then it'll be light on the edges. I think I'm going to ask her if she wants to dye her hair. Maybe if she gets a little bit of a makeover, she'll have people not treating her poorly at her job. Anyways,
my question is about national security, because I do feel like the KKK and white nationalists are threats to black individuals in the United States. There have been multiple shootings recently within the last 10 years, and there have been an increase of violence against black people. And I wanted to know if you think that that's a national security issue and how you would address that.
Yeah, I think it's a national security issue right here in the south side of Chicago, where you have a combat zone going on, and Rahm Emanuel and everyone just seems to not care, as well as in Baltimore or other places. And that's black on black crime. That's not KKK or whatever.
What about white on black crime? I'm sorry, but that's what I was asking.
Oh, okay, well then, have you ever heard of Margaret Sanger?
You can't just give one example.
Well, Margaret Sanger and the organization that she founded, since 1973, almost 17 million unborn black babies have been murdered by that organization. I think that's something that we should really be concerned about. The fact that the United States government gives $568.7 million to an organization that was founded by a white supremacist or racist.
After she asked this question, she sat her ass the fuck back down, and now she's listening. Because she knew what the answer was, the question, and then said, well, you can't just give that as an answer. No, my talking point.
It's a person that spoke at Klan rallies that referred to blacks as undesirables and weeds. I would join forces with you in a heartbeat to say that we need to cut off funding to an organization like that called Planned Parenthood. That 50, well, I don't think we give taxpayer money to the Ku Klux Klan.
And now she's trying to talk without the microphone.
Well, yeah, they have. The FBI goes after white supremacist organizations, but then I would ask you, why is it that nobody goes after Antifa? I mean, I think Antifa is also a domestic terrorist organization. I mean, look at what they have done at certain colleges and universities to prevent people from going out there and freely speaking. So let's call a ball and a strike a strike. And so there are many organizations out there that we need to be targeting. But I will tell you, first and foremost, you shouldn't give $568.7 million to an organization like that. And if you do some research, I think between 50 to 55% of Planned Parenthood clinics are in
That
black
would only
communities.
slow me down.
That's a travesty.
And and the worst part is that Young American Foundation knows that they can be able to get more views by putting out clips like this. So the way that this is all clipped together with the hashtag only at YAF, only at YAF, it's like a fucking sale for Nick. It's like, watch these SJWs get fucking clowned on by some of the best speakers here. It's like what would happen if Nick didn't have Nick News at night and publish people like dumbass fucking, what's your goddamn name? Only at Nick at Night can you see the best conservative speakers owning SJWs. See this only at Nick at Night, only at YAF. It's like immediately after the sport block of Nick Gas and of fucking Nick Games and Sports. Like back when Nick Cannon was trying to flex the fact that he had a little bit of ownership over Nicktoons. It's kind of like that era. Oh, it's a travesty. Oh, it's a travesty. Couldn't figure out where the frogs were coming from. Hey, yo! Yes. Yes! 15% chance to spell suppress? Come on down! I like. The only problem is that I have to wait until I get the third slot to put that in. Fuck.
Keep learning.
Well, I can't put in the other one. I definitely have to do that. That's so good. I really wanted to do Culling Strike, but I'd have to drop Withered Hit. But if I were to drop Withered Hit and instead took Culling Strike and then put that on as my third, I would be fine. Because that's increased effective onslaught with spell suppression damage? compared against increased effective marks and elusive effect, it's pretty fucking poggers, my guy. Pretty fucking poggers. Man. Carl is getting spoon-fed. Finally! Anyways. It's like a news block from Nick Gass. The way that they feature this. Because even though he has every reason to be upset, the fact that it be like that is crazy. Crazy. Super crazy. Anyways, moving on. Let's watch some extremely horrible garbage. Let's watch some garbage. The dregs of fucking content clips on YouTube. Let's watch some garbage, guys.
All right, I'll make this quick because I've tried to do this take a few times. I'm extreme.
This is coming up a little bit where you will see clips where content's made off of shit that you get directly from TikTok. As you know, TikTok insanities, or when I find such things and I make full-length I say full-length, but like talking point videos about them. They're all over YouTube. They're also respread all over TikTok themselves as well, so it's self-propagating. There's a bunch of channels that basically function to do that.
Extremely disillusioned. 72% of lesbian relationships end in divorce. It's much higher than our gay male counterparts, and it is much higher than the...
Also, deadass. Popularize calling male gay relationships mercurial if we're calling female gay relationships sapphic.
Straight relationships. And while we can suppose a lot of things here as to why that is, the most concerning to me are the domestic violence statistics between women and the emotional abuse statistics between women. It has left me disillusioned, and I was already pretty disillusioned anyway, having exclusively been with women for the last 10, 12 years of my life, having been married and divorced to a woman. I already was pretty disillusioned. But looking at the statistics and the fact that they match my own experiences and validate my own experiences with women, I'm just going to leave that there. Happy to be single.
Growing up is realizing that a lot of the domestic violence cases that we see out there, women are the instigators. Not all, but a lot. And there are more men who wouldn't put their hands on a woman than there are who would. So you just got to think about all the men out there who are being provoked and are being pushed, who aren't putting their hands on women. You know, the men who walk away in those situations, and they walk away because they know they're men. And they know if they do something, they're the ones that's going to be in trouble. But two women provoking and pushing each other, of course there's going to be scraps. Of course there's going to be domestic violence. It's not a surprise to me. But this is what I'm seeing now. When women date men, they complain. When women date each other, they complain. When men date each other, it's good for the most part. Who is the common denominator?
So serious right now. What is it like having a boyfriend? What do you do? Like, how does it happen? How do you get one? Like when, like at what, like after how many dates are you like, oh, I think we're dating?
When he brings you to the door, when you pull back from kissing him, you are still holding your breath. And when after he leaves, you are smelling your clothes that smell like him, and then you forget to wear a jacket on your next date, and you ask him, oh my God, I forgot a jacket. And he's like, here, take my jacket. Or even worse, here, take my hoodie, and you put the hoodie on, and you go to sleep in it, and you wake up in it, and then you refuse to give it back. Usually then. It's so sad some of you guys have lost the ability to fucking court or be courted by guys. Maybe I should get an 86 base. This one's an 85 base, I don't think it matters. Where is the cutoff point for the stat lines? I'm trying to craft or find a helm so I can moneyball my shit, cause I gotta make a new one. Da 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 da. Yes, is ranked deck space. Da 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 da. The stats lines that I need to find. Where's 50 start? It starts at 82. That's fine. Technically, it starts at 85. So 84. 84. 84. Actually, 50 and 55 starts at 82. 72 goes to 4350. So I think the 74 is actually okay. I'll just be cucked a little bit out of the finished stat. And then I can slam it with intelligence essences for the guaranteed 50. I think. Yes. I'm smart. I know how to do this. Essences. Intelligence craft. Get all the way up to these ones. Get those ones. This one is, yeah, 4350. And then I go one step beyond and I go to this one and I just keep slamming those until I find what I'm looking for. Yeah. I know how to craft. I'm a Path of Exile player. Problem is I have to do it not with this one, but I need to do it with the other one. I have to slam it with loathings until I find what I'm looking for, which is even worse because life is probably not going to be common. But that's what I gotta do. Anyways. But yeah, that's how you find a boyfriend. You actually go on a date with a person you like and you engage.
When, do you hang out every day? Do you hang out a few times a week?
You hang out whenever you can, but when you hang out with them, you feel like, oh my god, I could, spend all day with them and just not notice the time. That's what you do. That's how you know that they're somebody you should be dating. When every single moment you spend away from them, you're like, I wish I was with my partner. Every time you're away from your husband, I wish I was with my husband. Every time you're with my wife, man, I'm catching myself thinking about my wife. Things like that.
What do you talk about? My relationships with men have been so unsatisfactory, truly, and so, I think, not normal. Not all men. My dad is wonderful. My brothers are wonderful. But
romantically, I can't find a man. Honestly, actually, no, I'm not gonna dog you for that. Good for you. Not all men. My dad isn't a piece of shit, and my brothers are great. Actually, good for you. Good for you. Good for you, boo-boo. Good for you, stink.
romantically, they've been so strange that I feel like I see people with boyfriends and I'm just like, what? And it's not even that I want one. It's like the time will come when the time comes. It's just like such a mystery to me.
I'm watching this video and I'm just thinking about how far women's standards have fallen. You know, there was once a time where you'd have to court a woman, you'd have to buy her gifts, you'd have to meet her family, you'd have to prove yourself worthy of that woman. But then something happened, I think it's called the sexual liberation. Now you have women out here crying about, do they even know what it's like to have a boyfriend? I guarantee you're not a virgin though. I guarantee it.
A coffee date this morning with a man who lives in my neighborhood. We met while we were walking our dogs, and we chatted a few times before he asked me out to coffee. And then our date this morning actually lasted for quite a long time, especially for a coffee date. And at one point I asked him, if there were only 20 minutes left before the world ended, what would you do? And he was like, I don't know. Probably try to have sex with you. I just was not expecting that answer at all. And I bust out laughing and told him that, especially because he hadn't hit on me or anything like that. Like, we just had like normal friendly conversation, so it didn't even feel like he was trying to make a pass at me, like just like an honest answer, like that's what's on his mind right there at that moment, which honestly, it was flattering. I liked it. And the cutest thing, I think this is honestly the most romantic thing someone has ever done, is he was telling me about this book he's reading and some part of it that he wants me to read, and he ripped this page out to give to me. Like, bro, you could have taken a photo. That's why I think it's so romantic. Like, he desecrated a book, this book he loves, and gave me this page out of it. I regret to inform y'all that everybody who was commenting about red flags was correct. This man was a fucking lunatic. So from our very first coffee date, which I'm about to expose myself, this man did not even buy my coffee the first time we met up, and I did all these mental gymnastics about why he might not have done that.
It's a coffee date. It's a coffee date, girl. Girl, it's a coffee date. He's a lunatic because he handed me a page. I thought it was so sweet, but then I listened to my fan base and I ruined this possible thing with this guy because I didn't like it. Because red flags, red flags, red flags. Because I talk on TikTok and I use TikTok for my dating advice, which is horrible.
He didn't because he's a cheap bastard. Okay, girls, don't ever gaslight yourself into. You see, this is why it's taken me a long time to provide this update, because it's embarrassing for me too. Yeah, so from that point forward, he did not ask me out or attempt to take me out ever again. He would hit my line constantly, offering to go on a walk together or asking me to hang out. And at one point when he suggested we hang out, I was like, why don't we hit the beach? He said he had a meeting in the afternoon, so we should hang out at his pool instead. At my big age, I knew better than to say yes to hanging out at his place, but he lives in the nicest condo on my street, so I was like, fuck it. So we're at his pool. Unsurprisingly, he's touchy-feely, kissy-kissy, smoochy-smoochy. Asked me if I'm hungry, which surprised me, but I'm like, okay, it's a good sign. Maybe we can come back from not buying my coffee day one. So I told him, yeah, but I want to hang out in the hot tub for a little bit. So we talk in the hot tub for a long time. Then out of nowhere, he's like, I need to walk my dog at a certain point. Like, damn, okay, ninja, like, let's go walk her. So we're walking his sweet dog, no shade to her, I miss her. And then we get to my corner, and he said, don't you live here? I was like, yeah. He's like, well, good night. I was like, oh, we're not gonna go eat? He was like, oh, that place closed at 6. I'm gonna go to Whole Foods and grab something. Okay. This was the most humiliating moment of my life.
Oh man, I didn't feel like that guy was that into me because I told TikTok about my relationship woes. So I got mad. And then he was a bastard because I chose to not be down. So he recognized my desire to not be down and sent me to my house. He walked me back to my place on the way. Honestly, this man's a genius. This man's a genius. He insect the dog walk into the dismissal. King shit. King shit. King shit. Carl, the bitches on the internet are gonna be mad at you. But do I care? What if I want them angry? What if I want them to mold? This is your fault. This is on you, woman.
And again, it should have ended right there. I literally wanted to cry when I got home because I have never had a man do something like that to me. And y'all, I had decided it's over. I'm never talking to this ninja again. But then he watched my TikTok, the original one, and texted me that night and said, so when is the world ending? In other words, when are you gonna let me hit? Which
In the pursuit of a man with money, women will overlook bad behavior.
I was just flabbergasted by this. Like, bro, you have not even offered me so much as a glass of water. But this was intriguing to me, to be honest. Like,
You put out a TikTok about him, he sees it, he dogs you on it, you get mad.
I've never had a man act like this, so I'm just playing along with it. I'm like, let's see how much more ridiculous this can get. he did not disappoint. He continues to text me all the time, all while never trying to make any semblance of a real plan. Until finally, one fateful night, he hits my line and says, "Let's do coffee tomorrow." And at this point, I've had it. I'm done, people. So I asked him straight up, "Are you actually going to get mine this time?" This man sends me back a screenshot of a meme that I liked at some point on Instagram that said, "Accidentally showed too much of my personality." He sent me a screenshot of that and even edited the screenshot to circle my name where I have liked this message. I was like, oh wow, I've never had somebody pull up my liked meme receipts before. And he said, "It's just Instagram feeding me ammo." I was like,
I, as a man in the modern age, am using the modern tactic against you, and you are not liking that I am using the modern age tactic of investigating, otherwise known as snooping, on you, and it makes you upset that you don't get to talk shit, cause you know what, Jay would love this. Hold on. I am DMing her before I call her.
ammo? Like, you need to defend yourself from spending $6 on me? I told him, I'm not used to guys who want to have sex with me acting like this. And he said, "What do you prefer?" So I literally broke it down for this ninja. I felt so embarrassed writing these messages out where I explained to him, like, I want to go on dates that are planned in advance and progress from coffee. Like, it should get more fun and exciting.
That I don't pay for, so it's not a cost to me. I feel like I should be spoiled before I drop the kitty, because I'm not that into this guy, and I'm willing to talk shit about him on the internet, and he saw it, and now he's demonstrating that he's not going to invest if I won't invest, and I won't invest, so he actively is pulling out examples that I'm acting like I am too good, 'cause reasons.
as things go on. You know what I'm saying?
Just notice how many times she's overlooked the bad behavior. Just notice it. Notice how.
Also, let that not be understated. The amount of effort that he's put in into this, when if he was a normal dude and it's like, oh, she ain't into it, I'm a dip, is flabbergasting. But you know, it is what it is. It is what it fucking is. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. Now I'm gonna call her. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Beep 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 beep. And I've been creeping from the shadows. There's you know to my level and me the lot into my place and just take it like Tybo. And they make you over, and maybe while you smack that, all on your floor, smack that, give me some more, smack that, till you get so smack that, whoa, 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 smack that, all on the floor, give me some more. Okay. It's like 2 p.m. Jay, come on. Alright, that's fair. That's fair. She needs some time. She needs to get all gussied up and shit. Meanwhile, this guy's AFK. Bro, come on. You have a 93 helmet on the market. Come on, bro.
How many times you, if you were a woman, would have left?
This man said, understand your position. Respect it. We're just not a match. When I tell you I was stunned into silence, I was fucking stunned. We're not a match because I want to go on dates. It still sends me every time I think about it. Like, what the fuck?
This man clearly listens to Future. Okay, he said chicken wings and fries. We don't go on dates.
So, you know, after I got a hold of myself, I just responded and said, this is why they say coffee on the first date is a red flag in the first place. And I guess that made...
Coffee dates are an example to demonstrate whether or not the person is interested in you or is interested in money. You have just laid out that you are interested in only money. And because you're only interested in money, you use it as an opportunity upon which you can then continue to act as though you are the victim. You didn't have a good connection. You didn't have a good love connection. That's all that happened. You didn't have a good love connection, and now you're being petty as fuck. You didn't have a good love connection. Now you're being petty as fuck. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. That'd be hilarious if I built the helm like that, but no, I should not do that. I need to get regals. Buddy. Yeah, I need regals. I will not buy them. I will make them. Carl, by chance, did you see the VTuber who tried rolling into the Twitch meta? Yes, I did. I already retweeted it. It's why I ended up making today's video anyways. By the way, I made a video today. Go watch it. It's age restricted. And don't forget, give me your money. Give me your money. Don't forget, chat. You got to give me your money. Holy shit. Disable on this screen. You have to give me your money. Lest we forget. How is Carl gonna get his chicken nuggies, guys? Look. Where is it? Where is that thing? There it is. Did I make sure to save this inside of my fan art? Let me double check. This image should be inside fan art already. If it's not, Carl is doing bad shit. It is not. happy. Happy. Carl. Chicken. Let me just spell it correctly. Or just do Carl Nuggies. I love how my big derpy fucking possessionist looks like it's a fucking shit turn across my face. Oh, hold on. Let me bring this one up as an image. Where's my image? Yeah, let's do this. Image 4. Show. Thumbnails. Fan art folder. Chicken nuggies. There you go. Look at him. Look at the Carl. Come on, guys. Look at the Carl. Can't you please give me my chicken nugget? I'm getting age restricted and fucked in the ass by YouTube and Twitch. Won't you please give me your chicken nugget? Can you let a little? Can you? Look at this young man. Do you ever want to see this young man like this ever suffer? Look at him. Look at the little guy. He's molding for nuggets. Do you want a Carl to go hungry and starve as I get age restricted and chat restricted and punished by YouTube for being too radical and negroid? Consider becoming a member of the Southern Poverty Carl Center, because a Carl is a terrible thing to waste. Ding. Ah! I'm incorrigible! But anyways. Oh, fuck me. But yes, I've seen it, Bloodia. I did. And I also saw your message. Carl needs his knickknacks. I also love this cute clip. Wee, mama, I need my nuggies. I'm recording that as a vocal clip later. Oh my god. Soup makes me laugh. He makes me bum tug dickle. Alright. Anyways. Red flag trying to force this man to get you to force him to put money on you, but you can't even be interested in a date with him. That ain't how it work. That's kind of cap.
Made him mad because he instantly turned his notifications off. I thought that was going to be the end of it. We're never going to see each other or talk to each other. But nah, he replied to me the next morning and said, "This is why they say a woman who can be bought isn't worth having." Oh, I can be bought because I want you to take me on dates, bro?
Asking to go on a date and then insisting that he drop extravagant amounts of money on you is not the same thing. You want to be courted, he wants to know that you want him for more than cash. And because he already has you on tape talking shit about him, about money, he's not dropping money because you demonstrated you're trying to game the system. It's like I said the other day when people are like, "Oh, we're just gonna wait for the timer to go up higher," and it's like, okay, you try to wait for the timer to go up higher when I'm saying I'm gonna pay 5C and C is gonna go up every minute. You try to delay it so you can try to collect a big cash payment for a simple basic fucking map. I'm just not gonna fucking pay ass. Simple as. I can go without doing the map. I can wait until fucking he gets on, and then we do it. You try to game the system, I'm going to punish you for it. Basic shit in dating, bro. I don't know.
Oh, like, this is why I said he's a fucking lunatic. Are you for real? I told him, you're not gonna gaslight me into being your free hooker, bro. And then he replied and said, "I'm looking for someone genuine. Clearly we aren't aligned. Enjoy Miami." I told him it's too bad he's gonna miss out on her because he's selfish and entitled. I mean, truly, I have never ever...
A man is entitled because he won't put money on you. Therefore, the entitlement comes from how he is not talking shit about you online, but you are talking shit about him, and you are liking shit that demonstrates the value of person you are. But listen, he's the bad one. He didn't pop the money. He didn't pop the money, so he's the bad one here. Uh-huh. I believe you. I totally believe you. I promise. I promise I believe you. What am I missing? Amulet.
Ever encountered a man who wouldn't even take me on one date.
It's probably because you've never interacted with a man who's higher on the totem pole than you are.
Not even one. This is a first. And let me add that this man never shuts the fuck up about his money. Allegedly, he's a millionaire. So, I don't know what his problem is. I really don't. But all the comments saying that he was problematic were right. And I'm sorry, I thought it was gonna be all cute and shit too. Back to the drawing board TikTok. Wish me luck, because it's fucking ugly out here.
There's a reason why you overlooked this man's bad behavior. There's a reason why you had to... No woman should have to tell a man that she wants to be taken out on dates. The man should...
Well, pause. That's not even the right way around. What? No. A dating imperative is that if you want to spend time together, you have to come up with dates. But men not wanting to spend their money because they don't know what it's going to lead to, and women not wanting to invest their time because they don't know what it's going to lead to, is just the dating imperative. That's a safety issue, if anything. But this is clearly a person who does not feel like she's in danger, because if she is in danger at any point in time where she felt like, ooh, I'm getting really rapey vibes, she just wouldn't fucking talk to the guy. She would leave him on red. This is clearly not that. She clearly feels comfortable enough talking shit about him on the internet, and then once it's discovered, oh, he knows I'm talking shit about him, she becomes super comfortable being even more toxic than she already was. So she's clearly not in any danger. She felt like she's not in any danger, unless she lied somewhere else on a different post, saying, I had these vibes, and people gaslit her into gaslighting herself about how she felt about it. It's a whole nother motherfucking thing. That remains to be fucking seen. The fact of the matter is, she did all this shit to herself, and then she's getting upset that she put herself in this situation, talking shit about him on a platform where she shouldn't have been putting that shit there in the first place. That's wild. That's wild. But anyways.
should just do it. But he didn't, and you begged him. You made yourself look so bad because he had money. This man is a true city boy, and he is winning.
So I have decided to give up on pursuing relationships. And the reason why I've decided this is, oh my God, well, not a whole bunch of them, but there's a few reasons. One is that I'm in my 50s. Damn. And I find that for me,
she don't look that bad. She's like average. You all right?
50s is the invisible age when it comes to women. This is just my viewpoint. And
not if you slim and thick. There's some grandmas out here that past the age of 50 wearing snakeskin, and I'm like, God damn. Miss Jeffries, you making some pies in the kitchen? Can I help?
And it seems like my experience. And it seemed like men in their 50s want to date women in their 40s, and men in their 40s want to date women in their 40s and 30s and 20s. And the same thing with men in their 50s, but nobody touches 50s for women.
The wall is undefeated.
Like, we're done for. And of course,
the wall is indifferent. The wall is indifferent. I am so sorry, miss, but the wall is indifferent.
Of course we're not. But, you know, society, you know how that works, right? And so I was on a dating app, and I realized that the men who were attracted to me, I wasn't attracted to them, and the men who I was attracted to were not attracted to me.
Rejection.
And so
rejection. That's not funny, Carl. You shouldn't mock that. Rejection. Carl, you're being misogynist. Rejection. Carl, she could be having a hard time dating. She also not having a hard time fucking. So some gotta change. Something's gotta change. All I'm trying to say is something gotta change. 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 Hold up, ting ting. Oh, little tank. Stink. What's going on in the bank? What's y'all going on in the kitchen? What do y'all got popping off? It's clearly not working out that way. Damn, what could be the problem? What could be amiss? What could cause such an issue of his predilection upon such a woman of your fine stature? Oh, what's that you don't put out? God damn, that's crazy, girl. Girl, that's crazy. It's so crazy. So crazy, maybe?
So that was very difficult. I did talk to a few of the men that I wasn't immediately attracted to because I read through their profiles. And but I find that when I talk to them, they were great people. It's just that I got to be physically attracted as well, right? And so...
That's fair.
I take care of myself. I'm very physically active. I like to work out, to run. I'm always on the go. I mean, I'm on the same type of go I was on when I was 35 and 36, 30.
Good for you, boo-boo. Good for you.
738. I'm not on the relaxation go where, you know, I'm just going to go to a jazz club or get a lawn chair and listen to some blues. I ain't there. That's just not my thing. I am on the go. And so I'm looking for someone with the same energy level. But the ones that have the same energy level interested in me.
Rejected.
So that's the funny part. And then, you know, there are the men.
I want to say that's funny. I'd say that's sad, but that's also just life.
Who have
that's life. I can't no find no black dick. I also like black people, white people, they ain't having none of it. I've been kissing and squeezing and hugging and squeezing, rejected by them all. Oh, I just want to pick up an old man and swim him by the draws. That's life. That's life. I can't get no dick. I'm trying to wrap in your pole, but nobody wanna split. My legs wide open, spread eagle token right onto my bed. Oh my God, please, baby, let me give you some head. That's life. That's life.
married, and they're done. They've been married once, twice, 3 times. They've paid alimony, child support. Right. They're thinking about their future and their retirement, and they cannot take the chance on losing money like that. So it's either cheaper to keep her or just don't get married. I agree with them. I really do. And so I get it. That's just one of the reasons why I'm just sort of kind of tired of the pursuit, right? And then, I mean, there's so many other reasons, but I think those are most of the reasons. And the other thing is that I want someone who's able to accept me right where I am. And when I say where I am, how I look, and not ask me to change my hair or my clothes. I can't do that. Because I want to trust him and I want him to trust me. And if we can't be on that level of trust, then there's no reason for us to date, because it's crazy to go through a relationship not trusting. It's just really bananas.
That's
and
fair.
I don't know why people do that. It's torture.
Because they don't want to be single.
So I just feel, the last reason is because I am not an Instagram model.
I mean, that's fair. You can be average as fuck. We gonna eat you. We gonna dig you out in the doonies. Don't you worry. There's young men like me out here that's got some crazy thoughts in their mind because they grew up with Mrs. Parker. They don't care if it's Mrs. Parker, Sister Williamson from the church, or Sister Caroline from the chicken shop. We will dig you out. We are light skins, and we are here for you.
As you can see, I am just your average attractive woman. I'm not beautiful. I'm not.
But you're beautiful to yourself, and that's what matters. They not digging you out, though. That's unfortunate.
Pretty, but I'm attractive. And I think...
See, I don't like when they do edits like that because it is fortunate. Level 100 sent to the void inside of the league, stopping at position 1 on the ladder. Congratulations. Congratulations, Chinese scammer. You get to play a cast on crit build and get to level 100 with a bot. Yeah. What a gamer! What an absolute achievable gamer! This level of skill has never been seen before. Sorry, I got triggered.
Think men at almost all ages, except for maybe over 60, are looking for Instagram models. They're looking for the BBLs,
The fuck we are. I don't care if you got a BBL. I care if you can make me a BLT. Fuck you mean? Fuck you mean? Fuck you mean? Fuck do you mean? When you say you can't cook, bitch, I want a sandwich. Go get my pepper jack cooked. What do you mean? That you can't fix up a meal? I know how to deal. That stuff wasn't real. What do you mean? Put some oregano on that shit if you want.
tiny waistline. I'm not saying all of them are, but it sure does seem like it. And
perception is not reality.
Cool. That's cool. But I think that a lot of us are missing out on some really cool, mentally and emotionally stable people like me.
What?
But no one wants to experience. I think people want to experience whatever it is that's out there. And then they want to say that women are crazy. But then I'm here. And many women like me are out here who are ready to be supportive and understanding and loving. And we'll go to Timbuktu to make sure you're okay.
We don't care.
But I don't think a lot of people want that. I think they want this beauty on their arm. And
I mean, maybe they do, but then consider the me, Carl, real man, married to a real woman. She is not fake. Y'all have heard her, you've seen her. Some of you probably even seen the kid. I want to come home and be at peace, and then sharing whatever she's doing, and then and anything that goes with that extra is fucking gravy, baby. Find you a man who don't give a damn. Find you a man who don't give a damn. Find you a man who don't give a damn, baby girl. You gonna be fine.
They're hoping that that beauty is stable and emotionally stable. Many of them are, but many of them aren't. And good luck with that. So, yeah, I've given up.
This is a lot of coke. Girl, you gave up, so why are you still trying? This implies that you have not given up. You're like, I'm giving up. I know that there aren't people out there that might want me. I am putting up the towel. I'm putting up the towel. Towel. I'm throwing in the towel. Cause they want things that ain't me. What you looking for? What you looking for? You said you done. What you looking for?
I'm done. And I'm going to be traveling, and I'm going to be doing my thing.
What a surprise.
And I just won't be pursuing it anymore.
How long have you been ready to be supportive and caring? You know, you're 50. Where you been, right? And when she's listing off why she can't find a partner, there's a lot of deflecting going on. You know, society. Men don't like this. Men only like this. Men like the BBLs. What about you? What about your personality? Are there things that you're doing wrong? Are there ways that you're stuck in? Because for me, this is the biggest problem with waiting too long to find a partner. You get too stuck in your ways. You don't want to change for anyone. You don't want to adapt for anyone. You're stuck. But like she said, there are men who are attracted to her that she's not attracted to. But those men are your level. You want a man who's above your level. And this is the problem that a lot of women find. This is why all those 20-something-year-olds, 29, 30-year-olds who say the right partner will come along, just wait. You wait too long, you get into this position.
You could be in a relationship if you wanted to. Like, let's be so for real.
This is so true. You are single because you are not willing to just be with anyone. If you genuinely wanted a relationship, you would just choose the person who keeps messaging you or the next person who gives you an ounce of attention. But you won't. So stop comparing your relationship status to other people who have the type of partners that you would never want to be with in the first place. And a reason why you're probably struggling to find a connection is because you already give yourself everything that you need to feel whole and complete. So now the situation is that you are looking for someone who actually adds value to your life and not someone who just fills a void.
Pause. When you are looking for an emotional connection, you are inherently filling a void. I'm not even going to make the sexual joke, even though I could. You are looking for something that fills the personal connection that you have as a longing for the biological imperative for the purposes of propagation of the species, but also because when they are on top and they clasp your hands like this and then you hold on to this like that, you want that explosion so that when you're telling that story to your girls and you're romanticizing it past the huffing and grunting, you can be like, and then he put his hand over mine and oh my God, I knew it was love. Oh, Erica, he's so good. Like, come on. Like, come on. Come on.
Or makes you feel less lonely. You deciding to heal and grow as a person has helped you have standards and boundaries, which means that you're not just going to allow someone into your life to mistreat you or disrespect you, which makes your pool of people smaller.
I mean, that's fair, Art. That's fair.
But if that is the cost of loving yourself, so be it, because that is actually how valuable self-worth is. You are exactly where you are supposed to be in life, and the wait for the right person.
Pause. Like I said the other day, the only life path that exists is the one behind you. If you look back and you say, I'm not satisfied with where I am, I feel like I should be higher than this, you don't get to make that take. You chose your path. Now you at the end of the path, you look back, you're like, you know what, I think I could have been a little bit farther. Too late, bitch. Life is the hardest roguelike possible. We are all starting with different resources. Don't get mad because your friend Tiffany found somebody you think looks like a foot, but she's got 9 kids with them, and they're happy as hell. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, 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 no. Don't do that. Don't do that. You chose this. You wanted this. That is what you wanted to do. You stay in your lane. You do your shit on your time. You remain over there. You remain over there. Don't come over here and say, oh my God, I could have had it different. It could have been good. It could have been. No, 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 no. Don't switch up now. Don't switch up now. No, 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 no. Don't switch up now. Don't switch up now. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Don't switch up now. No, 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 no. No, no, no. That's girly. That's girly nonsense. That is girly nonsense. Stop that.
Is always going to be worth more than settling for the wrong one.
Look, there's nothing wrong with women having standards. Women should have standards.
True, so should men.
The problem with a lot of these women, though, is a lot of them are trauma-riddled and delusional. So because of their trauma, they say, I'm never dealing with that again. I want someone who's all of this. And 8, 9 out of 10 times, that guy doesn't even exist. And because we know as men, that guy that...
Or he does exist, and he doesn't want you.
...you want doesn't exist. But you have regular guys who are probably good guys in your DMs all the time, like you say. When these women come around, they say, nobody wants me, blah, blah, blah. Men have no sympathy.
This liquor got me in my zone. Now I'm blowing up your phone. Blowing weed, smoking the ozone. I just can't let this go. Girl, if I'm doing too much, just let me know. For some reason, I just can't let this go. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I just can't get you out of my head.
This is his music? That's pretty good. Anyways. Oh no. Oh no. me know when you're decent while I clip some of my singers. Just like you could have an infinite conversation about this, but at the same time, the TikTok girly shit is not gonna help with the relationship and dating market. It just can't. By nature's standard of how it works, it cannot help. It can only harm. Because you're teaching people bad dating practices, which they're going to replicate and attempt to copy ad infinitum. It's going to create a simulacrum effect where you're going to have a bunch of people who are going to have things happen, and they're not going to take accountability for why those things happen. And instead of learning from the mistake that they made, if they made a mistake at all, sometimes it could just be innocent bystanders that are a victim of circumstance, they won't learn from it. They're going to keep copying the shit that they did that put them in a bad position to begin with, and they'll continue down a path that's going to make them unsatisfied. Because at the end of the day, they doing extra shit they don't need to do. And because they on that extra, not doing that new, now they suddenly looking around saying, what the fuck's going on here? And motherfuckers like me, we ain't got answers for you. Because I can't answer that question. I can answer the question where you at, but I can't answer that question about what you're doing. Only you can. I should open a dating course. Call it Light Skin University. That'd be funny. I should have a joke that I opened up a dating course called Light Skin University. Anyways. I am waiting for Jay to get decent. I'm gonna go back through this and start clipping some shit. Let me up into my zone. I want to see it, get it hyping on my phone. Let me clip myself from yesterday, my bro. I need to see it, yeah, baby, you want to know. Cause I can feel it, bro. I just want to see. I just want to be right up on the teeth, right up in the teeth, right up on the shit, riding on the bit. And to not ick out the or hypersexualized. It starts out with skimpy outfits and teasing, but then it comes outright DM flirting, parasocial relationship flirting, selling porn of yourself on the internet, being solo girl at first. But listen, they want things from you. You put yourself out there, and they're not gonna stop until they get it. So you have to give it to them, despite the fact you don't want to give it to them. It's half the reason why we feel like it would have been better if some people had just not become streamers. But unfortunately, we don't have to make those decisions. We don't get to make those decisions. Sounds like you have IBS. Have you been drinking water? I've been drinking flavored water. And to not ick out the chat, I'm not going to describe what it is. I'm just simply going to push through it. For you! And bring it back around. And search the argument. I'm gonna read to you what he said. And bring it back around and search the argument. I'm gonna read to you what he says. If you want to see the tweet, it's already up on Twitter. Gay men buying, emphasis, babies, is child trafficking, creep. Because tips egg the surrogate to gestate. Let's be real. Let's not say incubate. Gestate your baby, and then them delivering it makes it clear that it's not sex trafficking. Because if it's sex trafficking, it would be money that is then consumed by a private organization for the purposes of continuing the operation, specifically to continue the trafficking. And the emphasis is on trafficking. Like, there's legal paperwork involved. They're signing away their rights. It's adoption with extra steps. A lot more extra steps. There's a quote. But you can't say these things, quartering. You can't say these things. Not only is it dumb, not only are you doubling down on it, you're doubling down on it and you're being wrong and loud. And remember, chat, there's only one thing Carl hates more than a person being wrong. Say it with me now. It's them being wrong and loud.
Yeah, with a best like a hit him with a talking that shit with a Yeah, well, that's like
not the same thing. You want to be courted, these vibes.
They've paid alimony, child support.
Right.
Something gotta change. Something gotta change. Something gotta change. Something gotta change. Whole little tank tank. Whole little tank tank. Tank tank. Stink stink. What's going on in the bank? What's y'all going on in the kitchen? What do y'all got popping off? It's clearly not working out that way. Damn, what could be the problem? What could be amiss? What could cause such an issue of this predilection upon such a woman of your fine stature? Oh, what's that you don't put out? God damn, that's crazy, girl. Girl, that's crazy. It's so crazy. So crazy, maybe. I know. You're fine, mother. Remember, just because you're walking past my bedroom does not invite an opportunity for you to say something. Because you're upset. Walk slowly. What stuff? What's wrong? I can't no find no black dick.
And it seemed like, and
Stink. What's going on?
I'm very physically active. I like to work out, to run. I'm always on the go. I mean, I'm on the same type of go I was on when I was 35 and 36.
Good for you, boo. Good for you.
738. I'm not on the relaxation go where, I'm just going to go to a jazz club or get a lawn chair and listen to some blues. I ain't there. That's just not my thing. I am on the go. And so I'm looking for someone with the same energy level. But the ones that have the same energy interested in me. Rejected. So that's the funny part. And then, there are the men.
I wouldn't say that's funny. I'd say that's sad, but that's also just life. That's life. I can't no find no black dick. Also, like whining, they ain't having none of it. I've been kissing and teasing and hugging and squeezing, rejected by them all. Oh, I just want to pick up an old man and swim from by the draws. That's life. I can't get no dick. I'm trying to wrap in your pole, but nobody want to split. My legs wide open and spread eagle token right onto my bed. Oh my God, please, baby, let me give you some head. That's life. That's life.
Married, and they're done. They've been married once, twice, 3 times.
If only I had clippers. If only I had clippers myself. Well, if only I had a pair of clippers. Instead, I gotta do it the hard way. It's alright though. It's all good. What? And 1 second. He's probably coming to the door now. Girl, we be teasing and easing and hugging and squeezing and there was some night time. Cause baby, you want me, doesn't make up doesn't my bad line. Dance line. Be clapping out them G's. I be hitting and popping and glucking and glucking when she's on my knee. I be hipping and pepping and clapping and zipping like you don't even know. Giving it all to some of them draws and then even out of those. That's life. Is you. Okay. Keep a homie in gloves, keeping them hands still while you be remember. I'm pretty sure Angela's here because there's two cars. Where are the keys for the mailbox? Good. All right. I'll just slowly make these flips. Do-do-do. I wonder if I edit this shorter, can I be able to like export it? Because this is about 1 minute 7 seconds, but I'm sure I can probably cut this down even shorter.
Married, and
squeezing and hugging and squeezing.
You know, I'm just gonna go to a jazz club or get a lawn chair and listen to some blues. I ain't there. That's just not my thing. I am on the go. And so I'm looking for someone with the same energy level. But the ones that have the same energy. So that's the funny part. And then, you know, there are
give you some hey,
married, and they're done. They've been married once.
Give you some hey,
married, and so So that's the funny part. And then, there are the men.
I want to say that's funny. That's funny. I'd say that's sad, but that's also just life. That's life. I can't find no lady. I also like wiping they ain't had another day. I've been kissing and teasing and hugging and squeezing, rejected by them all. Oh, I just want to think about a whole man and swivel by the draws. That's life. That's life. I can't get no dead. I'm trying to rally a pole, but nobody want to sweat. My legs wide open, it's pretty, go talking my under my bed. Oh my God, please, baby, let me give you some head. That's life. That's life.
Married and.
Okay. I have to wait till it's fully uploaded, but I should be able to actually do something with that. Anywho.
Disclaimer. This video compilation was created strictly for entertainment purposes. No offense is intended toward any of the individuals featured.
But the individual feature harm comes anyway, so that's not even a helpful disclaimer. Manhood channel confirmed with 127 subscribers.
Welcome back, family. Today we
with an AI voiced announcer, even better.
We will review women who divorce their husbands because of their so-called happiness, then cry later on when reality settle in.
Divorce is probably the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, you guys. It's been a year since everything got finalized. And I am living my best life. I am thriving really lately and finally happy with my routine and my solitude and the things that I do on my own. But this week marks a year and I'm feeling that grief, just kind of clouding over me, which is wild. It's this person isn't even...
Shaved head, septum piercing, lip piercing, long nails, tattoos out the wazoo. Hold my opinion.
Exist in your life after 7 years, and like the thought that the things that you thought you were gonna build together no longer are viable. So it's just a confusing place to be, Went out last night, had a great time, but now I'm feeling a little in my feels, if you would say. So if you're somebody that's struggling with a divorce,
tattoos on the knuckles,
you're not alone. And specifically, if you're the person who asked for the divorce and you feel sad, it's normal. I feel like nobody speaks about the person that took the step towards it, right? Because they're just seen in a bad light. You stopped fighting, you didn't want to work on it anymore, you gave up, whatever the case may be. But it is really difficult to make that decision, and it is really difficult to stand by that decision, and it's really hard to navigate the feelings of both wanting to now be on your own and still grieving the fairy tale thing that you had with that person.
Okay, this video is going to be more of like a rant and just like probably a little bit TMI, but my divorce girlies are going to know what I'm talking about. So when I was married for 13 years and...
Divorce girlies. I was married for 13 years. The fuck? Huh? Just open up and unload on them like that? 13 years. 10 years. Longer than some people have been playing the same video game. Woo!
I 100% supported my ex-husband in the start of his business. I created his LLC. I did all of these things. I pushed him to go to his taxidermy school. I made sure that he had a business. I picked the start date. I made the Facebook page. I did all of the things for him. And in the background, I was building my own business and working full-time. Fast forward.
Good for you. What happened?
Forward several years later, and we decided to get a divorce. Things just didn't work out. The why doesn't matter, but what does matter and what I'm really struggling with right now, and I'm sure that I'm not alone, is that I was the breadwinner, right? He was a small business owner, so tax returns, write-offs, all the things. And I worked full-time, W-2, making over 6 figures a year. So when it came down to time for our divorce, even though the reasons of the divorce were not my fault fully, no, I shouldn't say that. I'm just as much to be held accountable for the divorce as him. Anyways, because I made the majority of the money on paper, I was required to take all of the debt in my divorce or pay him alimony or child support. And quite frankly, you got me f***ed up because I ain't no motherfucker. So I willingly took all of the debt and 100% am supposed to pay for all of the kids' activities and all of the things, which I do. And literally everybody in my life told me not to do that. And I thought, it's fine, I've got it, I'll be able to handle it. Everything's fine, I'm gonna be able to do it. And here we are 2 years out and I'm literally drowning. I quit my job to take my business full-time last year, and it was really didn't really want to quit. I really wasn't financially ready to quit, but I had missed so much work because my oldest son had, been hospitalized for his mental health a couple times, and then my daughter with her diabetes, and I was a sales commission job, so my customer service score was dropping.
I'm gonna hold my opinion.
So it was like a mutually agreeable, like, okay, we're gonna see you later type deal with my full-time job. And I am just like, I'm drowning in debt. And like, I get calls every single day. Like, hey, you owe us this money, and hey, you owe us this money. And I'm like literally just trying to pay my rent. And I'm not asking for anything unless you like want to join my coaching programs. Like that would be great. But like, I'm not asking for you to like
Coaching program. Oh, pause. Carl, that's not fair. How dare you? How dare you? You're allowed to give advice and still be struggling in places in your life. Because there's advice that you could probably be able to give that probably is good for everybody to get. However, how the fuck you gonna hit me with the divorce girlies will understand my feels? I divorced my husband of 13 years, and you sit there and tell me I did that because it was healthier for me. No, somebody did that because somebody else thought they were entitled to it. You made the business LLC, you did this, you did this, you did this, you did all this unpaid trauma and labor, but you wanted to get away from your husband of 13 years? It was mutual? It wasn't working out? I have 2 kids that I spoke of with him? One whom is dating a man and then is a relationship with a man for longer than many people have video games. Longer than some video games get developed as franchises. Longer than some franchises. One does not just have a 10+ year commitment and then you leave that commitment and shit gets better. It gets worse for you. What? Huh? Huh? How'd that work? What happened there, bro? The fuck? Carl, you said you weren't going to buy it, but you're about to start buying divination cards. Shut up, Carl! You don't know what's good for me.
Venmo me money. I'm venting because I'm so frustrated because it's like life's not fair and I know that, and I'm not gonna like sit in victim mentality, but like it should not be this hard to live in this country. And I'm drowning and I'm not the only one, and I gotta go to my daughter's basketball tournament. Okay, bye.
Hello, my beauties. Guess who's single again?
I have to go to my daughter's basketball tournament. I just wanted to vent in my car. Oh, that's tough. That's tough. That's tough.
It's okay, though. It's okay. I went to see Mr. Pink tonight, and I'm so grateful that I got to meet Mr. Pink, because he was an incredible distraction in my life that reminded me what it is to feel being in love. He made me realize that the person I want to be with is somebody who really can fucking make me laugh, because he made me laugh every single day. I think that we were right for each other for the moment that we met and the time that we spent together. But I think that our paths are just not aligned for a long time. You know, it was just something that was a very special portion of my life that I definitely needed to have. So I went to his house tonight. He made a delicious chicken Caesar salad. We sat and we chatted, and I was really worried because I wanted to have a chat with him, and I was like, I need to talk to you, but I don't know how to do this, and I want to be sick in my mouth. I was just like, I just did not know how to begin the conversation, and he went, do you want me to go first? And it was really kind because I couldn't do it, and yeah, it was just, he's a really good guy, and we both just know that it's you know, that we're friends, and that's yeah, it was really difficult. I couldn't do the thing. So, and my life is so complicated. Like, I'm supposed to be leaving to go to New Zealand in 5 weeks. You know, I've just come out of a marriage, and my life is really just all over the place. And it's a lot. I mean, it's a lot for me. So it'd be a lot for a potential partner to have to deal with me. And I mean, like, I literally think that last week I've had some sort of mental breakdown, but I'm fine again now. Excuse me. Oh, we're used to seeing Sarah not cry, everybody. Yeah, so Sarah's single. I feel good. He feels good. We feel good. We had a lovely evening. We kissed each other goodbye, and we're both good. So
I'm doing really ugly crying.
Before, after getting pumped and dumped.
Because I didn't know my cat was in here.
I will not make the joke. Carl, don't you do it. Don't you do it. It's very tempting. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. You respect this person's humanity. So, comparisons. Before, hair down, tearful. Oh, it was just so beautiful. Oh, darlings, it was just so beautiful. He was so lovely. We had a delicious salad, and then I wanted to talk to him about how much he felt to me. It was such a meaningful existence, and I was supposed to be having to go for a while. It's just a beautiful thing, darling. It's just a beautiful thing. Just a beautiful thing, darling. And then the after. Unflattering angle. Glass reflecting the light off the outside window. I can't say that this is unfair, because she probably had clips of this of her own, and this person just decided to take it, put it inside of this. That's so evil! That's so evil! That's so evil. That's so evil. And then again, one is not always beauty cry in front of a ring light, right? Carl said, with his pseudo ring light hanging over his desk.
Because, oh, I didn't know my cat was in here. She must have thought I was crazy. Oh, I'm just really realizing that my marriage is over and it's really bad. Oh, I'm really sad.
So here's how I learned how to...
Divorced her husband. Assuming she divorced her husband in some type. Divorced her husband. Got away from him. Whole thing. Eh. Put this in the raws. Upload that to TikTok. Something went wrong. Ready. Homies, keep you ready all night. Alright. Woo doo doo doo. Homies, keep you wanting. Maybe on the grounding. For the D, they want things like that. Split into multiple parts this video to get exposure. No, I don't need to do that. Thank you, TikTok. That's not very fucking useful to me. Thank you. Your videos are being uploaded, but it said you already had. You guys are so useless.
Meet my own needs after divorce. So I'm that girl that was in relationships from the time she was 14 years old until at 31, I looked at my husband and I was like, peace out, dude, I'm gonna go do me now. But it didn't take me long after leaving my marriage to just find the next guy. The thing was, the next guy was a lot younger and I knew that it wasn't going to last forever. He looked at me the same way. It was a casual thing. But ending that casual thing, that's when it got really hard. Casual guy and I are still great friends, but separating that meant me going out on my own emotionally for the first time since I was 14 years old. When that casual thing ended and I was like, okay, Jade, we're doing this. We're going to learn how to just fulfill our own need. I went through at least a 6 to 8 month span where I was very angry at men. Very angry. Because in my world, in my life, they've basically been a constant letdown. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And during that very, very angry phase that I had, I still, in my head, was thinking, I still need to find a partner. And that, the search hadn't ended. The problem is, when you centralize your focus on finding a relationship, you settle way too easily. You settle for trash. Because you're still in that headspace where it's like, it's better to have someone than nobody at all. So one day it hit me. I didn't know who I was. I had been a stay-at-home mom for years, and everything had just been to like focus on the kids and everything.
You're a parent? That energy? Listen, you do what you like. I love you. Do what you want. Do what you want. I love you. Do what you want. I love you.
One day I was like, I don't even know what I like. I don't know what I like to do. When it hit me that if I just took the energy and the focus that I had put on men and focused it on learning new skills, cultivating friendships with good boundaries with men, and traveling or doing what it is that I want to do, it was revolutionary. And one of the things that I've noticed is that as I focus on just doing me and being the best version of me, I attract some of the best men. I have multiple deep friendships with men who I trust and respect, men who have shown me that they're not all like the ones from my past. And my secret to navigating all of this now is that all of the men that I meet are friend zone, all of them. Because I truly believe that my perfect person will be a friend first. And that my perfect person will come to me with honesty. So even though I'm such a romantic at heart and I really want love, my primary focus is not relationships.
Okay, good evening, ladies.
Okay, that's valid though, but then if you get the outcomes that come from doing that, you don't get to be angry. Like, yes, I'm going to friend zone all the guys that I'm involved with. Carl, you said you weren't gonna buy your Eagles. Shut up, Carl. I'm only looking. I'm just looking. I'm looking, Carl. I'm just looking. If I were to spend, how high is this stack? 9 Chaos Orbs, I get 5 Regals. But the problem is, I have to spend 8 Chaos Orbs to get another 8 copies of the card, and it wouldn't be that great. However, if I was to go to the marketplace, and it's a 1 to 1.3 conversion, I could spend 25 and get back 34. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Not worth it. You just got all this chaos so you can start making more purchases. No. Stop it. No. Put it away. Put it away, Carl. Put it away. Put it away, Carl. Put it away. Put it away. Put it away. Put it away, put it away, put it away now. Put it away, put it away, put it away now. But that's a crazy outlook to have. Like, you don't know who you are, so you decide to punish yourself by saying, I don't want no dick, when you clearly want some dick. That's crazy. That's crazy, girl. Girl, that's crazy.
I'm just going to go for this, and we'll see how it goes. So, the last few days have been super traumatizing for me. My own fault. It's always my fault. But anyway, I didn't know, well, I guess I did know, but that I would have this really strong reaction physically, trauma reaction to finding out that my estranged husband has been having a new relationship. Now, I'm not saying that he shouldn't. We've been separated for a year.
But that's what you're implying, because it surprises you.
But we see each other a lot, and we spend time as a family together a lot. And I had asked him many times, are you seeing somebody? And he said, no. I kept saying no. And then he'd take me to dinner and we'd have a nice chat. And I have a boyfriend that I've been seeing. So it's not like I think he shouldn't. Don't get me wrong. This isn't about that. But what happened was because he didn't tell.
Why does it shock you? He kept his private life private from you. Why did that? Carl, you know Past Carl. Why does that shock you? He kept his private life private. Why did it shock you that this thing caused this to play a problem? Future Carl. But you know exactly why that caused the problem. What are you talking about? You were crying. Past Carl. Listen, I know, but we're talking about the video. Yeah, but you're talking about yourself too, ain't you? Stop it, Dad. You don't know me. I am you.
Tell me, I felt safe around him still, like in the way that he still loved me. So he invited me to go on a trip with him and the girls. And
I mean, he is, I'm assuming, co-parenting with you. If you're divorced, you know, or you're estranged and separated, and you're experimenting with each other, which in that case, okay, I love you, do what you want. You are separated / divorced, I threw that too hard, from your estranged husband, and it shocks you that he's got a side piece. You got a side piece too, but you are surprised, pleasantly or otherwise, that he got a side piece, which implies you're surprised he has a side piece because he's medium ugly. It surprises chooses you because he's medium ugly, or you think he was not a catch and that he was lucky. And you know he has kids with you. You're surprised at his age, whatever that age is. I'm a ballpark and say 45. I'm gonna say 45 is an average age for that. You're surprised that at his age, somebody younger or somebody similar age to him looked at him and said, I want that. Give me. This is mine now. Mine. It shocks you. It's okay to say it shocks you. It's an acceptable thing to say. You're allowed to be surprised. Pleasantly or otherwise. You just don't get to complain.
I said yes. He bought this big boat for his business, and so we went and got on this boat. But I said yes because I didn't want, you have this feeling when you first get separated that you can't imagine your husband and your children having a great time without you or with a new woman. And I was like, okay, I don't know whether I should go or not.
That's
I don't
jealousy.
want him to
That's jealousy talking.
think something, and I don't. But then my daughter said, well, he's not going to ask you again, so you should come. I don't know why she said that, but I do now. So I went, and then when I was there, I found out. Because he kept texting, and I just was like, what's going on? And anyway, I found out through some very horrific texts, my fault, that not only was he having a relationship.
So you were snooping. My sympathy just went out the window. Fuck this. Fuck this.
But they're totally involved in saying I love you and blah, blah, blah. And I had this physical trauma. Like, I went off the fucking rails. It was terrible. And I was physically ill. And there's a link. They did a study at Johns Hopkins. It's called stress cardiomyopathy, which happens, and it's also called broken heart syndrome, and nobody really takes offense to that because it's what it is. And there's also studies of people that died 88 minutes apart, like there were a couple in Pennsylvania in 2012. They'd been together their whole lives, 57 years or something, and they died 88 minutes apart because they just couldn't live without the other person. And I think part is that because I've been with him for so long, since I was 18, for him to
That's crazy.
be in a relationship where he is in one, and you can't figure it out in your mind. And then it felt like he had died. And I kept getting this sick feeling like he was gone and dead. And I almost wished he was dead because it was so shitty of him not to tell me and take me out there.
Pause.
So that I'm trapped on a boat with him and his girlfriend
Pause.
on the phone.
Pause.
And then I find out he's at his house.
Pause. Hey, yo. What? First off, first question. Why'd you get separated? Why'd you get separated? What drove you apart? What was the wedge? And now that you're separated from him, and you're there, trapped on, as you described it, the love boat. He's fucking his mistress on his love boat, bending her over, making you feel like the other woman, because you are. Love boat. He's got me embarrassed for my self-dignity. He's got me hating myself, oh God, please. Don't tell me they're doing it on the love boat. Love boat. You all hear quoting studies about, well, they said that they died because I can't live separately from him, but God damn it, John, it's so shitty. It's so shitty of you to bring me on this boat. Well, you got me out here girl like this for you.
Godslayer.
Ma'am.
Good day.
This is an Arby's. Ma'am. Miss. What? Fuck? What the fuck? Yay! My son's getting a high chair. Woo. Mr. Man's gonna be seeing the world from an elevated position that he can't crawl out of. Anyways. I mean, I don't. God damn, Jay, it takes you so long to get ready. Anyways, you get out there on the love boat, and suddenly you're like, God damn you, John, how dare you bring me out here with your mistress whore? What the fuck? Who initiated the divorce? Who initiated the separation? Who was responsible for you two being apart and being separated? Because if it was you, you ain't got shit to fucking cry about. You ain't got shit to cry about. You don't have a right to cry. He got a right to cry. He probably cried his tears already. Now you have the audacity to go, how dare you?
Like, everything in that house is mine, like, that we got when we were married. And that she's been sleeping there.
I see. It's a possession problem. Continue.
I had no idea. None. And I just feel like that was a bad way for me to find out. I wish I'd had more gradual way to get to it.
I wish you had. You wish you hadn't snooped. You wish you hadn't snooped. You wish you hadn't snooped on his phone. You wish you hadn't snooped where you weren't supposed to be. You wish you hadn't broken his fucking. Maybe that's the reason why you had a separation. Perhaps you were a snooper. Yeah, you were a snooper and an instigator. Yeah. Maybe that's the reason why you had to find out that she was drinking his cum like it's wine. Maybe that's the reason why you feel that upset. Maybe if you had a little bit of a buffer, you would have felt better. Yeah. You would have felt better. Yeah. You didn't have to find out that way. Yeah. But you did it yourself. Yeah. I don't feel sorry for you. I don't feel sorry for you. If that happened because you snooped, I don't feel sorry for you at all. That's what you get. That's what you get. That is what you get.
Keep what you kill.
That is Pathfinder, 100%. Pathfinder or Charge Stacker. One of the two. Oof. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Might get a content warning jumping off a stream. It gave you a content warning from my channel? Like, it actually said content warning? Because I know I didn't do that myself. Hold on. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. I thought there was a way to do this easier. Well, I guess that works. Where is the setting? There must be a setting in here somewhere. Stream setting, moderation setting, feature clip, permissions, raids, channel, brand, social links, stream events, affiliate anniversaries, yes. It needs to be within 2 weeks of before or after July 4th, 2024. Or July 5th, 2024. Really interesting. Featured content. Suggested channels on them all fine. Personalized. I don't have suggested shit. Streamer shelf. Schedule that I just decided to put there. Okay. Interesting. Directly to account settings. Prime Gaming, don't need it. Then these all tag back to the same content side. Security and privacy. Okay. Block whispers from strangers. And that. Connections, recommendations. Yeah, I don't know about that. I didn't tag my channel for that, so somebody tagged my channel for me, which means they're already putting me in the shadow ban position. That's a great, wonderful thing to find out. I'm not upset at you, Sarky. I'm just making sure I can double check that, because I did not do that. I didn't do that. How to... Actually, if it's anywhere, it'd probably be in Stream Manager, wouldn't it? Is that stream information? There would be a tag for the fact that Path of Exile is a mature-rated video game. I don't have any tags for anything saying that it should give you a tag for that. Significant profanity or vulgarity. Yeah, no, if that's a part of the updated content system, I don't fucking know. Sark, I don't know. That should not be tagged like that. Anyways. Wonderful. Learning things about Twitch that they're doing without my fucking permission. Oh, I want to slap the people who made these changes because they are pussies. Also, welcome, Sarky. And no, I'm not taking my shirt off. You want Carl's titties? You gotta pay for it. Tier 3 subscriber stream only. There you go. And more than likely, it wouldn't even be you that get to play with them. It'd be my wife by proxy. And I'm certain she would be upset and mad. She don't like Sharon.
Because I felt humiliated, embarrassed, stupid, old, ugly, because I think she's like 30, and like typical, right? And I honestly, I've been in shock for 4 days, and he's like, "Get over it, you do it." It's like, you have no what? This is traumatizing, and I just acted so badly and did all the things you're not supposed to do, and I blocked him, and I'm not. That's. He's like, "Let's be friends." I'm like, "Fucking friends." Not now. Not right now. And then I find out, I'm like, "Did she come here with you when you were looking at this boat?" No. Well, of course she was there for 3 weeks. He paid, they, spent like 20 grand there, at least, when he couldn't give me any spousal support. Which, talk about red flags. Like, these were from the minute I met him. And I just loved him so much.
Red flags from the minute I met him when I was 18 years old, but I stayed with you for this long, and then when you got rid of me, the way that you're framing it, ma'am, when he got rid of me, you were just ready to move on that quickly, and you were doing this the entire time? Douglas, how could you? Douglas, how could you be a man in the modern era? How could you be a man in the modern era with options? How dare you have options, Douglas? I want to speak, but I know if I say more, I risk being banned. I want to speak, but I know that if I say more, I risk being banned. I don't know, bro. I cannot speak. If I speak, I will be punished.
And didn't think anything. Like, I can't see my relationship from the outside. Anybody else can see it and say to me, "Are you crazy? You've been on this horrific, traumatic roller coaster since you met the guy. Everything's a crisis. Everything's a financial shenanigan. Everything's a trauma. It's turned into this cycle of trauma over and over and over and over. And both of us get this huge dopamine rush from the trauma, and then we go back for more. And he doesn't know how to live without
you both
the trauma, because he does it all the time, for business, for everything. And I'm just, I think he likes her. I don't know, but I don't.
Well, he's having sex with her, so he must like her.
He has someone. I'm not trying to take that from him. And he's not a bad man, but it was a bad thing for me. And I'm coming out of it now, but it's like it brought everything to the front. Like, all the memories and everything that he used to do for me, he's now doing for someone else. And this is fine. It's normal, but it's not normal. But I think I hadn't really faced that yet, or thought that he would, because I'm ridiculous. But, we always put things aside, don't we? I don't know if anybody will even watch this. It's so long. It's probably really boring, too. But I'm going to post it because I had to get it off my chest. Yeah. So these things come up in our divorces, ladies, that you have no way to protect yourself from except to keep your distance. Don't think that you can just stay and be their friend, and then it's not going to hurt, or you're not going to feel terrible.
But what about him? Don't you think Douglas was hurting? His name's not Douglas. I'm just creating a name so that we can connect to him, Chad. Don't you think Douglas was hurt? Oh, what about him? What about his feelings? Is he not allowed peace? Is he not allowed peace of mind, peace of life, a piece of that ass? Is he? Truth, is a man not entitled to the cum of his balls? To be sucked out? Stop it, Carl. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Even if you have a relationship, it's like the weirdest thing. You've been connected, like, neurally for so long that it's like a huge death. Anyway, I'm doing okay, but I wish I didn't have to go through this.
You wish you didn't have to go through the divorce that you probably asked for, the separation that you probably asked for? and that if you hadn't snooped, because the way you found out, as you said, was your fault, was you snooping, you wish that you didn't have to find some dick. Hey, yo! You wish you didn't have to find some dick. What? I can't even remember the last time you called me. Brother, you know I responded right now. I couldn't even hear you. And whose fault was that? Why couldn't you have made me John? It's not black abuse, it's just black families. I can already hear the clips in the future. Single player Carl yells at his mother. Is abusive streamer gone bad? Question mark. Full exclamation points. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. If I had called her exactly before that point, I know I would not be hearing the end of it from her. Hi, Jay. You missed a moment. You missed like several moments, but I sent you the link to some of them. Actually, no, I didn't even send you the funniest one. Hold on. The fuck turn my mouth. Popping your head in to make sure that you're being good. Being good? Horror, you know I never am good. I'm not well behaved. I'm not well mannered. My hair is almost halfway nappy unless I take a shower before I go live. That's sad, but that's also, if you're talking, I can't hear you. Maybe it's me. Hold on. Let me see if it's me. I think everything's right on my end. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello. It was you. Here it is. This link. I got through some of the funnier ones first. I didn't know you were gonna eat breakfast. Watch the day. I just roll out the fucking bed. Every day. Nappy as hell. Stealing another day of life from the Reaper and making it everybody else's problem. How are you doing? Well, she give me the sign treatment now. Switch to YouTube because Twitch is being goofy. It was a pop-up when I tapped your stream. It just said proceed. I see. Also, yeah, probably. Twitch is gotten really fucking bad about the ads, guys. For more than likely, the best thing for you to do if you're not already dropping Twitch Prime there, I would suggest becoming a member on YouTube and watching through the YouTube. Remember, Carl gotta get his chicken nuggets. That's what I forgot to send you! Fuck! Where is it? Where's chicken nuggies? Where's chicken nuggies? There's chicken nuggets. You know, did I put them on Twitter? No, I did not. I need to put chicken nuggets on Twitter. After I accept this trade. Thank you kindly, dual-wielding sword user. Back up to 165. Are we having microphone problems, or are you just not talking a lot right now?
I'm just not talking a lot.
Alright. I can never tell. We don't do face cam when we talk. So I can never know if you're just sitting there and making faces at me. I just assume that you do. It's probably considered that one of my worst habits, because sometimes I think I overthink way too fucking much. Shut up. Because I know your immediate response in your head was like, done! Sometimes it helps for content, because it's like, yeah, let me just springboard off myself real quick. But then sometimes, it's like I'm hyping myself up into trauma. That's not good. I've been preventing myself doing that more. There's actually a moment earlier in one of these clips where I caught myself doing that. If you had been here, you would have probably made a face when me and made a noise and said something to me. But I caught myself. It's okay. The chat can confirm. I punished myself. I slapped myself in the face really hard. No comment. Yeah, you hitting yourself is normal, Carl. This doesn't shock me anymore. She's not even concerned about my state of mind. Of course I'm not. We know you fucking crazy, Carl. I just accept it now. Well, everybody knows you talk to yourself. But we still care. Anyways, you ready for some tough acting reacting?
Sure.
Sure. See, the sure didn't come all the way through, so I just heard, Alright, let me read through some of these fucking reaction messages I'm getting from Twitter real fast, though. Took me like 1 minute. I agree with that. Yeah, I'm sure you've probably seen notice of the titty streamers getting Twitch to bend like fucking laundry and fold again. I actually dropped a video about it today before I went live. I think I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to make myself make videos, and then after I'm done making the video, I'm going to go live so that I make a mention that I'm live after the video goes up, so people can start jacking in that way. However, she don't give a fuck about what I'm talking about. Would you like Deer's choice, or do you want me to surprise you?
I don't know. What are we choosing?
Well, I'm getting the dregs of fucking YouTube today from my front page. So we can either, I can give you ones that I have in front of me at the moment before I find more, because I don't know if you're gonna leave at any one point. Or you can decide what kind of topic we can dive into, and we can just springboard. Start the video, we'll talk about it as we go, you know. So do you want dealer's choice, or you just want me to pull something up and just start from there?
Yeah, just pull something up.
Let's go to the islands with a foreign man in a foreign land shot. Ah! I think I've seen these ones already. No, some of these I have not, actually. However, let's see. Have you seen the Nig Cell epidemic video?
No.
Okay. This one I have to just grab because this is just too fucking easy. Racism in the Indian community. I suppose that's true. Really? A fucking okay. This one's an hour long. I can't go full screen on it, but I will try to bring the game screen over it for a second. Do you see the screen when I do that? When I put the games... Yeah, you can see the video when the game screen's on top?
Oh, I don't see the gaming stream. I just see the YouTube video.
Okay, I'm just making sure, because I'm playing at the same time that where I'm listening to it, because I'm going to try to put it in picture-in-picture. So you can see it that way. Because the other alternative is that we do it on a watch together, but I'll have you pausing instead of me pausing. But when I put it into picture-in-picture, like this, and then I make this the screen, you can see that, right?
That's in full screen?
Yeah, it's in the picture-in-picture mode now.
Hmm?
Yeah, it's in picture-in-picture. It might look like full screen to you from here, but yes. And then when I put the game screen on top of mine, you can still see it?
Yep.
Okay. So I can drag over it, and then I can pause it and start it whenever I want to say something, and then that should be good. This works. You can also use the second method if this person fucks up. Alright, chat, let's go. Tough action reacting. I'm not sure if I'm going to make that into an actual title for a segment. Maybe I should. It's snappy. Tough action reacting with Carl at home. What the fuck did I just close? Okay. Oh, X. I see. The healthcare worker is leaving out of my home. I need to get up and lock the door real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, healthcare workers are now returning and doing house visits in my house again. Remember the medical shit? The way that I get paid from home? That thing. I need to lock the door because she just left. 1 second. Come back in. So, when I ask you, is she gonna come back in? And you say no, comma. Okay. Never mind, I don't have to lock the door. I was wrong. I don't need to lock the door. Alright, let's go, my ninja. And just for you, we're gonna watch this at normal speed. I'm gonna suffer every single second.
I either have to be a thug or I have to be like a black man that's white.
Pause. Wait a minute. Rewind. Go back. Huh? Can you make out what his channel name is, or what channel name that is from the YouTube shorts?
No, it's completely blurry, Carl.
I'm just double checking.
I either have to be a thug or
because it's clear. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Why I no longer date black women. I have to be a thug or I have to be a black man that's white. Whoa. Pause. You want to talk on that?
I don't even know what the hell that means.
It's YouTube short, which might as well just be fucking TikTok for YouTube. Why I, as a black man, no longer date black women. He was clearly saying something as a part of that sentence before he decided to disingenuously edit that clip together. The reason why I no longer date black women is ... I have to be a thug or I have to be a black man that's white, Carlton. I have to be a thug. I need to be a gangster. I have to be dangerous. Have niggerish connections. Or I have to be a suburbanite guy who's super safe, who seems not harmful, but is black enough for the black woman to be into me because she sees me as upper class rather than lower class. That's what I heard when he said that. Do you want to talk on that?
Nah, let's keep going.
Okay.
Be like a black man that's white.
He's willing to put up a pixelated video of a woman twerking, but he's not willing to put the twerking up, despite the fact he is one of the members of the protected class. I see, Sebastian!
Look at this demon. Look at the demon. Now look at these little yo.
I mean, we don't know who that is. We don't know what that's in context to, but whatever. She better call Tyrone and tell him to get the fuck on because Devin's gonna be here at 8 and he likes to see his black queen wearing full dress and she don't want to dress for no new, but she will dress that way for a white man. This is the implication I'm getting with him doing this bullshit. You know I hate when these motherfuckers do this shit, but it's doubly annoying, especially when it's somebody like this guy, because I don't think he dates American women. I don't think he dates Americans. But it's very interesting he talks on American dating topics as a black leftist male. Progressive. One way or another. But I don't think I've ever seen a black woman on his arm. Interesting.
And yes, I called them little.
Okay. Random black man.
Zoom in so close to his face, please.
Yeah. Very interesting. He decides to use the Joe Rogan podcast experience to censor the word monkeys. I mean, sure, don't have the part where a black man is derogatorily referring to black women as an animal. I agree, because YouTube could actually punish him for that. However, what does that mean? What is the context of putting that up there?
No female on this earth is attracted to me. Females are just not attracted to me at all.
Okay, so he could be a completely normal guy who doesn't hate women, has a great relationship with his mom, unlike rapist Caillou from like months back, whose mother said, "Yeah, you have mommy issues. Go to therapy. You clearly want to do shit to me, which is why you're attacking women and talking like this crazy on the internet." He could be a completely normal guy, and you decide to take a clip of him saying, "Listen, ain't nobody want me right now. I mean, it is what it is. Like, I'm good, I'm straight, but sometimes I feel bad. I see mine is with girls, and I'm like, man, why can't I have that?" But then I remember, yes, it could be worse. I could be ugly and poor, bro. But you decided to make it sound like he is an incel. Interesting.
Get off! Get off, man! Hell, man!
The debate over how the left give.
Also, you can't put the word in the video, but you're unwilling to go all the way out with the full word itself. If you're gonna call the video the Nig cell problem, put the I in Nig. Put it in there. Otherwise, don't say it even at all. You know you can say it, so why you acting like this? Certainly YouTube's not gonna punish you. You're one of the good ones in their eyes.
Gives brain dead advice to men and Mars.
The left isn't nice to men. Neither are these pickup artists and like manosphere men. They're calling you pathetic. They're calling you broke. But you're giving
Farah. Continue.
them your money because they're men and because what they're selling to you is a very convenient fantasy of superiority over women.
Okay, pause. How does that an argument against you not treating men like dog shit?
I mean, it's really puerile. I hate that. Okay, I'm doing some stuff, but the other people doing it too. So, like, yeah, you're not saying anything.
Like, Big Timmy is telling women that he should be able to pounce on their titties like bongos. Yeah, but Big Timmy is a rapist who believes that every woman next to him is supposed to breed his children. Like, he goes out on the street, he sees a woman, he's like, she should be having my babies tonight. So why the fuck do I care what Big Timmy does to women? Well, Big Timmy makes these guys feel comfortable. Yeah, and Big Timmy is a rapist. Why should I care what Timmy's doing? Well, don't you think Timmy feels like he should have... No, I don't. I think Big Timmy's a rapist. Why did you bring up Big Timmy, bitch? What's going on? What the fuck is this argument? Pause, Carl. You know what this argument is. We don't have to treat these men good because the people we consider our biggest enemies aren't treating them good either. Why should I have to care about how I talk to men as a leftist when Andrew Tate doesn't care and we consider him on the right? Despite the fact he doesn't have any political affiliations. Actually, he's just for whatever gets him the biggest bag. Why should I have to care about the fact that I don't do good business when the people I suspect don't do good business actually do great business, but I believe that if I don't do this, I won't get an upper hand against them? Blaring red lights over my head. I am a YouTube cornbread tubist. I don't see a problem here at all with my imagination. There isn't a possible way this could be flipped on me and my narrative. No, bro, when I do it because it's right, and it's time for me to get paid. When you do it, you're clearly a grifter who's never talked to women, and you should get laid. What's that? Carl has a wife? Clearly you are an eternal misogynist who got a weak woman that can't think independently for her, therefore it's not good. Wait, she beats the shit out of him. She actively puts her hands on it. Clearly you have a thing. You know what I'm saying? It sounds like they want to say you guys like this because you hate women, but they can't say you chat. They can't point their finger at you. You clearly hate women, so they're selling you a fantasy instead. The reason why people support Andrew Tate is because they like the fantasy of what he's selling them. Not that on some points a broken clock is right twice a day, but only because they never changed the clock face when it broke in the first place. It's been broken for like 32 years, but we've never decided to actually fix the fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, they beg the question. They say, why are people even interested in this? And then they conclude, because they're incels. And they work backwards from that. They work backwards from that argument. I have to go close the door real quick, because she's actually leaving out for real this time. They work backwards. And they work backwards from you're an incel, and they connect it to whatever they think is the reason. I couldn't hear you. What did you say?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I saw your fucking post, your face light up on the overlay. I'm sorry. But they work backwards from, they only like this because they're an incel, and then once they work backwards from that, they find ways to connect it. Like, clearly these people are right-wing grifters because everybody who's not left-wing must be right-wing because they can't be they can't be primitivists, they can't be relationship anarchists. They can't be unconnected from the people I hate. They must be against me because they're not with me. It's that thing. And it's really a defeatist argument because maybe they just don't like you because you guys call everybody who's not on your side an incel because they refuse to agree open-handedly with your attributions. And then when you find out, not only are they not the thing that you say that they are, but they actually have all the things you claim they can't find. And they are also then well established enough that, yeah, I'm fine. These things don't apply to me? Question mark? But that's super good. That's great for you, bro. They can't fathom that response. So they already come up with pre-recorded pushbacks to say, well, it doesn't apply to you, but it applies to people in general. I'm like, this doesn't apply to men in general at all. I don't know, and I'm not associated with any man, woman, or transgender individual, or detransitioner for that matter, who speaks and talks about relationships in that way. So when you say the nig-cell problem, you're calling all black men and the ones that are also black women incels, right? It's just black men that are nig-cells? Because that's what the video is. The nig-cell problem, right? It's a critical issue. It's such a big issue, you need to make a video about it? Really? And your evidence is hood rats, straights, and the occasional internet viral person that nobody was dating anyways, but you wanted to make an example of him because it went viral. So you used it for views to tee up the issue of how rampant it was. Never mind the fact that the women that were twerking in the start of your video were twerking because, I don't know, maybe they were a stripper at a place of an establishment of a gentleman's club, or they were out in the club, and it was like that one viral clip of the kid trying to stop his mom from getting ground on, trying to stop his mom from grinding on a dude because the dude didn't know that was the kid's mom, and he's just like, hey yo, get off my mom's, man. He's like, hey yo, fam, I didn't know. No, like that. I think it's really defeatist, and it is contrary to the argument that you're trying to propose. Like, man, look at these incels being so fucking horrible. Look at these things. Look at me back up against my green screen backdrop with Destiny's face about the dangers of the red pill. Man, what a great way to jump into the topic of the red pill and how I want to shit on those people in that audience because I think they're stupid and dumb. But I don't actually have any prescriptions and solutions. I just want to mock them because content and money for myself. Because I'm helping you guys. I'm helping you by insulting you and not actually helping you. Because by helping you, by insulting you, you'll come to my side. But we'll keep mocking you even though this is supposed to help you. Because this is a problem. I don't have any solution to the problem. I'm just going to say the problem exists. And I'm going to talk shit about the problem. But maybe they'll see this video and they'll feel so ashamed that they'll become like us. But we're still not going to help them and we're still going to treat you like dog shit. Why do I care about us treating you like dog shit, bro? You guys used to listen to Andrew Tate. But I'm a leftist now. Bitch, you used to listen to Andrew Tate! But you treat me just like you treat Xanderhole. He literally was being financially abused by his girlfriend, and you guys had to wait until you decided to be on his side because DJ Mule was one of the leftists you guys don't like. And so you decided to help him then. That's different. That guy was a fucking chud. You get what I'm saying now?
I had it like 20 minutes ago.
You didn't say that you did! It's fine. Okay, now I need to shut the door. Be right back. I'm like a dog with a leash chain. You gotta pull on my neck! Alright.
Endless monospheric dissection. The patriarchal picnics, and of course.
I mean, you brought up Destiny there, and you said manosphere. Hold on, wait. Pause. Just rewatch it, Carl.
Endless monospheric dissections.
Okay, so that's not Destiny's channel, but it's somebody using Destiny in the thumbnail, probably from one of his interviews. He is not a part of the manosphere. Don't include him in that. Okay, let's start there.
The patriarchal pick-me's, and of course, the male loneliness.
Okay, so first off, that's Abby Shapiro, a conservative, pregnant twice now, Jewish Ashkenazi mother. She's not a pick-me. She's been picked and is happy about it. She is not comparable to H. Pearl Davis, the literal patriarchal pick-me you claim that you're trying to mock. Because yes, she has been with multiple black men, and she has fumbled those black men. Because she's so narcissistic that she believes that she is a fucking 8 when she's like a 3 at best. She's a 5 because she has mommy and daddy's money. And maybe a 6 if she learned how to dress better. But how the fuck dare you attempt to call Abby Shapiro a fucking pick-me? Excuse me, ma'am. Did you get into a lawfully wedded relationship with your husband and then have sex with him for the purposes of not only conceiving a child, but also because you love him? Yes. You're a pick-me, bitch! How dare you! Put some socks on, bitch! You barefoot and shit! Having your stomach all out, rubbing it and shit. What the fuck wrong with you? You sent women back 20 years! Excuse me, right this way, Doja Cat! You brought your entourage. Megan Thee Stallion? Come on in, then. Yeah, don't forget to clean up your slam slime, girl. You're getting that wet ass shit everywhere. You can't see it, but I'm looking straight into the camera. That's what it feels like when he says that. That is so disgusting. Holy fuck.
This epidemic. My colleague.
And then he puts you all here up there because you guys don't like them. My academics, Noah Sampson, a man who talks shit in videos because he can't back this shit up in a live stream where he has to actually debate topics. And FD Sigida! Man is so much bitch made that he demanded a white man pay him $10,000, then bitched the fuck out and continued whining about how actually I'm the only person who does that. I am the fucking strong arm of the left. Through me, content creation is made. Absolutely, Sebastian. I believe you.
Far more talented than me, big body foreign. Yes, they call me that for some strange reason. Have beat this dead horse black and blue. Nay, what did I do to deserve this? But in light of
yes, just put Jordan Peterson in there. Yes, I agree. Him getting ideologically captured because you guys did nothing but harass him for years is probably not good for him. However, why did you fucking harass him for fucking years on end and never shut up the fuck about him and his fucking businesses? Why did you guys harass him to the point where he felt he needed to become ideologically captured? Why did you back him into a corner and then harass him about how you backed him into a corner? Make that make sense.
violent tragedies like the assault on Megan Thee Stallion, the assault of Robage, and the historical violence.
You mean the woman who lied about the fact that she was assaulted and actually she just had an anaphylactic shock? The hoax? The hoax?
Yeah, also, some speculation that Megan Thee Stallion was lying too. Doctor said she stepped on glass and it wasn't a bullet wound, but you know, whatever.
Violence of misogyny manifested.
Violence of misogyny. A wall of black women, some of which were not very good with makeup. Let's go ahead and take a look at that again.
I haven't seen Lash, and the historical violence of misogyny manifested.
The historical violence of misogyny manifested. Wall of black women! What does this mean, Mason? That one with the green lipstick, that's not the best looker. That was the first one that my eye got drawn to, and then I looked to the one directly to the right of it. I don't know about that one, bro. Take that one back, Sebastian. I don't know about that one, bro.
I haven't seen enough discussion on the black incel epidemic.
He became Woman of the Year in
So you are indeed signifying that this is a black male problem, not black male and female problem. Okay. I'm just start poking holes in your argument.
Smart. So what that tells you, women?
It's your boy, big furry foreign. I may bark, I may be black, but at least I in this cap.
What? Okay, don't get distracted on that, Carl. That's gonna be a problem. What did that person actually say?
Incel epidemic.
He became woman.
So Steve Harvey. That's Steve Harvey's voice, right?
I guess.
Woman of the year in 6 months. So what that tells you?
No, wait, that just sounded like him because of the way that he said that.
He became woman of the year in 6 months. So what that tells you, women?
It's your boy, big furry foreign. I may bark, I may be black, but at least I ain't this cat. I'm not dog. And I had to hop out the doghouse to get this Walmart wannabe run the...
Okay, so not Steve Harvey. That's unfortunate.
MCs and get him to get a real quick. Cause this is a new record. Less than a second in and man has already done a transphobia. This man must be biracial. It's like...
Okay.
Y'all give a fuck about defending Caitlyn Jenner and his trans status. Get the fuck out of here.
Caitlyn Jenner don't even like you motherfuckers. I'm pretty sure he would agree. Yeah, like, it was nice y'all did that and whatnot, but I didn't really need that. What you mean? Like, what you guys out here for? You trying to suck my dick? I went through a hard work to get that taken off. You want me to put it back home? Goddamn.
If Dave Chappelle grind an ass and he pop out.
Okay. Because you guys don't like Dave Chappelle because he actually had trans friends that you disagree with his takes on. I see. Video Game Donkey for some reason because you guys dislike Video Game Donkey. That'd be news to me. I don't think I understand you putting him there unless you were just looking for a picture of an animated donkey and you just found that one and you didn't know who you had there. Because Video Game Donkey's one of you. Interesting.
Because who say this arbitrary committee they conjure up for women?
I also have a hard time taking him serious with this fucking furry avatar. What the fuck am I looking at? It is a sickness! It is debauchery. It is debauchery. Do not look, Sister Lauren. This man is a deviant. He is a deviant. Look at him.
Women of the Year is the deciding body of womanhood.
In 6 months, a man can put on a dress and be a better woman than you. I need you to feel insulted.
Bro, why the organ? I want that organ for my live streams. That's better than a Vine boom sound. I'm gonna start using that organ.
In 6 months, he's
I mean, trying to take his steam because you don't like how he's making something that nobody with rational sense would agree with? Okay. In 6 months, he was treated like a better woman than you. You women should be insulted. There's like a world where you can say, okay, yes, some people should be insulted by the idea of what they've done to the idea of womanhood, but I'm pretty sure that's not the point he's going for. Let's continue.
better woman than you. Still got his dingling. It only took him 6 months to outdo decades of your fight.
He don't deserve that organ. Actually, given what he preaching and how everything but conservative phobic the church is, they made for one another. But mine ain't even
conservative phobic that the church is. I mean, sure, some of them, maybe not all of them, some not all, hashtag some not all, but at the same time, why are you acting as though every single person who's going to hear this must be extremely religious? Because conservatives are religious, right? I mean, even in terms of, like, quote, the black community, emphasis on black, I don't think many people are even very religious anymore, are they, Jay? Like, they claim spirituality, but it's more like, I'm a Catholic, so let me just be abusive as shit, but then say, like, two wrongs don't make a right, turn the other cheek, when it doesn't personally affect me. Kind of religious. Religious from convenient, that's what I'm looking for. I think some people are religious from convenience. I don't think I've met a person who's, like, deeply spiritually religious in, like, years. And the people who I met who very much are, guess what skin tone they are, Jay? She's not guessing. Okay, they're white, Jay. They're white. They're spiritual and they're white. Why won't you play along, Jay?
Been using the right emojis. That's an accordion. And what is that, a French horn? Make organs great again.
Why don't you argue his fucking point and stop attacking meaningless shit?
Because if he didn't do that, he wouldn't be able to make a video. Addressing people's arguments, that's not what leftists do. They make memes so that they can discount having to actually address the points made, so that when people call up, wait, but did you ever actually address it? You're like, yeah, I did, my video. No, you didn't. You just mocked him and said he was dumb. That's not actually attacking his point. Well, I addressed it. It was on the screen. You saw it, didn't you? That's the same thing. No, it's fucking not. Actually do your job.
Degree. There's an important distinction between the defamed and dethroned, fresh and fit, or the late.
But we all don't like. We don't like Myron. So, you guys have to accept that while you guys love to pump the Boondocks because Aaron is a leftist in nature, you do need to understand he hates niggas like you, right? You guys know that, right? When he makes those jokes about those things politically, he's talking about you jazz. Also, who the fuck did your editing job? Why is the air around these cutouts so fucking bad? You're a 135k subscriber channel, clipping like you're clipping like I am, and I can get closer on the feather edge than that. Up your editing game, said Carl. Who do you think you are, 2017, Carl? Come on. Maybe what we need to do is get you a friend like Jay who will harass you until you become a better editor, huh?
And hateful Kevin Samuels, may you rest in peace. And the black is.
Yes. Keep attacking the black man who wanted to do nothing but give back to his community and treat him as though he was the devil, while you also talk shit about the guy who is actually probably the devil, who is actually sexually trafficked, when that man did nothing more but hold women accountable. And men accountable at the same time. But the content for men wasn't popping off as hard as the content for women, because that went more viral. So because he did that, keep insulting him as a dead man. You guys aren't hateful at all, I promise. You guys want solutions.
Instead. But even more important is the hypocritical nature of folks such as myself on how we've handled this discourse.
It's flesh.
Yeah, because you guys don't! When are you going to do something about it instead of talking about it? Never? I need to just get my broom. I need to sweep. The underside of my fucking desk is filthy.
Frustrating when you know people publicly talk about it, but when it's
Another black woman. Who is this? What does that say?
going on.
Can you read her name?
Ab socialism. Yeah, why is it so fucking pixelated?
Where people can't see,
Just
they
screen
don't
cap
do
it
it
and
well.
then key it out and then just slap it in this shit when you could have just made different text.
Apparently so.
Actually, in the editor.
Apparently so. And the worst part is that the actual she/her shit and all the things around it are also they're animated edits. You saw how the other letters blew out. So he did that purposefully. He made this shit on purpose. He's not like Carl, who's still learning in his editing process. No, he's got years of experience, and he thought this was an acceptable product to put out on his channel. It should make you angry. It's making me angry.
And it's performative. It seems very performative.
Have you ever noticed?
He spent more time on that animated fly-out effect for the YouTube symbol than fucking the editing for the goddamn letters of her name. How egregious.
How small my ears are? I mean, they roll up like fruit roll-up. I ain't gonna lie. And to make matters more laughable, they were attached to my chubby face that I now hide behind this beard. But at age 13, it was on full display, alongside my feminine hips. As cruel classmates would tease me and make sure that I know that I have feminine hips.
Why are you telling us this, Sebastian?
He's obsessed with talking about how he used to look back in the day. Like, he has body image issues. He wants us to know.
But okay, so like that would make sense if it was somebody like me, and that's like half of what I talked about. But as you can see, I am fat, black, and nappy, and I don't give a fuck. So why are you out here with your clean-cut persona and image, sanitized so that leftists don't feel offended by your realness? Are you telling me about how you felt in the past on a nig cell imitator? Are you a nig cell? Are you a nig cell, Sebastian? Because I do not think that you, my friend, are having time struggling to find some boom boom. So why are you telling me this, man?
What was worse was a day I'd never forget. We were in computer class, and every class there's a new seating arrangement. And listen here, my big and be them woman them and man them. Today was the day. They sat me next to the finest gal in class. I talking finer than frog hairs. I was ready to change my name to Will Clap or Wood when I heard that the teacher say I could sit next to her. But my whole world would come crashing down when I looked at the sheer disgust and abject horror on this gal's face. I mean, the way that this gal looked at me, my face musty was set up like the mask from Crash Bandicoot. I sit down next to this gal and all I say was good morning. This gal could tell me to stop breathing like the Pavement song. I could have dead. I'm dying. The whole class here too. So picture this. This is Big Body Foreign Junior POV. Picture this, right? I am.
What the fuck does this have to do?
Well, Carl, like you're kind of the same way. Going on about some other shit.
Yes, but I can find a way to springboard it back around. That's the issue. Like,
yeah, but he hasn't taken as long as you to get to the point.
He's already taken too fucking long. Plus, sometimes you don't even let me finish my timing. It's okay. We work it out. It's a comedic duo in effect. Technically, we haven't only been working together for like maybe a year. We haven't gotten it yet. We gonna get it, girl. Interview with the Vampire Season 2 coming soon. Don't stalk us about it.
I am center stage with an audience of any and everyone that I have known over my collective 13 years of life, laughing, raucous laughter in unison as the apple of my eye strips me nude to jeer at my unsightly body. That's basically what it was to me. I could have died. And then this woman asked me, sorry, she's a child at this point. So then this gal asked me, in jest, a question that I will never forget. How are you so big, but your ears so small? You on favor the ogre from Shrek? Whew. And somehow, despite the raucous laughter already hitting the headroom of the master of life, it got louder, like the Skrillex of sound overpowering my pubescent tiny ears. I sat with a smile, like, that was a good one. Really got me there. Yeah, it really got me right there in the trauma. That was my canon event. You know, like in Spider-Verse, quick ADHD run, but you know,
asshole.
He had the opportunity to use the sound effects. Just out of nowhere, just doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. He could have done that, but he didn't. I ask you again, what the fuck does this have to do with the nig cell problem? Trust the process, Carl. He'll get there eventually, surely.
when they are.
Oh, wait. It's in the title section. Confessions of a nig cell. Okay, Sebastian. Is this supposed to be you saying, it affects me too, Karel! It affects me too! Once before in my past, I too was a nig cell. You were single. You weren't an incel. You were single. You were single. You're not an incel when you're single. In fact, truly, you're not even an incel if you can't get sex. You're just a person who's not having sex. You're single and you ain't fucking. Truthfully, an incel at this point is a rapist. Because if you can't convince a person to have sex with you, and you can't pay them to have sex with you through the form of transactional mutual coercion, which is paying them, what's the only way left for you to get sex? To take it. So if you call people incels, you're calling them rapists that are so incapable of flirting or even seducing men or women, because it doesn't just mean not having women, it means having sex, period. They're not willing to become boy pussies, and they're not willing to get the cookie, so they start taking the cookie at the jar. Are you confirming that you are a rapist? No? Then shut the fuck up, Sebastian. Get to the goddamn point!
So many of the Pokemon that you get overwhelmed and you didn't care about any of the Pokemon anymore? Or maybe that's just me. That's how I felt about the Spider-Verse. I mean, it's a beautiful commentary on systems. The head Spider-Man represents the system. Miles Morales represents the resistance. Or, you know, Hobie should have done that, but I guess they didn't find him palatable enough to be a protagonist, at least yet. But anyway, my canon event. This was my descent. The destination, Seldom. But Junior...
You're willing to put it in the title, you're willing to put it on the screen as a word, but you're not willing to say it in form because it's already past the first few minutes of the video, so they're not going to punish you that much anyways. You'll still be safe for YouTube advertisements, but you're censoring yourself anyways. Milquetoast ass bitch.
Seldom. Nickelodeon, if you will. Fueled by freaks and...
Nickelodeon. That's a good one. I'm going to take that. Thank you. Thank you. Another one.
Geeks by fellow Excel Childish Gambino, or you may know him as Donald Glover.
Excuse me?
He's married with children. I don't know if he's married, but like he's got
a woman and children. Oh no, he got himself a Jewish woman. He's got himself a Jewish woman with children. The fellow Nixel, married with children. Donald Glover.
Research any of his shit? I mean, honestly, like, how do you not know that? The Root, like another race-baiting lefty, fucking idiot publication, was like, oh no, Donald Glover, like, he's not an incel, but he does hate black women because he didn't marry one.
So I know where they get that from. They get it from the idea that he had when he made his music around the Mr. 3000 era. Before he started making the more race-baity shit. I say race-baity, but it's not his fault. It's the fault of the audience that listened to his music, hoping that he'd become like their Antifa musician with This Is America. But he didn't get talked to by black girls when he was just seen as comedic relief Donald Glover, the comedian, before he became Childish Gambino / comedian Donald Glover. So all the girls that he was interested in said, Dusty. So he's like, okay, no problem. I'm gonna go do my thing. And then along came a Jewish woman who gave him some real good head. And now, 2 kids in, all those black girls going back to his music are like, he didn't like black women. This fucking loser. How dare you? So, like, they're upset because once upon a time in his past, black women didn't give him attention. So, therefore, because past Donald didn't praise the joyful, joyful, joyful vagina of black women, they're punishing him by saying he's anti-black. Because being anti-black is when you don't say horrible things about the disparaged group in question, and you just make different choices. So because he didn't marry, impregnate, or have a baby mama as a black woman, I'm pretty sure both of the kids, if he has a separate partner, if it's not the same woman, are both white. He's anti-black. That's how that works now. I think y'all niggas need to, pick a lane, you know? That's what I think. I think y'all are gonna pick a lane. What are you guys doing? What's going on here?
Excel tendencies were never garish displays of misogyny or misogynoir, but more so internal and infernal flames of disdains from dames.
Disdains? disdains. Were you just looking for a way to rhyme dame with dame? Okay.
Due to their refusal of myself. My inceldom was more self-deprecation.
I mean, that means you just didn't like yourself at the time, and yeah, wallflowers in their youth, when they haven't blossomed, will be like that. And even if you're a late bloomer into your adulthood, you can still be like that. That's okay. It's normal for people. It's normal for most people, especially if they were reared in suburbs. Because you don't really get to discover yourself because you're living such a sheltered life. You're not given enough time to get some real-world experiences that might traumatize you or make you figure out whether or not you're a person that leads in action or you're a person that leads passively. Even then, it's still fine. You don't... Oh my god, what a horrible message to give to the youth.
I assume I'd be the big butt of every joke, so I beat them to it. But instead of...
What's that? You developed a sense of humor? I'm having a hard time hearing that, bro. I'm not seeing it. Where is it, Sebastian? Can we find the sense of humor? Is it in Jamaica? Is it in Jamaica? With all the other women that supposedly ain't talking to your bitch ass? Carl, you're just harassing a black man. Yes, I am, and I'm gonna keep doing it again. Remember, Twitch.tv SinglePlayerCarl, where you can find only the best misogyny and only the most curated misogynoir. Carl tested, Jay approved. Let me not co-sign before somebody comes harasses you on Twitter.
Me castrating their power. I castrated myself. Do not clip that. I swear, if you clip that.
Look, we know you castrated yourself. We know.
We know.
You didn't even have to say anything.
We know you did it. We understand. The white women, they have a lot of power over you and your audience. There's not a lot you can do. They have you by the balls.
I castrated myself.
I castrated myself by making jokes about my own appearance. Me, the man they said head shaped like a Flintstone dummy. I'm out here. They tell me I should not be out here worried about the BBLs to find my BBC, but to worry about the MSG in my ramen. Okay. All right, Mr. Incel. Sure. I believe you. I believe you, bro. I believe you. Oh, you're so full of shit. It's not funny. Oh my god.
Anyway, I parodied myself till I was just that. The Weird Al version of myself.
Weird Al is out here fucking and banging, bro. You can be like Weird Al. Because what you're implying there is, I was a version of myself that was beloved for his sense of humor. How dare I do that? How dare I have a sense of humor so profitable I could make a musical career? See myself and be in my own self-asserted satirical biopic starring Daniel Radcliffe. Fucking God, oh my fucking lord. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking loser.
Because at least they were laughing at me, right? At least my existence had some value. But deep down, the repetition began to eat at me. And I began to believe the lie I told myself so much. I believe I'd never grow into my smile. And my shoulders would never be wide enough. I believed it so much that I ruined every potential relationship I ever had during my teens.
Okay, that's on you. Okay, so you know better. You're a grown adult. You know better now, right?
Very conveniently fulfilled the incelic prophecy that women don't want me.
I can't get girls and no females attracted to me. No female on this earth.
So what you do is you stop being a little bitch. You become a man. You get some nut hair on your sack. And you go out there and you start playing and banging. And if they say no, you say, that's alright. More fish in the sea. And then you become light-skinned. Because remember, light skin is not just an attitude. It is a way of life. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Okay, so, pause. Past Carl. You go out there, and you just become a man who just, you know, whenever they say no, you be like, alright, it's fine. I'm good. I'ma be good. You know why? Because I am good. Future Carl. Yeah, but that's also not good for you. That's probably a very bad way to do it. You were probably doing that out of trauma, and even if you do that and you gain success with it, that's not a good dating strategy, and it's not good life advice to give if what you want is stable relationships. If what we want to do is to solve the problem, we need stable relationships. And stable relationships can only be done when the hurt person is able to stop hurting and heal properly, instead of constantly reopening and unsetting the broken limb that is their emotional center, and they heal the wound itself so they can be able to fully receive a proper stable relationship with the people they want to be involved with, if what they want is to be committed and happy in a relationship with a person that cares about them. There's two inside me are two Carls. Both of them are nappy and don't comb their hair. Yet I can see where he would probably lead this into a point, but the point that he's going for, he's not getting to it fast enough. Maybe he doesn't in the next moment. In which case, this is a pause Andy moment. However, the way he's also presenting it is so fucking soy. It's so fucking cringe. I was pathetic. I could not look at myself in the mirror. I told myself a lie so many times. I began to believe it. Me! Can you believe it? Me! The man who looks like he should be fucking laying at a plug instead of that other guy. Me! Like, okay, but what did you do to get better? What did you do to improve? Did you recognize the problem? Okay, good job. Now, what did you do to change it? What did you do to fix it? Did you fix it? Or did you just complain about it for the rest of your life? Did you bring it up as a talking point to use in your videos? The way that you're telling this story now, to like humanize yourself. Because realistically, what he's doing when he says this is he's dehumanizing every other guy. Because, see, young Sebastian needed a little bit of some love. He didn't love himself very much. I did not know how to do it. But these nappy-headed niggas, hang these niggas now! Hang these niggas now! That's what it sounds like. Also, eardrum warning. Carl, it doesn't have much of a warning if you do it afterwards. Shut up, Carl. We're making content. But you're harassing the people you claim you're supposed to help while excusing yourself in this instance as the only person who should be given that level of doubt, who should be given that level of peace, given that level of time to understand, to change, to grow, to become better. But you should have already become better. So why are you capping to me saying, oh my god, guys, I needed a moment to really, truthfully find myself in a white woman? Like, why? Why are you doing this? Just say, I got better, fuck y'all. Be honest. You would be so much more valid and so much more real if you just said, I got mine, fuck you. I don't need to worry about what I do anymore. I'm already good enough. Fuck the rest of y'all. Good luck. Maybe you buy yours, but I already got mine. I don't know. I don't even know if he's in a relationship, and even if he wasn't in a relationship, it wouldn't matter. I just dislike the way that you were talking about these guys and how you were treating them like dog shit. Because I can remember when it was me, and even I didn't treat myself that poorly.
Is attracted to me, I feel like I'm not even human. Like, I feel like I'm just not a human species. Like, I feel like I'm from another planet or something. Like, I came from another planet, you know, or I feel like I'm from another dimension or from another universe. That's probably why females are just not naturally attracted to me. Females are just not attracted to me at all.
My initial thoughts gotta do with like that.
Who is this guy with his fucking bees hives on his head? Tira? Is that what it says?
I guess so. Like I said, this dude, I don't know what the fuck.
A haircut and the fit. To me, it seems like this guy's trying to like endorse in this performance.
So it's like probably a TikTok. So you probably already are seeing like a small clip of what a larger clip is. Maybe this is the larger clip that they're watching, but you're showing this larger clip from this interview section in a way where you're putting this guy out there for content. You probably took this video without his permission, and now you put this guy out there, and now he's probably getting harassed in his personal life, being like, "Hey, yo, Timmy, I saw you. 4 men in 4 land was done you at. Ah, you can't find no bitch. Ah!" Does anybody ever consider that part? Where they take people for content, and then they act like they didn't just harass somebody through the internet? Probably not, right? Is it just me? Or is that more evil than, like, something happened, so they gave an opinion? Actually, I'll ask you that question. What's more evil? To pass a comment about something that's happening in the current event news, or to go out of your way, even if it is research, to find a clip of a person, and then use that clip for content, without, like, making sure people cannot go find it and then track back and do the same work you did to get it. And if your attention brought views to that person, people go out of their way to try to use your content as justification for how they will then approach and treat that person past the work that you put out. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I don't know. You can't really control what people do.
I agree. I would have to say, if it were me, I would understand the idea of, yeah, I should probably try to make sure, listen, guys, don't harass this guy. Don't use my content as a justification to say, yeah, that fucking loser. I'm like, hey, yo, he might not have things right now, but you don't need to call him a loser. You're right, Carl, I'm sorry. In fact, pause. Why did you feel so comfortable saying that? Well, you know, I saw your video on it, and you saw my video on it, so that gave you the justification to talk shit about that guy? Well, I just thought, oh, you thought that I was going to co-sign it because I'm the one that made the video, so you use my video as a jumping off point to talk shit about this guy because you don't like him? The fuck? Well, when you put it like that, Carl, yeah, when I put it like that, you feel bad about it. Yeah, shut your bitch ass up. That's what it feels like to me when people do that. And that should be the correct reaction. It's like, listen, I don't want people to harass the guy. I just made content and a video about it. If people use me as a jumping off point, I understand. But what I can't do and what I won't co-sign is you take my video, you take my opinion, and instead of finding your own argument, you use me as the ability to say, yeah, it's so bad that that guy's doing that. Man, he's such a fucking loser. Isn't he such a fucking loser, guys? Carl said he's a loser. No, I didn't. I just said this is probably bad, and this is probably not a good outcome if what you want to do is to make things better for yourself. You guys said all that shit. The fuck? You guys are evil. That's at least my approach. That's how I see it. Although, when it comes to leftists, they probably are the most egregious ones. Because isn't it more common that it's a leftist video or a leftist reaction to a piece of content? Literally, H-Bomber guy blew up, like, wasn't it 2 weeks, if not a week ago? He dropped his supposed video that was supposed to be a commentary on plagiarism, but it was more like he was trying to castigate internet historian while frequently sweeping multiple leftists who are egregiously plagiarists under the rug, including Hassan Piker. Excuse me, Hamas Piker. Was that him? But no, you guys can't. It's the same shit again. Like, what is this fucking bullshit? Why are you guys doing it so frequently? But, I feel like it's the leftists that commonly talk about there's a problem or they create an issue, and what they actually end up doing is just creating a justification for everybody to harass somebody at a distance, because then they go onto Twitter and they feel vindicated. So after they feel vindicated harassing those people, they then push forward and keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. And if somebody stops them and is like, hey, don't you guys think this is a little bit much? They're like, excuse me, my favorite content creator said he's a bad person? Yeah, because he did plagiarism? So you should tell him to kill himself? Yeah? What's wrong with you? Do you think it's okay for you to steal things? No, but I also don't think it's acceptable for you, an outside person, to tell that person to kill himself because he's watched a video from some guy. And even if you did watch a video from some guy, I think the guy that you're watching the video from would probably say that it's also bad for you to do that.
Actually, as a leftist, we all believe that it's okay for us to harass people on the internet, especially if we think they have bad takes, because, you know, their arguments are icky.
So their arguments icky makes it acceptable for you to harass people because it's not that big a deal, except it is that big a deal? I think you just might be a weirdo who likes harassing people for a living.
See, you would say that. You don't know. You're not informed.
Again, that's just me. Moving on.
It's a masculinity that's not inherently for him.
Also, pause Andy moment. Take it back. Listen to what he says, Carl.
You know, from another universe. That's probably why females are just not naturally attracted to me. Females are just not attracted to me at all.
My initial thoughts gotta do with like the haircut and the fit. To me, it seems
all I'm looking at is your fucking earrings, bro. Why are you wearing fucking amethyst crystals as a whole chunk on your ear? You couldn't take it to the rock shop to get it shaped? I'm sorry. That's rude of me. I'm sorry. That's rude of me.
It's like this guy's trying to like endorse in this performance of masculinity that's not.
Pause. What does that mean? Endorse a performance of masculinity. It's masculinity to say, hey, yo, man, I don't feel like there are girls out there that want me. He's being performative? He's doing that for attention? Maybe. He is recording himself on a medium. That it got to us through the internet because of that. But maybe he was given like a testimonial like, hey, yo, guys, I'm giving a life update. I don't feel very good about myself. Life hasn't been very good for me. I've been struggling, hustling, and driving to try and do my best. But, you know, sometimes I feel like, what's the point? No, I'm not really in a good headspace, but I'm keeping positive. I'm trying to do my best. And, you know, today is a new day. Tomorrow is, like, yesterday is history. Today is a gift. Tomorrow, or excuse me. Yesterday's history. Yesterday's history. Tomorrow's a mystery. So today is a gift. I forgot my own aunt's saying. How could you, Carl? Here comes leftist content creator. I just feel this guy talking about how things aren't good for him is a performative act about how masculine men need to be soft, but also how he is acting as though his story is unique. Like, everybody's single, bro. Like, you're not special. Fucking bitch made guy.
Not inherently for him.
I just don't get it. And for some reason, males keep staring at me. I don't know if he's staring at me because they think you know, hopefully it's not because they think I'm attractive, or they just staring at me just because. I don't know. But I mean, maybe it's all in my head. Maybe they're not staring at me because they think I'm attractive, which I hope not. I hope not. I hope that's not why they're staring at me. I'm not into that sweet shit, you know?
As someone that's into that.
Okay, pause. So, what did he say that was wrong there? I'm trying to find out. I can see Sebastian moving back and forth like, I can't believe what my ears are hearing. What does he mean? What is this sweetness? But what did he say that was wrong? Like, I don't understand why women aren't attracted to me. I see guys looking at me. I don't know if they're staring at me because they're making fun of me behind the scene. That's what he meant when he said that. I don't know if guys are looking at me because they look at me and they see I'm not confident and they're like, hey, yo, what is, what is that? Or, you know, they're looking at me because they think I'm sweet because, you know, I'm not gay or anything. I think, okay, so we are African Americans. When he says, I ain't with that sweet shit, he's just trying to say he's not gay. He's not trying to gay bash. He's not saying, hey, yo, man, I ain't no gay. Get away from me with all that shit. You know, he's not on some mid-20s Busta Rhymes. He's not mid-20s Busta Rhymes, okay? Listen, Busta Rhymes listens to some Frank Ocean, and he had his eyes open to the light. His eyes in his butthole. But he's not being homophobic when he says that. So why are you making a point to try and drag him out like that's a bad thing for him to say? He's saying what his preferences are. I thought it's okay for us to have preferences that isn't dick. Is it now unacceptable to not be for dick and black? This is news to me.
That's sweet. I'm telling you, gay people are not the people setting you back. Like, the gays aren't holding you back. I am not holding you back. If you want to get women,
it's so weird. It's so weird that that's where he took it. It's like the gays are not holding you back, and I am with that sweet shit. I love extra lemon in my tea. Don't ask me what that means. I learned what that means. I learned what that meant last night, and I still feel disgusted. But that's not what he said. That's not what he meant. Why did you go there? Why did you go there and say, "Listen, bro, the gays aren't holding you back, bro. We're not responsible for that, bro. Bro, you gotta understand, bro. Like, you could go crush so much puss. You could crush so much puss, but we're not holding you back, bro. We want you to have partners. That means more gay men for us." Why did you go there? Where are you right now? Back to reality. Back to reality.
be my guest. I don't like you. You know, I'm looking at you right now. You have a reference point. So when you're doing traditional masculinity, the people that
What does that mean? What is traditional masculinity? I couldn't hear you. What?
You didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought I heard somebody's female voice. Maybe I am going insane. Maybe I am going insane. But what does it mean? Traditional heteromasculinity. Performing traditional heteromasculinity.
I'm not into that sweet shit, you know?
As someone that's into that sweet, I'm telling you, gay people are not the people setting you back. Like, the gays aren't holding you back. I am not holding you back. If you want to get women, be my guest. I don't like you. You know, I'm looking at you right now. You have a reference point. So when you're doing traditional masculinity, the people that
Okay, I don't think they're ever going to explain it. Let's pontificate for this for a second. What does that mean in context for what we're watching? Because they're never going to say it. When you like women, but you struggle dating them? Question mark? When you like women incorrectly? When you are a normal guy? I think it's just when you're a normal guy, they don't like you.
affirm masculinity are mostly men. You're doing the lookism thing for right now are
what is looksism? Is that an upgrade of looks maxing?
Men.
It's now been like a whole minute over like his initial grievance, which is that women don't find me attractive. He's spent at least now a minute over that. At this point, his grievances are now more about men looking at him than women.
If a man has the ability to talk about something for more than a minute, that means his grievances are no longer valid, and he is clearly upset at women. So he hates women, and he's an incel. Hashtag confirmed!
Not looking at him.
He's trying to reaffirm his masculinity in the best way he can.
He's reaffirming his masculinity by describing how he concerns himself with the fact he noticed that there are people looking at him. Maybe he's being a little bit schizo, but he'll never know. But that is enough to confirm that he is not strictly dickly and is an incel, because he is not comfortable in his own personal image. But if he was, then you wouldn't be talking about him, and you also would not be using him for content. Confirmed!
And he's failing. What he's doing is attacking marginalized groups to reaffirm his own sense of masculinity.
Saying you don't want saying you don't want dick means you hate the gays and are attacking their groups. Confirmed! Being a leftist is so easy. I just infer shit that somebody didn't say, and I just imply it heavily. It's like watching Interview with the Vampire! And the Mayfair Witches! Season 2 coming soon! Oh my god! Or worse, watching The Idol. Before it gets cancelled. Please tell me they announced a season 2 for Robin Hood. Oh, Carl wants his Batwoman too, guys.
You know, calling another man fruity isn't going
It is slang from the 90s! Shut up!
to make you seem more manly. You want to be the stoic figure of masculinity. You want to be a provider. You want to be someone.
Well, you see, we have to be stoic in masculinity, because if we don't, and we show any emotion, we're upset, we're mauling, we're mad. Even in me choosing to be, what's the word, Jay? Personable, expressive, having a personality, you know, jovial, energetic, all of that just means that he's boisterous, and he's attention-seeking, and because he is those things, he is clearly just a person putting on the airs. He's actually a pathetic loser, and we should mock Carl for that, because clearly that's not the actual person he is. He can't be that thing. Clearly this is a front. That's what it looks like and sounds like when men have opinions. They clearly can't be giving their opinion because the thing is probably important, or it's a thing that they are. No. It clearly when men show emotion, that means they're always angry. Men only show the emotion of only stoicism, because men just don't feel. We're all Byron-esque. We're standing on a fucking mountaintop, looking out over the ocean, just like Byron's painting. We're all Poe. God, that would be so fucking terrifying. That would be so fucking terrifying, Mo. Anyways, men can't be emotional. They can't show emotions. They can't be happy. They can't be anything. They're what leftists say they are. And if they're not, no, you're lying and you're coping and you're seething. And you hate gays. And you also are a little bit fruity because you don't like women. You don't like being catcalled and fucking harassed by women on the internet. So clearly you must be some kind of straggit. Yeah. Because we said so. We don't care if it's not right, it's provocative, and it gets us money when we make hit pieces on the internet. Using people who did not consent to using their pictures being used. Yeah. That's how it works. Yeah.
That, I guess, gets it on their own, like lone wolf alpha type. Okay.
Most guys are on their own because if they don't have very big interconnected friend groups, and even if they do, sometimes motherfuckers just like being alone. What have I been doing for the last, week when Marcus isn't playing Path of Exile with me? I'm here by myself in front of this camera. With all of you! Chat? That doesn't make me a What? Huh? It make my head hurt. Probably tighter than his head hurts with those nasty-ass fucking hang dreads. Please, put this fucking hairstyle out of fashion so these guys can actually get a fucking haircut. Said the nappy man who usually combs his hair only after he showers.
Why are you picking on people you deem inferior then?
Whoa. When did he say gays are inferior?
He said he didn't want our cocks. That means we're inferior.
Let us not mention the fact that most gay men usually are the most hung. The math will make your head hurt, chat. Please, don't do it. Don't think about it. But, besides that, he doesn't want you, and he's not with that sweet shit, so he hates you, and therefore, because you say he doesn't want you and he hates you, that means he's saying you're inferior. Get your self-victimizing bitch-ass back on the back of the bus with your Fruity Loop having butt self.
Is that really manly? Like, isn't man
certainly that will get me banned on Twitch. We'll find out.
Masculinity to protect.
This would be the part of my story where my life turns around in some fantastical fashion, but it didn't go down like that. Even as I matured, went to the gym and played sports, I still felt like the ogre in computer class that was pilloried for pining over someone.
Yeah, that's called trauma. You're not the same person. It's imposter syndrome. Everybody gets it. Everybody has it. I have it. Jay has it. You have it, chat. It's inside you, like the Babadook. Actually, no. That's actually a perfect way to understand it. It is the other side of your guilt and your shame. You're gonna live with it for the rest of your life. So, are you gonna live with it in shame, or are you gonna live with pride and hold your head up high? Because you know what? You're right. It isn't that bad, Carl. I've improved. I've become a better person. These bitches don't know how to handle me. So I'm gonna know how to be myself. Because that's what's important. Dong, doing, doing, doing. Instead of the more you know, it's like the more you comb. And it's a fucking shooting star of my fucking nappy ass hair. With a rat tail comb for the end. That's a comment. I thought it was funny, Jay. Don't laugh at my jokes. Actually, yes you do. That just wasn't a good one.
I still don't know how to take compliments because for so long, I was waiting on the psych, gotcha. The point is, I never transitioned from Nixel to what I am now. Because
a Nixel?
Still see glimpses of incelic thoughts that I must rid myself of regularly.
Every day when I wake up in the mirror, I look at myself naked.
Well, here's one step in becoming less of a Nixel. Delete your channel.
Delete
your
channel.
entire YouTube channel and start a new one and start over.
Like, here's my suggestion. Give Carl $5,000 from your fucking leftist fund. You know, to make sure that you're doing your part to help other black people. Then delete your channel. But don't make a new one. Just leave. Just disappear overnight. Like Alex Jones was disappeared overnight. Or if you do make a new channel, do what Gideon did. Stop your first YouTube channel and make a new one and give yourself over to God. Except his name is not God. His name is Jesus. He does your lawn. And one night you just had a steamy encounter and now you like dick. I might get canceled for that joke. Anyways. Another one you could do is, you know, instead of telling us about your deepest, darkest secrets about how you actually felt like the ogre from Shrek, you just keep those thoughts inside. Take the advice that most of these quote incels are being given by people like you and Mewncat, who do nothing but harass them, and hold that thought inside and let it motivate you in the gym. Use the forbidden pre-workout, guys. I promise you'll feel better. And if you don't, you'll be so fucking swole, bro. You'll be so fucking swole, bro. You'll be so ripped. You won't even have the ability to think about like all the other people who made fun of you, because you'll be pumping it away. And then you'll be ripped. And then what will those bitches say and do, huh? Nothing. Because you have abs. Something like that. Maybe. Do what you want. I love you.
Now look at these little Joe.
Let me get Sly Cooper to get a real f***ing quick. Cause any black man calling a black woman a or a hood rat is only a top dance with some jazz hands away from Amos and Andy.
These will be the...
You did not just say that. Let's replay that clip. Roll it back, Carl. He did not just... He did not... No, he did not just say that. Hold on. What? Back again.
Or a hood rat is only a top dance with some jazz hands away from Amos and Andy.
I am going to not say what I was about to say, because I think that's a little bit too much. Maybe if it was a YouTube only broadcast. And instead, I will say, if you can't even say monkey, maybe you shouldn't be claiming that calling a woman a thing that she might be behaving as in the moment, not to all women, because women are not a monolith, and black women certainly shouldn't behave like a monolith, even though they do. If you can call a spade, that's what I'll leave it there.
These will be the same sisters crying racism. These will be the same ones sitting here talking about, because Zaddy or calling me a racist when I start talking about DNA tests in the black community. But look, this is why we need the DNA test in the black community.
I don't know who got.
No. Let him cook. Let him cook. It's a little bit blackened. It's a little bit blackened, but he's cooking. Hold on now. Wait a minute. What did he say that was wrong? This is where the leftist comes in on the pause screen in their fucking video essay being like, see, what Chud Carl doesn't get is... No. What did he just say? Let's listen to it again, chat. Let's listen to it again together. From the top.
But look, this is why we are racist. The same one sitting here talking about same sisters.
Jaws hands away from Amos and Andy.
These would be the same sisters crying racism. These would be the same ones sitting here talking about, because Zaddy or calling me a racist when I start talking about DNA tests in the black community. But look, this is why we need the DNA test in the black community.
So, he's talking about hood rats, which, if we do the economy, Carl, it's been a while since we did that TikTok, but remember, guys, a hood rat is just another black expressionism for describing a 304, which is a hoe. And remember, when we don't know what they are, they're females, right? We'll go full screen for this, guys. When we don't know what they are, they're females. Camera's up here. I gotta adjust the head a little bit. There you go. When we don't know what they are, females, when they are young and not for you, girls, when they are adult enough but you are being respectful at a distance, women or ladies. Got a trading path of exile. And when they're being disrespectful and they don't know their place, female dogs. Okay? If they're hoes, they're not usually respectable. So if they're being a hoe, that means they are not learning and they are not acting like respectable people. And if I don't respect them, why would I not call them what they are? I'm just saying. It seems like he's putting a lot more emphasis on something that isn't a thing to imply that he's a horrible bigot that just hates black women so much when he's just speaking casually on a subject. It's not that big a deal, but he's making it sound like it's a big deal, which is unbelievable to start with, first off. But secondly, even if he had some level of hatred against women, that isn't a justification for you to claim how he must be an evil, misogynistic, racist bigot. Because, listen, he called a woman a bitch once. Therefore, he is a jigaboo dancing, zip coonery individual who is responsible for the start and end of minstrelsy, like Khadija Mabawe is for having made that video that kicked off the career of Signifier. Because when black men have opinions, that makes them dogs that aren't deserving to be heard, because all black women are queens, including the ones that are probably responsible for the destruction of the black community that we want to solve the incel black male problem in. But I'm insulting this guy who's probably speaking to one of the biggest problems that creates the incel problem, which is the horrible black... What's that? What's that past, Carl? Oh, the women are queens, they did nothing wrong, but I thought we wanted to... They don't want solutions, they just want to whine? I mean, I understand, but can't they just... What's that? By calling out their hypocrisy, you're labeling yourself a target and they're going to harass you next. I wish it would, but what's that? They're going to still talk shit about it anyways because they don't really want solutions? Well, God, I knew that, but what are they supposed... When you do shit like this, it makes it clear that they want the problem to continue, but I thought they want the problem solved. It's destroying the black community. Single-parent households. Black women not being able to have fathers in their lives. Black boys not being able to have fathers in their lives. Rampant crime. Rape epidemics. from gang leaders being able to target women because they're unaware to fuck them incels. We hate them. Well, I mean, I guess you're making a good argument, past Carl. God damn, I didn't know. I don't know
who got the bigger yams, Miss Thickness in the yellow or your yam head? Cause
I don't know, bro. It'd be really easy if I could tell that question if you didn't pixelate her ass.
DNA test, buddy. Ain't nobody trying to trap you. I guarantee it.
Pause. He didn't say he was being trapped. He said that's why we feel it's necessary. We, black men in general, feel it's necessary for the DNA test because, ... this is what it's like to be out here with these women. The hoes! The hoes. The hoes. The hoes be lying. And sometimes the hoes aren't just black women. Sometimes they're white women that have become blackened. You'd think that'd be a setup for a sex joke, but it's not. There are some people out here that because of the lifestyle they live in and the way that the place that they happen to live in operates, they become like this. This is a concerning thing that we should solve a problem for. But you somehow are sitting here saying, no, man, I'm not worried about the problem he just described. He thinks he's getting baby trapped by Yaya and the Yams. No, nobody trying to baby trap you. Even though there are women that will falsify their birth certificates of their children with the man that they're with, even though he didn't put his name on it, so that she can hold him accountable with fucking paternity fraud. Because paternity fraud is a serious problem in the black community. Which is why men constantly ask, is he actually my child? Because I know you cheat on me frequently. Because infidelity is very high within the current dating market. Which is why a lot of people just don't date in the open dating market. If they do it privately. And they usually do it through mutual friends. Or they remain alone. And then they meet somebody over the internet. Or, the thing that you really hate, the black men start talking to white and Latina women, or even Asians, and the black women start talking to white men, or Latinos, or Asians, who have degrees and money. I don't know how this makes you feel about solving the black community and making it whole, but that right there, that's the crux of the Nixel issue. Not having fathers in the home, and not having women acting better. But, I don't know. We're not allowed to criticize them. That makes us incels. When you talk bad about women, even though there's problems that they're causing, that makes you an evil person. Got it.
Look at this demon. Look at the demon. Why has she got her mouth open?
And no room for nuance with how much misogyny won the short. Now listen, on a serious note, I want to put a trigger warning for his face reveal in a few seconds. I repeat, if you have eaten anything or are sensitive to grandiose levels of hypocrisy, then you gonna want to skip this.
And yes, I called them little black to be.
I mean, he doesn't look that bad. He could be like a brother to the Epps brothers. Maybe he's like the youngest brother of the one related to Omar Epps. What the fuck is your goddamn point? He's ugly. I need to warn you. This man is ugly. I might have been the other side of the ogre, but he was the other side of an ogre's ass cheek. What the fuck?
Be specific, because that's what they are. And if you let that distract you from their behavior, which makes us all look bad in the black community, then you're just as dumb as those women out there. All right?
Now, obviously, disavow. We do not confirm using such racial epithets in public to refer to people. But seriously, I disavow his statements of hatred, should he have made any, and any to be perceived. However, what he just said is 100% true. Now, let's see how Sebastian twists this and doesn't address what he just said.
Subscribe.
My man, listen here. You like Church's chicken? Cause you sure got some nerve talking about how anyone look when you look like this. Your hairline ain't even receding. Them follicles are retreating from your face. You look like you brush your teeth with the toilet one. And you want to talk about how them women making black people look? What you making us look like?
We're making us not look like furries that have personality issues and deep-seated depression. I mean, just for starters, I could go on, but Jay would hit me with a big comical mallet if I did.
Man, get off my screen. You hurting my audience retention graph.
It's a spectrum that many men in masks fall on, starting with the nice guy to incel pipeline. So,
the nice guy to incel pipeline. Men were treated poorly by women who actively mocked them to their face. The men, annoyed that they would be treated so flagrantly and flippantly disrespectfully by those people, begin to ask themselves, why does she feel so entitled to treat me like I'm garbage? I'm a human fucking being. They get involved into some pipelines and some people they probably shouldn't be, and end up on the other end having a viewpoint that feels justified because of those behaviors that were then sought out and done by those people. But because they don't have people in their lives that care about them, that are concerned with what's happening to them, they continue going down that pipeline, as though the fucking left-wing video circle is not a fucking pipeline that leads you to be radical against this, because this is all they ever fucking show you. They never show their work. Because they are being radicalized in those ways where they're not being shown good examples, they're only ever seeing negative examples, and then they're hyper consternate on seeing those negative examples. They go out of their way to continue repeating this until they reach a narrative breaking point where somebody shows them something that snaps them out of the delusion of feeling that they are being targeted, and then ... they become incels. Who is this down here? There's things on the screen. 1 second. I need to see what that says. I'm pretty sure this says Derek Jackson and something something. Derek Jackson, of course, because you guys use Derek Jackson all the time. Black sync tuber that cheated on his wife, and something the living... gamed the living daylights out of her. Nixel, Tory Lanez, assaults women and eardrums, most notably Megan Thee Stallion, then makes songs about abuse. Okay. Pause. There is a criticism that can be had about this. However, in this application that you made this timeline in, could you have just, in the post-editing, put some gray text over the your company, your text timeline here shit? I mean, you're supposed to be a fully respectable fucking YouTuber and whatnot. Could you not edit that out? Was that not something you could mask out? No? Okay. Cool. Second thing. No, it's not good for us to have people that are like Tory Lanez, that make music about abuse while being abusive. But... and this is a very important thing, maybe you shouldn't make them popular and famous and rich by buying and listening to their music, and also still celebrating the culture when you see it, and never calling it out when it happens. And 4, Derek Jackson isn't an example anybody should follow. Why are you using him as an example of a nice guy? He's clearly a fucking grifter and manipulator. He's willing to lie about his home life so he can try to get people to watch his content, and then he's a horrible person behind the scenes. He doesn't think about the actions he's doing. He doesn't improve from them. He doesn't learn from them, etc., etc. Why are these people the examples you have on the screen? I'll put that back up because I know you can't see it. Why are those the examples you go to? Why did you think that those were examples that you could use? Are you dumb? Clearly you must be. Maybe. Hold on, I'm getting DMs. No problem. Okay. If you want to jump into this call with me and Jay, let me know if you want to come on.
Who are you inviting?
Aiden Paladin.
Oh.
You've talked to Aiden before.
Yeah, I know. I'm just asking.
Okay. Hold on. I'm getting a clip from one of my mods. Carl, you're probably already aware of this. I just want you to know, chargebacks suck since you're streaming. People will spam $1 donations through PayPal, then charge you back to make sure that they can bill you $15 per chargeback. Okay, thank you for letting me know. and then wife. Listen to the stream. We will cheer you up if you're not. Oh, yeah, you are. She is at work. Okay.
I'm gonna head out though because I have to finish a video.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. She's gone, chat. She's left me. She'll probably hang around in the back if she isn't doing whatever, but it's okay. She actually left. Yeah, color. Isn't Derek out of the space? I'm pretty sure Derek Jackson has been pretty much mocked out of the space, yeah. Hello, struggler. We can no longer see the VIG, so we can't judge. I know, it was on me for a bit. I was trying to circle through everything. Anyways, let's see if we can get Aiden on today. Alright. Gotta refix this. Video should be seen now. It's actually a little bit off kilter because it's moved from where I had it. Move that over a bit.
You a nice guy. No, not nice guy TM, but a genuinely nice guy.
We just call those guys. We don't call them nice guys. You guys ruin the word. You and the janitor ruin that fucking word.
You hold doors open for the maidens. You resist the urge to Instagram the name of women and femmes that didn't match with you on Tinder, but for some reason, you're maidenless. Your DM's drier than a week-old biscuit. And rather than you realizing that you may not be as nice as you think, because...
Pause. Normal guys are not abusive monsters. Sometimes you just don't have a love connection. Sometimes it don't work out. Sometimes it's whatever it could be, including things that it probably is, along with other fucking icks that you and they both have, especially if you happen to be talking about men, or as we say, mercurial relationships, or women in sapphic relationships. Maybe they're not abusive. Maybe they're just not a match. Why is it immediately, you're not as nice a guy as you think? Maybe it just didn't work out, bro. It's always abuse? Every time? Always abuse?
Because your niceness is but a weapon on your conquest of flesh? Rather than you realizing that this conditional kindness you employ is actually basic societal decorum. No! You begin to see yourself as a victim of unrequited love. You go to the Gotham with no Batman, otherwise known as X. He really named the X. Like, he dedicating the platform to Malcolm X, to make an example of women and femmes that don't know you exist.
No, he named the platform X because Elon Musk was really obsessed with having a platform that could be known as a conglomerized letter that is an everything platform as well as a payment processor. So, I know you need to segue this into a joke about incels not existing because they're not romantically viable. Because, you know, economically viable, romantically viable. I understand you gotta make the joke. I really do. However, that's some bullshit, bro. That's some unacceptable fucking bullshit. Stop it. Stop it. Get some help. Get some better jokes. Fucking Christ almighty.
Exasperating your feelings of inadequacy and existential crisis of ineptitude.
What about your existential crisis of ineptitude? When you couldn't find any pussy? When you couldn't get the pom-pom? When you felt like you were an ogre's ass? How about now, bro? How about now, bro? How you feel today? How you feel today, dickhead? How do you feel today, dickhead?
Okay, that's enough with the ex-cons. But little these men know, these men in masks know the pernicious path that they're on.
There's this concept of like nice guy behavior where men feel owed your time, attention, or romantic interest because they're nice, and if you don't give it to them, they rage.
No, it's what happens when people who believe they're doing all the things they were told by their friends, by their family, or worse, by women that they claim that they want. And they don't realize that they don't know what they want, but they know what it is that they don't want. They are annoyed by that, and in the feeling of that happening, they feel that it's unfair, not just by the people in question who gave them that bad advice, but also unfair of the situations they're being put in, that maybe, just maybe, they shouldn't have said those things if those things weren't actually how the reality of the dating market is, in practice, as well as theory. Which is, yes, something you probably should not do. You should not get somebody's hopes up and tell them, listen, bro, things will be better if you were just 6 feet taller. If you just get some height. If you just get some bitches. If you just get this. If you just get that. Maybe don't tell them that lie. Don't imply that that's all they need. Because it's not. They clearly need more. You know, that's too hard. That's too difficult. You're asking for too much there, Carl.
Make them fear you.
Because, surprise, they're not actually nice. So, like, some guys will just be outwardly shitty towards you, and that, you can just see it. But the nice guy thing, it catches you by surprise. Because here you have this guy saying, he's not a boy, he's not like other guys, he's so kind, he's such a nice guy, he doesn't know why girls don't like him. But then if you date him and change your mind, decide you're not interested in him, it's like, immediately, he's gonna play the victim in every way possible.
Well, let's see here. Somebody comes to you, they say, "Ayo, fam." Actually, no, I can give you a personal example from my history. I'll give you a perfect example, and I'll tailor it as a situation that any guy could have. Somebody in your past feels like before, when you showed interest in them and they didn't really react to it, either because they weren't with somebody at the time, but then later they decided to reevaluate that, they felt, hey, yo, bro, I wasn't interested at the time, but I don't think I properly communicated my interest in you. And you probably felt that it was because you were black. That was not fair of me. You deserve to have that. That's better for you. I don't want you to feel like the reason why I didn't come on to you or didn't approach you was because you were black. It was just because I wasn't interested at the time. Okay, cool, that's fine. So the reason you're telling me this is because you want to try for it now, right? No, actually, I'm gonna go do lesbian shit and lesbian relationships, and I just wanted to say that because I had to get that off my chest. So you just wanted to come tell me about how sorry you felt because you wanted to get your bad feelings off your chest? Yes, I did! Okay, I'm not gonna say anything bad about you because of that, but I do need you to understand that's a very shitty thing that you just admitted to doing. I am more than an opportunity for you to absolve yourself of your emotional outpourings and the downturns of your actions towards myself or others, you need to actually address that in yourself, because that is not acceptable. That's pretty fucking bad. I feel disgusted that you admitted that. Why, what the fuck made you think that was an okay thing to say to me? That is a perfect example of what actually happens. Yes, I am quoting that from an example of what has actually happened to me. That happened like maybe a few months before my life. But between that and because I type quickly and I respond fast, she assumed that actually I'm blowing up her phone. Exact words. You're blowing up my phone. What the fuck? Like, I'm so sorry that I text quickly, so that annoys you. Things like that. Those are normal things that people are going to be confused by. And it might take you time to process that. By them processing that, that does not make them incels. It'll probably make them upset, especially if it's some example I just gave. Because, yeah, you told me about these things so that you could absolve yourself of sin in your mind, so that you could go put your face into a woman's crotch without feeling like, you know, I was kind of shit to him. Maybe I should apologize in person. But then after I apologize in person, I'll basically just act like, hey, yo, fam, I'll have you on the backboard in case I ever get bored with these women. It's not a good look. It doesn't make you guys the victims in these situations at all. Because you could say, but yeah, but what about how he treated me? I'm like, I don't know. What about how you treated him? Let's start there. Did you treat the person in the best way you probably could have? Probably not. Did you learn from it? Maybe, maybe not. Clear for this woman, she did not. And she's speaking on something that she's maybe speaking on from experience, but considering I've experienced this as a man, and I've experienced this from the position of the man having to say this to a woman, and that woman freaking out about me, you guys don't know how to handle being in this position. Let's get that straight through. Some of y'all women can't handle being put in that position, and being the person that has to learn, oh, I'm the one who mistreated you, but actually, I was victimized because you did da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, that doesn't absolve you, sweetheart. You still did nasty ass shit to me. It's still bad. It's still bad. You're not absolved. You're still guilty. You have to take your accountability. You've got to take your accountability. That level of thing can't be done. Because no. Women have never done anything wrong. They can't do anything wrong. Why would you ever address that? Why could that ever be a thing that happens? Women not having game. Women not knowing how to flirt. Women not knowing how to make a person feel like they are actually attractive. No. Hates women. Hates women always. Just hates women. She feels better. Good. Somebody uplifted her mood. She is no longer sad at work. But it's just it's not no.
Such a nice guy. This always happens to me. Women don't know what they have when they're with me. And actually,
pause. A guy can say all those things and still not be a fucking devil. We can accept that, yes? A man can say, man, I'm really fucking unlucky. This really fucking happens, bro. It's really fucking frustrating. Possibly he can choose to not throw an upsetism fit while you're standing next to him. Maybe that's a thing that he can do. But they're not even allowed to express their upset, their frustration with what's happening to them. They're not even allowed to complain. That's crazy. Bro, that's crazy. That's so crazy, man. He's not allowed to complain at all? Not even a little bit? Interesting. Gotta search list items. Primal Demiurge. Eight, 1 chaos. That's so crazy.
being a kind person means doing things for other people without expecting things in return.
Pause. This is not, oh man, I opened the door for her. I really hope she gives me some sex. This is, hey yo, why is it every single time I get into dating environments, I just simply seem to be overpassed, not picked, treated like dog shit? Have you considered that you're not deserving of it? What have I done wrong? Is there a single thing that I've done wrong? Can anybody tell me a thing that I've done bad that makes me undeserving of attention and love? Is there possibly a reason why you guys feel comfortable saying and doing these things? I don't know. But you guys sure do feel comfortable saying this to my face, like it's not abusive. It's gonna take a while to hit finer blades.
And like being nice with ulterior motives does not make you nice.
They clamor about the pain from being cloistered in the friend zone and don't realize the harm that the object of affection you were nice to has felt when they find out that the guy that was being nice to them for the past fortnight simply wanted to sleep with them. Here's a tip.
Gasp! Men will try to alter their behavior to acquire sex from women. Women don't do this too? It's just the men? This is news to me.
Come closer. Come closer. Stop trying to have sex with your friends. Stop that.
I'm going to quote from the book of the fuckboys. From the book of Future. 36, 37, 42. I fuck my friends. Because if what she wanted was a friend, she would define the relationship and say they are a friend. So that he knows where he is. Because if he has sexual interest in her, and she knows this, and she does this game that you're trying to justify right now, then everything that happens is on her. She didn't define her relationship. She did not make clear to this guy, listen, I like you, but we ain't fucking. We are never gonna fuck. I am never going to fuck you. I'm never gonna suck your dick. I'm never gonna give you back shots. I'm never doing any of this for you. I only see you as a friend. I only see you as a friend. I'm not interested in you. I will not date you. I will not have a hookup with you. It is never gonna happen. Not in a million years. It's never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. Because that's different than, oh my god, Tony's just a really nice guy, but you know, I don't think I'm gonna date him. I'm not that really interested in him. Have you told him that? No, I think he really likes me, so I'm gonna see what else I can get out of him. Certainly that's not better. Certainly, that is not better. Wait, that is not better. I'd behoove you to argue how it's better.
Stop trying to juice their friends. Stop it. Stop. The operative word being objects, because these women and femmes are dehumanized and debased into baubles to be played with. Denied the gamut of emotion that are reserved for human beings. Nice guys begin to interpret their rejection as an injustice, which perpetuates a harmful notion that nice guys are owed romantic reciprocation in exchange for friendship. Disregarding...
Pause. No one said that, and that is also a thing that shouldn't happen. However, let's get some things straight. They are sexually interested. Sexual interest, even among friends, should be defined. If these men do not define themselves and do not put their fucking standard in the ground and say, listen, I like you, I want to see where things can go with you. If they are told, I'm not ready, I don't want to, I don't want it, or any combination of ew, that is on them. If he says that, and they're being given evasive answers by the woman, that is on her. That does not mean she deserves to be attacked. By all means, that does not mean she deserves to be attacked. She doesn't deserve to be harassed. She doesn't deserve to be heckled. But she should be able to take accountability for her part in question. I think that's possibly a thing that should happen. She should be able to say, I should communicate that I don't want this. And if they keep pushing, then I call the cops. And if he keeps pushing past that and puts his hand down my skirt, I'm gonna get my gun. Maybe that's a thing that she could be able to do just for her own protection. Maybe, maybe not. Apparently it's not acceptable for women to be accountable for their own protection. That's a bad thing to want. Please fucking die. Tough.
Ugh. The agency and the feelings of other persons. The nice guy will begin to become bitter or hostile when their romantic interest chooses someone else. This bitterness can then lead to behaviors that are manipulative, coercive, or even abusive. Rejoicing in toxic patterns of entitlement, yet they're justified because you're one of the good ones, right? And she'll be better off with you no matter the Machiavellian means to an end you employed. You just
the Machiavellian means of standing there and hoping she picks you. Such a Machiavellian depiction, bro. Bro, how could they not see it coming, bro? Bro, I mean, like, come on, bro. It's just so simple, bro. Bro, it's so crazy. It's so crazy. It's so crazy.
Biding your time, waiting to strike, like a boa constrictor of blue balls.
I like nice guys, but...
No, you don't. And women need to stop saying this if it's not true. If there is a nice guy that shows up in front of you, shows you that he's attracted to you, loves you, cares about you, appreciates you, takes good care of you, does right by you, etc., and you don't date him.
First, this is Chapstick.
Oh, Lord, not this fucking loser. No! No! Not him! No! Not the beardy! No, please! No, not the beardy! Not the pink beardy! Oh, God. Oh, Lord. I got jump scared. Oh, he just jump scared me. I'm gonna finish this sentence for him. Hold on. Go back. Here. I don't want to see Adam Vitable. I don't want to see this man in his fucking tub of beans picture.
Like a
No, you don't. And women need to stop saying this if it's not true. If there is a...
Women love nice guys. No, they don't. Because if you like the nice guys, you would date them. You clearly don't like them. Not enough to date them, so don't say you like them. Say you like to be around them. You like the things they do for you. You like the stuff that they get you. You like how they make you feel when they're being nice. But you don't like them. You don't like the guy. You like the concept of the guy. You like his actions.
A nice guy that shows up in front of you, shows you...
First, this is Chapstick.
And this is called a hand. It represents self-respect. I'm gonna pop you with it.
How entitled do you have to be to think that a woman is contractually obligated to date you?
He did not say he was contractually obligated. He explained the concept of when you say to the world, like you're asking God, God, why can't you send me a man? And he sends you a tall, 6 foot, $200,000 a year earning motherfucker. And he's like, hi, I'm John. I'll be so nice to you. I'll be very good for you. I'm a stable choice. You should probably date me. You should probably marry me. And she says, God, why couldn't you have sent me a man like John with a bigger dick? And John's like, I feel a little bit insulted. Why did you say that? That was rude. And then you turn back to John and you say, don't you understand that I just like better men, John? I think John should feel entitled to being able to be given an explanation on why he's not a choice. If he himself has the wherewithal and the self-awareness to know that he is a good catch. And not only that he is a good catch, but that he is a profitable prospect and potential partner. Since the female perspective would be about the future of her life, the future of her relationship, the future of her marriage, the future of the life of her potential children. with the man who she should marry or could marry.
Just because you put in the effort. If she's not attracted to you, she's not attracted to you.
The nice guy.
If she's not attracted to you, she's not attracted to you, period. And if she's attracted to the things that you do, but she wants somebody else to be doing them, then she needs to tell the truth that what she wants is the person, but she doesn't want the person, she wants the actions. And what she wants isn't a man, she wants a servant and a slave. And a perpetual fucking horse upon which to get free shit from. Call a spade a spade.
Guy confuses being meek with being nice, and believes the charisma of other men to be thinly veiled avarice to lull their prey into vulnerability. That other competition doesn't view the target of affection the same.
Also, Jay's not here. I can watch it on double time.
Way the nice guy does, right? The competition for affection probably has a multitude of characteristics and niche interests that maybe you just haven't noticed. It can't be that that guy may just be that gal's type. No, it's something else. Then you begin to develop negative feelings towards the opposite sex. It begins with language choices. They're stuck up or only into looks and money. However, instead of
if they are being passive aggressive, yes, that would make them stuck up. That does not mean all women are, but if that person is acting that way, you can call them that. You can call a spade a spade. You can call a spade a spade, bro. You can call a spade a spade. Stop it. Get some help. Get an edge up. Then get some help.
That would only slow me down.
viewing the lack of charm as a characteristic that you have, it is interpreted as a character flaw of the object of affection. These habits of language lead into habits of thought. Now that object of affection in most cases is still held as an ideal mate, but with the added caveat, the added asterisk of thinking less of them as a person. Again, note the use of objects of affection, because by putting them on a pedestal where you gawk and leer and pass judgment, it reduces them as an autonomous being. When these expectations are not met, it can lead to frustration and bitterness. This frustration can drive some individuals to seek solace or validation in online communities where they perceive others sharing their grievances, bringing us to the manosphere.
Men who want their birthright, men who want the fantasy that they were sold in their childhood, which is that like you're just gonna have it easier because you're a man and you deserve the world because you're a man, and that fantasy of like superiority and dominance over women is something that the manosphere men are willing to give them, even while they're degrading them.
The manosphere provides a sense of belonging and camaraderie to those who feel disillusioned or marginalized in their romantic pursuits. Whether it's as seemingly benign as dating advice gurus or as explicit as MGTOW, passport bros, and the infamous red pillars, these online communities can reinforce negative beliefs and attitudes, creating an echo chamber where the nice guy feels validation for his frustration.
I'm pretty sure passport bros are not content creators. They're just dudes that are celebrating the fact that they're in foreign countries. You know, foreign men in foreign lands, like yourself, talking to women of a different culture and background. But okay, go off, King. Tell that lie.
In such spaces, misogyny and toxic masculinity can take root, perpetuating harmful stereotypes about gender roles and relationships. The nice guy may experience rejection or perceive unfair treatment in the dating world. These negative experiences can now erode his self-esteem and lead him to question the dynamics of modern relationships. The manosphere often offers explanations for these perceived injustices, even if it may be misguided or extreme.
Our grandmothers, great-grandmothers, those women enjoyed womanhood. You don't, because you fought against it.
Let me get to Kendi to get a real quick, because he got a pick of a skeleton for a great Grammy that tell you everything you need to know about how he view women. This man want women barefoot, pregnant, making sandwiches, because that's what he deems a woman to be.
You thought that being a woman to a man was slavery, but you chose to be a slave to your employer.
I love how we acting like the solution to late-stage capitalism is regressive patriarchy.
Oh, the company closed. COVID happened. The world didn't need you. I'm so glad about COVID because it gave you a wake-up call and realized that the world did not need you. COVID made a lot of so-called educated women realize that the world didn't need them.
This man glad that a pandemic that unalived over 6 million people and irrevocably changed the world simply because it showed these females that they're devalued under capitalism.
What a wonderful viewpoint. What great soap opera. What such great arguments and rhetoric that a person could have. Motherfucker, I'm about to turn your ass the fuck off. My God.
So are you us? What job you had before the panorama that didn't get shut down?
So you get into the pheromone YouTube now, and you're trying to buy fragrances that can hack the harlot's olfactory settings, but that don't work.
Yeah, I don't care about your fucking ad, bro.
Can sometimes be
exactly like
now you're part of the black manosphere and on your way to success.
Okay, I'm going to drop another big bomb again. Well, I was a part of very toxic incel and red pill communities. What jarred me was the fact that all these depictions of Tyrone were like exactly like me, but like I'm not getting the same amount myth of sex or whatever that black men are supposed to get. It's like I'm living a lie, right? Just being myself, I'm living a lie.
This digital landscape with its varied subgroups like pickup artists, men's rights activists, and incels can sometimes be a breeding ground for conflict. In the manosphere, men in masks can do no wrong, unless they simp for women. The irony is astounding as the core proponents of the manosphere movement survive by deluding insecure men into simping for the cause. Like you end up turning into like an evangelist for manosphere fellas.
Yo, morning, bro. Do you have time to talk about our Lord and Savior, Andrew Tate?
I may hate the bacon more than a Muslim, right? But if you don't get your Walmart budget brand Asher Rod looking ass off my porch, I'm about to call the police.
The manosphere is led by self-serving men in masks and the occasional self-aligning women that use their various platforms to trick young men into believing that any chance of developing a loving relationship with a woman or femme is impossible. Prominent figures in the manosphere deliberately craft provocative articles, videos, or social media posts. And these pieces often touch on sensitive topics such as gender dynamics, like going 50-50, feminism, and relationships designed to spark outrage and draw in audiences. The ensuing debates and heated discussions generate engagement, comments, and shares, which ultimately elevate their profiles.
Yeah, white supremacist, cis heteropatriarchy, you know, that one. But like, it is a sense of entitlement that has been nurtured from infancy. Entitlement that like everything in your life should go a certain way because of certain just innate features. And that's, there is some truth to that because of the oppressive systems we live under. Like you said, you're not going to have access to certain spaces because certain spaces are racist. I don't like that either.
The black manosphere, a subset of the online manosphere. Except, you know, the black manosphere's misogyny has rhythm and magic shaving powder, I don't know. It has raised concerns about its potential to negatively influence young black men. In some cases, individuals within the black manosphere may share stories of rejection or negative experiences with women and femmes. These stories, while definitely not representative of all experiences, can resonate with vulnerable young black men in masks who have faced similar challenges, creating echo chambers where extreme beliefs are reinforced and dissenting voices are silenced.
Bell Hooks says that as men, we don't ever think about how patriarchy harms us. In my case, it was a sports team, and that was one of the avenues of masculinity where I could do things like, as a black man, and show anger. But then there were other things in my life where it's like, well, I had to pick up a job from the time I was 15 because I had no money, right? Because I wanted to be on that basketball team, and I wanted to potentially get a car like all my friends did at 15 years old, and like all this that I was being limited to. The extent of that, I would talk to my friends and be like, oh, I don't have enough.
Oh my god. I was being harassed by masculinity and about society because I wanted to get a car when I was 15. It was hurting me. Masculinity was hurting me. Economics was hurting me. The economic system making me have to earn shit was so harmful, bro. Why couldn't I just get free stuff? Oh my god. I'm definitely turning this off for now.
Money for this.
We are gonna revisit this on Versus Chat. Oh my fucking lord. Oh, it's so garbage. Oh, it's so fucking garbage. Unironically putting me to sleep.
You know what? I'm about.
It's unironically putting me to fucking sleep.
This is bad.
Alright, chat. I'll be right back. I need to cook dinner. By cook dinner, I mean heat up her dinner. Right. I think I'm going to pause for dinner. And then I will return. I don't know when. I'll find out. Right, chat.